Okay. Fucking. The stupid thing was like, oh, we've detected copyrighted audio and video. I had the video muted, so there was no audio. And what? Somebody's personal video was copyrighted material? I don't. I can't believe that. Even like Mr. Beast videos aren't copyrighted, but that dude's was really. Oh my god! I wanted to watch. I have one YouTube video that I want to watch on stream today. It's might as well pull it up now. I got to change this to dark. Okay, there we go. Fun Google secrets. Oh boy. I can't watch it on stream. Even if I show the freaking just the video of something, then I don't know. I guess I have to constantly be commentating over it. Biria. I'm sure Joshua Wiseman is copyrighted. I'm sure a lot of these people are copyrighted, but I think this guy isn't. So basically, this dude is does my monitor even output in what resolution is my monitor? 1366 by 768. Okay, whatever. We'll watch it. Okay, look how good those look. Oh my freaking god. Oh, those look so good. Just that juicy, oily meat. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at the dip. Look at that dip. Oh, freaking. Oh my god, it's so I can't get this on a good frame, but it's just so gooey and oh my god. Hell yeah. The one that I got from El Pollo Loco was not this good. Not even close. They didn't. They just gave a hard shell, a hard shell taco, which can't absorb the juices that well. But and they didn't fry it in the juices, and of course their meat quality wasn't as good. Oh look at that. Oh my god, I'm so like my stomach is growling just looking at this. I have protein bars to sustain myself during the stream, and beef jerky, and these keto friendly wafers that are really good. But might as well take my multivitamin right now. These look so good. Holy crap. Look at that. Oh my god. He just drizzles that consomme sauce on top. Anyway, the way this dude talks is just a little annoying. So, he puts a down tone on all of his statements, so. Calling this recipe amazing is a complete understatement. But most importantly, you will have the secret recipe. He talks like that. Or just with a little more annoyance. I can't do his annoyingness justice. But anyway, he whatever. He provides a good recipe, so that's fine. A typical YouTuber, right? I want to make these so bad. I just want to eat them. I'd pay $20 just to eat like 3 of these, honestly. Like I'm that desperate. But there's nowhere around here that like sells decent burritos. It looks so freaking good. Oh my god. Oh my god. It looks so good. There's no way I'll have time to make that though. Like by tomorrow. The marinade. So essentially, epic music. What he does is he makes the marinade. So I want to look up this recipe, and actually he probably has the recipe on. Here's the recipe. Okay. I was like, God dang, look at all these freaking links. Their sponsor, the other dude's channel, membership for his channel, subscribe to his second channel, merchandise, social media, mailing address, the website for the meats that's sponsored, his smoker and stove, his thermometer, his knives, his cast iron pots, his torches, his charcoal, the Amazon links to every single item that he uses in all of his videos, not just this one. Right? You don't need a food processor for this recipe, or well, maybe you do. His plates. Who's gonna watch this video and be like, man, I'm liking his plates. Where can I buy them? And then they're gonna come to the description. Oh, I love his tong tweezers. It's his specifically. It's like put a glove on your hands and do that if you're really that desperate. It's like I can get a pair of tweezers at the Dollar Tree, a pair of cooking tweezers at the Dollar Tree. His barbecue equipment. Oh my god, I'm not gonna buy all this crap just to make one recipe. Anyway, here it is. Okay, he uses 2 pounds of tomatoes, a sweet onion, garlic cloves that he pester mortals, ginger paste. He uses ancho, gualijo, and arbol chilies, which I can get all 3 of those at the grocery store in the next town over. Spice berry? What's a spice berry? Oh, peppercorns. These are called peppercorns. Wait, so why are they not called pepper? Why are they called Jamaican allspice? I'm not paying $10. I'll just get some peppercorn from the grocery store. Black pepper is oh. I'm gonna be spending like $50 on all this crud. So to make the marinade, you do 2 pounds of tomatoes, a sweet onion, garlic cloves, ginger paste, 3 different kinds of chilies, those peppercorns, black pepper, cumin, oregano, a cinnamon stick, salt, lost salt, apple cider vinegar, and water. I know I have the salt, I have the vinegar, and I have oregano and cumin. I believe I have black pepper. So the only things I would need are the tomatoes, sweet onion, garlic cloves, ginger paste, the three chilies, the peppercorns, and a cinnamon stick. Okay, that's what I would need. And then I don't know how much steak he uses. I'm sure he says in the video. how much meat he uses, but I can get like short ribs and stuff from the grocery store as well. The link below has everything I use. Oh my god. How much? How much money can I just add all these to cart? Can I add all of these to my cart? And then, oh my god, it includes his camera equipment. He paid $125 for his microphone? You can't be serious, dude. Oh, they got a little... I want one of these. God, imagine paying that much for a microphone. I paid $30 for the microphone that I have with the stand. It came with the little stand here, the metal arm that clamps onto my desk. So it came with that. So this is probably like a $15 mic, and the stand itself is like $10 in value, but still. It's one of these stands with the mic, and I paid $30 total. He paid $800 for his drone. I have a drone. It's like $50 for the drone I have, but it can take aerial shots and stuff still. It's like, don't need to spend $800 on it. I mean, this dude, all these stupid YouTubers, they freaking, or not stupid, but all these YouTubers, they show, like, people ask what they use and they show off what they use, and it's typically like the expensive stuff. You know why YouTubers, even small time YouTubers, you know why they can get away with spending hundreds of dollars on their equipment? It's because they put their YouTube channel as their job, and then they write off the equipment purchases as a business expense. That's what they do. You say, "Oh, I run a company, and that company is my YouTube channel," and then everything you buy that you use in your videos can be written off as a business expense, and when you do your taxes next year, the money you paid for the equipment gets exempted from your taxes because it's a business expense. So, which means that you can buy a drone for $800 and you're not actually paying $800. The government is actually going to give you some of that money back. So that's how they can get away with buying expensive stuff. Whereas, people like us, we can't do that, right? I mean, I could say like, oh yeah, I'm a streamer, and I put that as my organization. I'm in the negative because I had to pay $30 for this microphone. And then I had to buy I didn't have to buy the webcam program, but if I did have to buy the webcam program, then I could put that as well. So I could be like a $50 business expense. So I could be in the negative running this company of me streaming, right? Oh, my PlayStation is a business expense. Give me my $500 back, It could be that. My Switch is an expense is a business expense because I used my Switch in a video. in a stream. So it is. This is what you can do. I'm not going to do that because that's silly of me, but... What's Churrasco? It is... I mean, this looks pretty yummy, to be honest. Oh, God, I'm so hungry. It looks decent. As long as this doesn't look decent, but this does. This looks good. As long as it's not like dry. with many failed attempts. How did you fail at this? My family ate 4 tacos and 2 birria soups each. Nice. I wish I could make this for Mother's Day, but whatever. It's not. There's no way. I don't have time for this. It's an arduous process. I don't necessarily want to show the whole video, but basically he takes the garlic and ginger and he mortar and pestles it. Pestle and mortars it. And then he heats up onions and then the chili in a pan, and then he heats up the chilies. He heats up the chilies and then takes the seeds out, and then he heats up the chilies with the diced tomatoes, with the onions, with the garlic paste. And then once the time is up, throw everything in, and then he throws it all into a blender on high, and then he cooks the chilies, tomato, garlic and ginger, and sweet onion. He fries it up in a frying pan first, adds water, and then he blends it all. And he puts it all in the blender, and then he gets the sauce from the blender. So, and then he has his meat. He takes off some of the fat, and then it looks like he adds. I don't want to full screen this. I don't want to have it playing for too long because they're gonna friggin' copyright me. Got the gas stove. He put all the meat in the pot and then poured the marinade on top. And then he poured a bunch of water. How do you know how much water to do? Well, I'm sure you just wing it. And then bring it all to a boil. And then cover it and cook for 3 hours. Wait, I don't get it. Okay, so you boil it, but then once you cover it, do you leave it on high heat, or do you turn off the heat after it started boiling? They don't say. Once you've boiled it, you cover it up and let it cook for 3 hours. I'd probably say you just turn down the heat a bit. Anyway, he makes a sauce. I don't want to make the sauce. It's easy sauce to make. Oh boy. And then he did it for 3 hours. I'm gonna theater mode this. He did it for 3 hours, and that meat is looking delicious. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Hell yeah, dude. Ah. And then it just freaking jiggled. The meat just jiggled when he put it in. Jiggle, jiggle. Hell yeah. Separate the meat from the broth. So what happened is he had the broth, which was the chili, tomato, onion, and garlic ginger in there with the marinade. He mixed that with water. He cooked the meat in it. And so some of the flavors that the meat releases in the soup stay in the soup. Those flavors stay in the soup, right? It's like you're making a beef broth, basically. So the meat flavor goes into the soup, and then the soup flavor goes into the meat. So it's this marinade and it's this transfer of flavors. It looks like, and you get that, and then there's that red color, and then it looks like he strains it so that he strains it so that he gets that soupy, that liquidy liquid, not liquidy liquid. Even the consomme soup from El Pollo Loco, even that would tasted pretty decent. It's fast food. They didn't put any effort into it, and it still tasted pretty decent. So, I'm thinking this homemade made soup made from the raw ingredients directly, made fresh. I'm expecting this to taste like amazing. So he's got the meat. That meat does look appetizing. Dude, I'd eat that off the bone. Honest to God. Maybe not the bits of fat, but so he takes the bones out. Okay, and then he gets a bunch of meats, which he then chops up. I do have one of those knives. I have a smaller version. The one I have is called a Santoku knife. It's a little smaller, but it would serve the same purpose. He's just chopping up the meat, so it's like super tender. I don't think my Santoku knife is as sharp, but they do have a mail service where you can mail in your knives in the mail to a company, and they'll sharpen the knives for you, and they'll just send them back. It's a pretty cool idea for a service. It's on Shark Tank. I might have to do that with some of my knives because my knives need a little sharpening. He turned that into shredded meat. Oh god, you could just eat all of it. You could just eat that straight. Oh my god, I would just eat that straight, to be honest. It looks so good. It doesn't look like the best, but I mean, just shredded meat by itself is pretty good. So the taco meat. The next day, the taco meat tastes better. So he put it in the fridge overnight. That is perfection, my friends. And just like the short rib, we must let it rest. So basically, oh my god, it's an amber color too. It's completely clear. There's nothing in it other than just the liquid. But that by itself probably tastes really good. So basically, what he's gonna do is he's gonna let it rest so that the fat. Oh, he's gonna make a hot sauce. I don't want to make the hot sauce. So he let the soup rest in the kitchen, or in the fridge. I believe he let it rest in the fridge, but for a day, and then he gets this thick layer of fat on top. I don't know why the fat rises to the top of the soup when it rests. I have no idea why that works in science, but I guess it does. So he can just go with a spoon and dig it out, and it looks so gross. It looks disgusting. It's just like it's just like the gunk from the soup. That's what he's collected, basically. That actually does look. I mean, the fact that it sparkles. It's like you guys know when like during the winter, if you live in like a northern area, during the winter and it snows, then like the lakes and the ponds will the pond will like freeze over. The entire lake isn't frozen. It's just the topmost layer of the lake that's frozen. So if you were to crack through that top layer, then there would just be a bunch of cold water underneath for the majority of it. That's what the soup is. They had that top solid layer of this fat stuff on top of the soup, and then underneath was the clear amber colored soup. And so he just basically removed the top layer of the ice to then get to the water. And he's got his meat. So he's saying that that letting the meat rest in the fridge concentrate overnight concentrated the flavor. I don't know how true that is. I doubt it. But I mean, if he's saying it, then so he's gonna make. So this is where he fries it up. So I would have to do all of that in this video ahead of time. Make the soup and the meat. I'd have to do all that ahead of time, and then epic music. Okay, he fries up the meat, pours some of the soup in the meat when he fries up the meat, and then he puts that and cheese on the grill, and then he drizzles the soup. He melted the because he has he melted the fat, the solid fat. He heated it up, and it looks like he's cooking the tortillas on the grill with the meat and the cheese on top, then folding them over, and then drizzling the sauce, the fat, the amber fat that's melted on top of each one, and then just constantly flipping it over. Oh my god, that looks so freaking, it looks so good. It looks so fatty and greasy and delicious. Oh my god. God, the Mexicans know how to do it right. Oh my god. Praise Jesus for Mexico. They know how to do it right. A culture of people, just partying, and not that they party all the time, but it's like a culture where they emphasize the importance of like good times and family and stuff like that. It's like there's going to be some good food coming out of that, right? It's like people are going to be making, you figure, for hundreds of years the Mexicans and other cultures as well have probably just been trying to make and refine the best tasting food recipes and just try to outdo each other. And then they figure it out. They come up with this. Somebody made this soup and then just decided to fry everything in the soup. Somebody made the soup, let it rest, saw that the fat came up to the top, and instead of saying ew gross, they spooned out the fat and then used it to cook their tacos with. Somebody had to do that. Somebody had to think about using that gross gel, like, that gross, like, gunk from letting the soup sit around to cook and, use that to cook their food. Somebody had to think about that. Why? What would compel you to do that? But whatever, it ended up being really good, so. I mean, somebody grew potatoes in the ground and stuck their hand in the dirt and ate the thing and didn't die from poisoning, so they decided to do that. Oh my god, they just keep pouring it on. Oh man. The thing's gonna be soaked. Holy crap. Holy crap. So I believe he fries the meat. He cooks the meat in the soup, in the liquid part of the soup, but then on the side he melts the fat of the soup and then puts that on the outside. So it's all, the entire recipe is just made out of this one soup. It's just he's mixing the meat and the tortillas and the other ingredients together in different ways using the same soup. So this entire recipe is hinged on this one soup, which again is made by the meat that you are eating. So it's just, they're just taking out the flavors and they're just mixing them around and they're rearranging all the flavors of this. That's what it is. And it's like the best thing ever. So, oh my god, oh my god, look at that! Holy crap! It looks so delicious. And the thing is, it looks like the tortillas are cooked, but they're soft, right? Like a quesadilla. Because a quesadilla is gonna have, oh, I'm sorry, a quesadilla. A quesadilla is going to have those burnt bits on the on the outside of the tortilla. But when you take a bite into the quesadilla, it's not a hard shell. It's not crunchy. It's crispy. That's the It's a huge difference. I do not like crunchy tacos. Right? It feels like I'm eating a potato chip. I don't like crunchy tacos. It tastes like I'm eating an unflavored potato chip. I've only gotten crunchy tacos from like Del Taco and El Pollo Loco, and places that don't do it right, obviously, but it's still like it's too crunchy and it's like it's bland. It tastes bland to me. But here, these tacos are crispy, and the fact that they're crispy, just like a quesadilla, it means it's crispy, but it's still soft. It's still soft, and you still get a chew, and it allows the quesadilla itself to absorb the flavors of whatever you cooked it in, and it allows you to bypass the tortilla, the soft tortilla, in order to taste the middle filling of the meat and the cheese. That's what it is. That's what it allows you to do. It's not this bland protective armor that's protecting you from even tasting the meat and the cheese on the inside, right? Can you guys imagine having a hard shell quesadilla? A hard shell quesadilla is going to be disgusting because you can't taste anything other than the hard shell. But then, a hard shell being like, the crunchy tacos that they sell at like Taco Bell or Del Taco or whatever. You can't do it. You can't do it. You're not gonna, imagine a quesadilla being cooked like that. You can't do it, right? It's just gonna be this giant chip. It's gonna be this giant unseasoned chip of a tortilla with maybe a hint of other things on the inside. That's what it's gonna be. It's not gonna be good. But this is clearly not that. This is clearly soft but crispy. Yes. Oh, that's what you want. That's what you want. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Damn it. I'm so hungry. I want this so bad. But I have to make it myself. I have to make it myself, and I have to spend a lot of money. I'm gonna spend when I go to the grocery store for this one recipe. I'm gonna spend $50. That's how much this is gonna cost for the meat, for the special cheese, for all of the ingredients. Right? I'm gonna have to get peppercorns and a cinnamon stick. You guys know how expensive cinnamon sticks are like $6 at the grocery store. At least here they are. It's disgusting. It's stupid. It's stupid. So. And the peppercorns and all of that. It's, holy crap. So. I want this so bad. I want it so bad. It looks so good. I could eat like 8 of these. Honest to God, I could eat 8 of these. Like, I am so hungry. Even if I'm not hungry, I could still probably eat like 5 or 6 of these. So. One of the comments on this said he got his picky eater of a sister to eat 4 of them. So that's pretty impressive. I know what it's like to be around picky eaters. I don't like picky eaters, but I know what it's like to be around picky eaters. So the fact that someone like that who apparently has such high food standards can devour these, it really speaks to how good this recipe is. Holy crap. Oh my god. Oh my god, that dip. Oh, that dip, dude. Oh, yes. Please. Please. Oh god, I need to make this. It saddens me that I won't be able to have this for about a week and a half. Because I gotta focus on my work. This is This is gonna take me way too long in the kitchen. It's probably like gonna be like 3 hours in the kitchen per day for 2 days straight. That's what it's gonna be. And I'm probably gonna have to buy the the stuff. I could actually use some of this. The one thing I need is a grill. I need something flat in order to fry the tortillas in. Barbecue equipment. He uses an auto grill. I do have a stand-up portable grill. Not this. What the hell? Mecher. I don't know German. Yuck. Alright. Wait. What does the inside of this look like? Jetsekden. Fucking German, dude. Can you open it? I want to see what the inside looks like. $2,000. Holy shit. Are they euros? So $3,000. Unbelievable. I don't think so. I just need a flat surface. I just need a flat surface. I don't need one of these. I have one of these. I need a flat surface. He uses I want to see. Yeah, what is he drizzling in there? He doesn't say. He doesn't say what he drizzles in there. He's heating up the meat. Adding. Is this the soup? Or is that the fat? He didn't say. God dang it. He doesn't say. I watched this video like 4 times. He doesn't say. I still can't figure it out. But anyway, I need this. I need this. I need a big sheet in order to grill on. So what I would do in the kitchen is, because I don't want to buy the whole grill. What I would do is I would just get a big one of these, and then I have 4 stovetops. I have a stove top that has 4 burners on it. That's what I mean. So I would put this big old thing on top of all 4 stovetop or all 4 heaters on the stove, and then I would turn all of them on. That's what I would do, and then it would just all this heat would just heat up the whole thing. So that's what I would do. I would just get this. So I just need this metal sheet here in order to do that. So that's a little deep like this so that the oil doesn't spill out. Because I have one that's like 1 stovetop big, but it's bent. It's bent. I don't even know how you bend metal, but it's bent, and so the whole thing is like slanted, and you can't fit it on top, and the sides are like 1 centimeter high. It's 1 centimeter, and so if you have any amount of liquid in there, it's probably gonna that the low border plus the fact that it's like bent and tilted means that the liquid's gonna fall out onto the stove or whatever, and the fact that it's bent means the liquid's gonna fall out, right, which is all the meat grease, and the it doesn't get heated proportionally because not all of the thing is touching the stove, so only like the center and like 2 of the corners get heated, so I can't even use the whole space without an uneven cooking. So I need one of these. I need one of these, at least a smaller one. If I could get one that's like wide, that's like 2 stovetops wide, that would be perfect. That'd be perfect because I could put it at a diagonal. I'm not gonna find it here. What I need is what would this be called? It's not a grill. It's big metal surface for grilling? Is that what you call it? I need this griddle. It's called a griddle. Okay. Is that why it's called a McGriddle at McDonald's? Yeah, griddle. Hell yeah. I need one of these. Oh, they have one like this. Nice. I just need the pan of the griddle. That's all I need. $70? You're kidding me, dude. For just the pan? I might have one of these. I think I do have one of these. I think I have a grill that has one of these that can detach. So I might have one of these. Although I would want it to be a little deeper on the sides. Oh god. $18? Wow. And it heats? Nice. Of course the sides aren't deep at all. Why don't they just make this raise it a little bit, raise the sides a little bit so I can cook meat where the grease and the fat drizzles off. I could cook more things on here if the sides were just an inch taller, just 1 inch taller. Charge me an extra $5 for that. I'm good to go, right? It's like, fucking whatever. I'm pissed. I can't see. This is exactly what they're doing. This is exactly what they're doing. They have 4 stovetops because they have 4 knobs here. So they have 4 different burners on the 4 corners of this, and you just turn them all on, and it just heats all 4 sections of this silly little rectangle, and the whole thing gets heated. So you don't have to worry. So I want to do this, but with my kitchen stove. That's what I want to do because I have 4 burners. I just don't have the top thing. So yeah, I just need the top thing. I don't have it like this where it's standing up though, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I need the griddle tray. The griddle pan, that's what you would call it. Good. Yeah. I have this, but it's bent. It's bent. So like this corner and this corner are curved up, and the top and bottom corners are curved down, and so it creates this like you guys know how like your feet, right? Your feet has that like arc. Your foot like has that arc to it. So you're not gonna. So when you stand on something, you're not placing 100% of your foot down on it. You're placing your toes and your heel and then the thing on your toes or that attaches to your toes. You're putting that down, but then you have this little bit of your foot that sticks up. That's exactly what I have with this stupid pan. So, ooh, they do have this griddle. Ooh, no, that's nice. That is very nice. $65. What the hell? And it's out of stock. Who's paying $65 for this? Who's paying $65? You know what I could buy with $65? I could feed a homeless person for a month on $65. All right, what is wrong with you? Whatever. Okay. Amazon has got. I could get it delivered to my. I do need one of these. I like cooking burgers, but like I need to cook 4 burgers. I need to cook 2 patties, and then of course the top and bottom bun. Because what I do is I put for my burgers I like a double cheeseburger. I do like a double cheeseburger. What I do is I put 2 burger patties seasoned on here, maybe a slice of cheese on top of each. Or what I do is I put a burger patty, salt, season both sides, salt and pepper, and maybe some burger seasoning, if I feel like it. I season both sides, and then I put it on the grill, cook one side, flip it over, and then the second side is cooking. I put a slice of cheese on top of each. That's gonna get me that melted cheese, that fully cooked burger, medium rare, just like how I like it. And then what I do with the buns is I take regular burger buns, right, a top and a bottom. I spread butter on the inside of the buns, of the top and bottom bun, and then I put those both face down on the corners of the griddle. I put them face down, and so the butter gets cooked and toasted and fried into the bun itself. It's delicious. It's absolutely it's just this buttery burger. You don't need condiments. You don't need toppings or any, onions or tomatoes. No, that's a lot of work. Just get the burger patties, shape them yourself out of ground beef, raw, and then take the burger buns and just put butter on them, and that's it. That's all you need. That's all you need. A little bit of that. If you're feeling like for a little more flavor, you put a little mayonnaise on it when you assemble it, and you're good to go. Right? A thick double cheeseburger, right? They talk about quarter pounders at like McDonald's. I'm making like a full pounder. Like this is like almost a full pound of meat with with my burger. So it's delicious. It's so good. Oh my god, those thick but still crispy patties that are just soft on the inside. Ah, perfect. Well seasoned. One slice of cheese on each. Buttered toasted buns. Perfect. Way better than the fast food places, and I can get all my on my food stamps. So it's actually considering that fast food prices are insane right now. It's about the same price. It comes out to be. I mean, I'll pay $1 per patty at the grocery store. So if I buy in bulk, and then the buns are maybe like 50 cents each. So I'm paying about $2.50 for just this thick, well fried, fresh, homemade, organic burger. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. So good. Maybe $3 if I'm getting a lactose free butter, which I should be doing. I don't. So I haven't gone to Whole Foods in months for my organic stuff. But anyway, I need a grill like this in order to do that, because I'm trying to do this on the bent one, and it's not working. All the grease is falling out of the pan because it's tilted. I can only cook on two of the corners at a time, so those burger buns don't get that heated, and the meat, it's questionable as if it's cooked all the way. So it's a crying shame. It's a crying shame. But I mean, whatever. But anyway, I need one that's a little deeper than this. You went deep. Yeah, this is deep. Look at that. That's so deep. Oh my god. It's so deep. I could make my soup in that. Oh, so good. Oh my god. I need it. I need it. I need it. Oh my god. It's so good. Why is it so good? So I'm going to buy one of these. Our relationship with our grill pans, it's complicated. Stop personifying everything. Oh my god, these people stretch for like what the right article's about. I just want to write short stories. That's all I want to do. I found my short story that I did write on stream one time. Ooh, I have. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Shinra Tensei. Oh, hell yeah. Heck yeah. Oh my god. Hell yeah. So I named this picture Shinra Tensei. This is an attack he's doing. So I named this picture Shinra Tensei. And then I named this picture Shinra Tensei, but without the space. Final names are so creative. This is from Naruto. This scene was awesome. There's a lot of things I like, I guess. What other pictures do I have? Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. I'm 23 kills and only 7 deaths. Oh, man. I single-handedly won this. Because that's plus 16. So I got 16 more kills than my deaths, which means I earned my team 16 points above the enemy. And we only won by 10. So if I wasn't in the team, if I didn't do this well, we would have lost. So, awesome. I have this picture. This is that soundproof building. It's like 12 grand. It's like $12,000 to get this for yourself. So I want to, my goal in life is to find out, I want to find out what material they made this from. What are these walls? And then find a cheaper version of that to buy in bulk, and then just make a room out of that. I just want a full room, bedroom, or whatever that just has this soundproof stuff in it. Because right now when I stream and I talk on mic, my voice reverberates through the walls, and most of the time my family can hear that I am talking, but they can't understand what I'm saying. Sometimes if I talk too loud, as I do, they then they can hear exactly what I'm saying. Plus, my voice apparently goes through the air vents as well, but which is unfortunate. But anyway, they have this old personal room here. I can imagine being in this room, doing my stuff, have a TV hanging here, maybe. And then when I want to go to sleep, you take out a futon mattress and you just lay it on the ground and you go to sleep. That's what I do. Right? The only thing this doesn't have is like a toilet and a shower. So, in fact, you could have like a little door here and have like an extra section, have like a toilet with a shower thing in it. That'd be cool. Small Japanese apartment bathroom. So they have this. Oh wait, no, it's not this. It's there's a smaller one. God, I want a bidet. There's one where like you can swivel. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. So basically the shower's up here. And so in order to block the toilet, this sink, see, it has an under compartment. So the sink actually swivels to block the toilet from getting water. And so you have a little extra space in order to take a shower. So the shower will rain down on you. The sink will be out of your way. So then you have this amount of leg room to take a shower. And then all the excess water is going to go down the sink. And then there's a hole in the floor as well, but for the water to drain. But this is like, this is like the smallest bathroom imaginable, right? But bathroom with shower. So it still has your toilet, it still has your sink, and then you swivel the sink to cover the toilet when you want to take a shower. So it's one of those concepts, which I think is very creative, really creative. And so I imagine with this, what the hell? Okay. With this, you could add a side room here with a little door blocking it, like a sliding door blocking it, and put one of these bathrooms there, and then you have a full living space. I mean, you could hang up like a portable, like one of these griddles here. One of the portable ones. The what is it like? No, maybe. One of these, right? You could have one of these just hanging up on the wall there, for when you want to cook, little air exhaust vents for the smoke, all that sort of stuff. A little mini fridge to keep your ingredients, and a little bathroom. You could live in this thing. You could completely live in a thing this small with a little extra section here. Have the chair, have a place to hang up the chair. Have a place to hang up the chair when you lay out your futon and go to sleep. So, and don't have this little shelf here, and then you can have like a couple pairs of clothes hanging up on the wall next to your cooking equipment. All this stuff, you could live in this thing. It'd be pretty cramped, and hopefully you don't have claustrophobia, but you could live in this thing. There's electrical outlets. You can make it work. I can make it work for sure, 100%. I can make it work. It is like the quarter of the size of my bedroom, but you can make it work. You could, especially with this, you can make it work for sure. For sure. Anyway. What else do I have? this this is from Nathan For You, the show I was talking about yesterday. It's hilarious. Look at this picture. He looks so stressed out. And there's a little door. He's standing next to a tiny door that says premium TV section with this tiny little doorknob. It's a door for ants. It's like your pet. It's like your pet dog will go in. It's like a dog door, right? He's just standing here in formal attire, looking really just stressed out. If you guys, there is no way that you guys could understand what is going, why is this situation happening What is the context for this? There's no way you could know based off of just this image alone. There's no way you could tell anything, right? That's what makes the show so great. It starts off with this crazy idea and it just escalates until it becomes like unrecognizable anymore. It's awesome. I love this show so much. I haven't watched this episode yet. I watched a portion of this episode on YouTube. So this is Nathan For You TV, I guess you would look up. I don't know. It's a pretty funny episode. Oh, oh yeah, I didn't have a. Huh. Anyway, what else do I have? What is this? What the hell? Oh, this is my logistics thing where, I drop ship. I use an airplane to drop ship storage containers next to cities, so you don't have to use boats or trucks or anything. Not a solution. What else do I have? A is a comfy one. I got a my shower curtain is of this picture. So this is a great picture. This is from One Piece. This exact picture didn't happen in One Piece, but it's a really well done art. So this picture is really comfy. I like it. Maybe I'll make this my background. What else do I have? Oh yeah, I took I posted to 4chan that I posted to 4chan that my life has devolved to browsing gamer girls on Fiverr. And people were like, dude, the people on here are sad, but this takes it to the next level. And then in order to reinforce the story of me, being so lonely, I gotta hire e-girls. I took this screenshot and I posted it, and then someone commented and I replied saying like, dude, I've just been spending all night listening to the audio introductions of different gamer girls. And I made up this whole thing about like, oh, I'm pretending to, that they're actually talking to me or whatever, because this is the most female interaction I'm ever gonna get, is listening to girls little, to gamer girls short previews of them saying they want to play games with me. I said something like that, and just everyone's just like, "Oh my god, you are this is the saddest thing I've ever heard." And mind you, this is a 4chan forum of lonely guys, and they're like this. There's lonely, and then there's this. I tried to time it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I timed it to where I took the screenshot while I was playing one of them, so it actually looks like I'm in the middle of listening to one of them if you look closely. But I don't know if anybody looked that closely. Anyway, Battle Buddy is dead. Like, I can't find like anybody who actually uses this. So, see, last seen 2021. So when did I take this screenshot? This is when I had my gaming PC. Where is it? I took this in January 3rd of this year. So, yeah, these people haven't been on for months. So, someone started commenting there's apparently a conspiracy or whatever with this. Oh, this girl's name is Isla. Huh. My main character girl for my story idea, I came up with the name Isla for it. I thought it fit the character, but apparently that's a real name. I didn't know it was a real name. I never heard the name Isla before. But it do be like that. What is this image? Someone born as a man versus a female who's transitioned into a male. Find the differences between these two pictures. They're the same picture. Oh, by smart people. Oh, Smart people know that if you transition into a man, then you're the same as if you were just born a man in the first place. Oh, smart people know that, huh? fucking, fucking this. Why do I have this saved? Why did I say? Oh yeah, that's right. I was posting to 4chan. I was posting to 4chan, and so I was. There was some transgender hate thread or something like that, and then I posted these two pictures, and I was like, why don't people accept me or whatever? I don't know. I was lying about being a transgender person. Some simp in the thread was like, "Oh, if you really are a trans person, just don't listen to all the haters. You do you, blah blah blah." Right? He's trying to be like supportive and uplifting and stuff about it. It's like, dude, like, shut up. Stop being such a simp. Oh hell yeah. Oh yeah, I was getting image blur, or I was getting the halo effect on some of these dark effects on my TV. So I was trying to test it. I'm getting the faintest halo effect here, but it's not. It's like it's hardly noticeable. So I think this image looks worse on my 4K TV. Honestly, what else did I save? That was a comfy image. Some girl in plain clothes is, or I mean, questionable gender in plain clothes. So looking out of an apartment. Everyone wants these nice. Everyone wants to live like a really like a shut-in lifestyle in one of these nice apartments. I understand, but it's like if you're a shut-in, you're not going to be able to afford the expensive rent on one of these nice apartments looking over the city. People pay a premium for this. People who work all the time and are therefore never home are the ones who are buying these comfy apartments because they're working all the time, so they're rich enough to afford these apartments. They come home like at midnight to go to sleep, and before they go to bed, they can look out of here for like 5 minutes a day. That's what they use this for. That's what they pay $4,000 a month to live in the Sky Needle in Seattle in order to do. They don't live in the Sky Needle, but the high rise apartments. That's what they do. That's what they do. It's terrible. It is terrible. Let's see, what else do I have? What else do I have for you guys? Not gonna make it. I think that's it. That's all the images I have on here. I mean, I have a couple. I have a couple comfy ones. Oh, there we go. It's a Toho character in like an abandoned swampy area. How serene. I think I showed this picture on stream before. It's a comfy picture. I like. Oh yeah, and I think my webcam was actually blocking this side. I had to describe like, okay, there's a guy on a horse here looking out. So I like these pictures of the dude, of like a person just like small, and they're looking out onto the giant landscape. I really like pictures like this, where this is a girl. It's the same concept though, right? They're looking out onto the giant landscape in front of them. I really like pictures like this, so it gives you that sense of wonder and magic and adventure. Or that awe that I want to explore. I'm here. I want to go over there. I want to go climb this mountain to get to the castle. I want to climb to the peak of this mountain and look over everything that look over the landscape in the valley that I was just at the bottom of. You know, things like that. I've described that feeling to you guys before. No, there's a little castle. There's a little lookout tower up here. That reminds me of this specific like waterfall and stuff reminds me of in Breath of the Wild, the Zora domain. You know, the water place where it was always raining, and you had to climb the waterfalls with your special armor. This little waterfall area sort of reminds me of that. The three waterfalls here and the big one. I expect there's a Lionel who's shooting electric arrows at the top of this big hill here. That you have to go up the waterfall and then go collect his arrows because you're not strong enough to kill him yet. I imagine that. So, and there was the Zora Domain Castle, a little lower, but still on a high rise, but not exactly like this, obviously. But still, it gives a little bit of those vibes. Ooh, and the clouds that aren't that the mountains are actually piercing over. It's awesome. I love it. God, it fills me with such like wonder and this sense of exploration. I want to go here. I want to traverse this. Right? I want to climb to the top of the mountain and then pull out Link's paraglider and just jump off and just soar. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what we're talking about. What's this image? MyNextMove.com. You know what I felt like doing recently? I felt like doing a typing test. It's all over now. You didn't listen. Man, we didn't listen, guys. Meteors are falling towards the planet because we didn't follow Ron Paul's advice on how to do politics. Oh, what's left? I have this one. I just have a picture of freaking Hatsune Miku drinking Monster Energy. What the fuck? What is this, Adderall? This is the medication. This picture is so silly. I guess it's a comfy image. I don't know where I'm finding these. Anyway, I do need a griddle. Nervous Man Interview.jpg. That's all the images I have. Well. Do I have anything in my downloads? Nope. Oh well, what background image did I put? Oh, I didn't change it. I still think this could work. But, it's... it might need a little bit of adjustments. I thought about this for the past week. And I was like, okay, there's a few flaws in this. There's, first of all, the TV isn't positioned correctly, so what I would need to do is, I would probably push this whole TV setup more to the right, move the kitchen over here, and have it not indent. I would probably have it, like, over here, and then, the whole point of the reading room was that you were capturing some of the sunlight from outside, but I'm thinking for a quiet space to read, I probably don't want sunlight, so I wouldn't mind moving this over here. Like over here, yonder, whatever, but I mean, worst comes to worst, I can move it over here and then reposition the children's independent living space. So I don't know about having the kids, the teenage kids, live on their own, detached from the house or whatever. It would depend on how the kids are behaving. If the kids are independent enough, then you could allow it or whatever, right? But if they're not, if they still need like life guidance and whatnot, then you're gonna have to include them to here. But kitchen over here, and I'd have the bedrooms over here. That could be repurposed to reading rooms once they move out. But the toilet idea is still the same. It's you can roll over on your bed, and then the whole thing is like a three-part mechanism that the room, and it lifts up, and it's like 1, 2, 3, and then there's a little hole for the toilet there. So, because I hate having to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, because the very act of me getting up out of the bed and going to the bathroom wakes me up, and it takes me a while to go back to sleep afterwards. So something like this would decrease the amount of like movement and energy I need to use in order to go to the bathroom, because you can just roll over and the mechanism's right, and it's right there, and it just sits you up so you're in proper pooping position. Proper pooping position. It's the PPP. But yeah. So anyway, as far as this meal goes, I think I have the recipe down. I just need the quantities of meats. These are the ones I'm going to be cooking today, but he doesn't say how much meat he's using. I guess from the picture it's just 2 slabs of it. Okay. So 2 pounds of tomatoes. God, that's gonna be expensive. Most of the stuff is pretty cheap. A whole bag of dried chilies are like $5 or $6 each, and it's gonna be more than 5 of them, so I can use it for multiple servings or whatever. I really want this. Yeah, where the hell am I supposed to get tomatillos? in Rancho Palos Verdes. Okay, yeah, I would love to. Can I shop for these? Like, okay, they do sell them. 35 pounds. Why would I want 35 pounds? What the frick? Anyway, their green sauce is made from tomatillos, garlic, pepper, cilantro, and avocados. That looks pretty decent. It's they take they char the tomatillos, and then in the same pan they char the garlic and the pepper, and then they use raw avocados, and they put it on the blender. Actually, that's really easy. I just need a good blender. I have a Ninja blender. It doesn't do that great of a job, so I'm really gonna have to like work at it. But I'm not buying a new blender for this. It looks so freaking. The meat looks so good. That meat looks so freaking good. Oh my god! It just boils. It's just cooked. It's just cooked. Oh my god. Okay, the fact that it's still boiling means that he left it on high heat, or at least medium high heat, the entire time that it was cooking. So he was actually cooking it like a slow cooker sort of thing. So, it looks so fucking good. Oh my god, it looks so good. Just eat the meat. Just eat the meat. It's just. I could technically make this in a day. I mean, I could cook the consomme soup in the morning and then let it rest in the fridge until almost dinner time, and then it should have that fat on it. Considering that these dudes are eating it what looks like to be the night, then it seems like the chef put these in. You know, he waited 24 hours because he cooked it the previous day and then left it overnight, and then they're eating it at night. So he did let the meat and the soup rest for a full day. So I don't think, doing like 7 or 8 hours in advance is gonna cut it necessarily. It could. It might cut it a bit, or it might, work out, but I don't want to risk it. But it's one of those things where instead of like overnight in the fridge, I could just do it like I could prepare everything in the morning and then in the evening, and then, and then cook it for dinner. So, but I'm so freaking hungry. Oh my god. What else was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna play my game on stream. Hell yeah. Oh, I love this picture so much. Just all of the things about it, the ground shaking, the air, like, weighing down, her just freaking determined look. Like, she's pushing down the ground with the force of her energy, but she's not even phased by it. She has one objective, and it's to kill us all. Kill us all. This fucking guy. LMAO. Anyway, Gia Alabaster. Someone liked the name Gia, and then Alabasta is, Alabasta. So it's clear where those influences come from. I got schooled on Birria tacos. Such a clickbait title. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, so good. Boom. Legends of Eidolon. Here we go. Let's play, boys. Let us play. I haven't eaten anything today. I've just been sipping on this coffee for the past 3.5 hours. You know what I want to do? I want to take... They had the really good image of... Yeah, this one. So what I'm going to do here is... Here we go. There we go. Perfect. All right. And then we're going to go paint. And we're going to go boom. Just like that. And it took a screenshot of both my screens, so I'm going to have to crop this. There we go. You want to get it precise. I'm taking so many screenshots in my day. Rotate. My stomach is growling. Oh my god. How does that look? Looks perfect. There's a little black border at the top. is gone. Awesome. For the most part. I can't tell. Damn it. Oh, whatever. Berea. Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. You have no idea. Oh my freaking god. Oh. Oh. Yeah, fucking whatever, dude. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that. So, looks so freaking good. Oh my lord. It looks so good. It looks so good. I want this so bad. I want it so bad, guys. You have no idea. 2 weeks ago is when I saw my first video on BDS. That's when I first heard about it. The fact that it's going to be the fact that I have to wait another 2 weeks before I can actually make this is, it's going to be a full month that I have to wait. Like, I'm determined. I've done my research. I found all the ingredients. There's a grocery store in my city that sells them. I know where it is. I just need to go there, get the ingredients, put 2 days aside in order to make this. I just need to do that. Oh my god. I'm so hungry. So hungry. God damn it. I want this so bad. It looks so fucking good. Oh my god. The fact that the meat is so tender and shredded, and the cheese is so ooey gooey, and it's so greasy, and they fried the corn tortilla in the fat solid, in the melted fat solid chunks of the specially created soup. Oh my god, you guys have and you can dip it in the consomme soup as well when you eat it. Oh, you guys have no fucking idea. You guys have no idea how good this looks. I mean, you guys do have an idea. You're looking right at it, but oh, God bless this country. Hell yeah. Anyway, the game crashed. Oh my god, I need this. I need this. It's so good. Oh my god, I hate that I have to wait in order to get this. Can this game launch, please? Here we go. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Anyway, so for this game, I was actually watching some videos on it. And, it get her done. It, oh, he added a early game. He added a little guide. That's smart. There's a lot of people who start this game who don't know what to do. In fact, you should join the Discord. The developer actually was banning a lot of people on the Discord. Defeat all the mimics. I don't wanna. I gotta forfeit that quest. Codex, quests. Oh, that was it. Forfeit quest. Okay. Let's see here. I just gotta go back there. There's a special drop that those guys dropped that I gotta get. Let's do alchemy. Nope. Oh yeah. 20% chance failed. texted me? Oh, the spam messages are starting again. Alright. Eight. No. They can have it. Alright. We'll get that. Very good. Gotta go back to town 1 every time I want to do something. Alright. Deposit. Very nice. Go faster. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Codex, quick reference, tasks, nothing here. Catch 50 bugs. And send a private message to a friend. I can't do either of those. Hey, got some gems. Okay, cool. Players. Oh. Hey, that's convenient. That is the menu item that I need. New stuff. Added nightmare bosses. Unique wings. Card packs contain nightmare bosses. Okay. Changed the chat button to players. Okay. Added a next happy hour timer. Slightly changed the position of some lab bonuses and jewels. Disabled 2x tap in dungeon. Fixed an issue. Earn rare gold session. Fixed description of tool power alchemy bubbles. Or they didn't mention. Okay. Alright, cool. I want to see if... What the hell's a D-pass? Cards and balls. What's a D-pass? Get an additional +3 dungeon runs every week forever. 12 free per week. Oh, I see. So 20 of them, which means you get 60 extra dungeon runs. Nice. Not like I do dungeons though. There was one that I wanted to buy that was AFK. Nice. How much, $1,400? Wow. Alright. Let's see here. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. Oh, I haven't, points left -2. What the hell? Why? I'm gonna have to message the developer, ask him if I can get. There's a AFK gains bundle that I wanted, but I couldn't get it. Or well, I waited on getting it, and then whatever. But I do want to take some of these and some of these to this guy. Desert Dunes. Boo 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 boo. Catching. Here we go. Sure, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's see here. So what can I get? I need something that increases damage. What are my attacks here? Okay, so there's this, this, and this. So I can assign these. What if I do this and then go back to... Okay, so when I have this on, it gives me that extra damage. I see. Is that going to be worth it? For terrorizing air, which Seagull monsters deal 30%. Magic shot ball. I don't know what to increase. Whatever, I'll just leave it. Or, well, nah, I'll... Are you fucking kidding me? I'm trying to let me play the game. No. Come on, come on. It's not the stream, it crashes often. I gotta just... I have to look it up later. I gotta go back to the peanuts and kill them. Okay, good. World 1 peanuts. Here we go. Oh. Okay. Boom. Boom. Alright, now I can teleport over here. On... Oh, whoops, talents. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Okay. Alright, assign attacks, go here, here. Wait, what did I put points into? Oh, messed that up, okay, here. Alright, cool. That's good. These are cool. $52,000. Nah, whatever. Alright, we're gonna play menu. Who do I want to do? Fierce Guy Ejo. Okay. Oh my god. Holy crap. So we're collecting these, and then these, and then these, and then these. Very nice. Nice. Alright. There we go. Alright, cool. Let's go back. Full inventory. Pull all my nuts away. Yeah, I just gotta come back to this game every once in a while. 3,000 nuts. Very nice. I love nuts. Alright, we're just gonna go like this. Boom, just like that. And then we're also gonna go like this. %2 damage for every monster you kill over 100,000 times. The hell? What a stupid. Who's killing 100,000 monsters? Whatever. We're just gonna increase this. Okay, good. And then we're gonna save these points. Awesome. Actually, player stats. There we go. Sounds great. Okay, and then anvil, produce. We're doing this. 23 points. We're speeding it up. Okay. Map. We're going. Oh, where the branches end. Oh my god. Oh my god. Follow the engraving's advice. Press the little constellation at the bottom right branch. AFK here for 1+ hour. AFK info 67. No damage and 750. What the hell? 1,000. What the frick? Holy crap. Why would I AFK here for an hour? I mean, I can do it. Fucking whatever. What's my survivability? 27%? Really? What items do I have? Okay, well, to be honest, I can... I mean, whatever. I can do this. I can get 3 of these. Oh. This would be a good one to... At failed 2 of them, really? I failed 3 of an... It's an 80% chance, and I got the 20% failure 3 times in a row. What the fuck? Dude, that's so gay. Ugh, okay. That's so gay. This person was not born straight. Fine, I guess I'm gonna buy 2 of these now. I failed 3 at an 80% success rate. It's unbelievable, dude. Okay. We'll just buy 2 of these. We're not doing these pants, though. We're just gonna be doing... Okay, good. Talents. I want to increase wisdom by a bunch. There we go. And then we're also going to do accuracy ones. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, and 5. Okay. Do I already have accuracy? I do. So 3. Why is this 6? There we go, 3.2% accuracy. So what's my accuracy at right now? It's 358. I believe I did make some mistakes here on the point distribution, which is fine. Now we're gonna go, at least I'll survive. I can AFK for 1 hour here. My hit percent is a 25% chance, which means I'm going to get significantly more experience per. Whatever, okay. Let's fight more nuttos. 6,000 kills, very nice. Very nice, and then we'll collect some of these, very good. Alright. Very nice, okay. I do have a buttload of defense. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go here, deposit. Well, I don't know how much that was. How many? I do have 83 leather right now, which is pretty nice. Oh my god, okay. So we're gonna go 2 and 3. Fantastic. We're gonna put this back. Oh, I don't even have it. Okay. .6% accuracy. That's fine. We'll keep this. There's nothing I can really throw away though, is there? If I go here to this, 1,500. Gods. 4,000 corn kernels. How much am I gonna need to fight the poops? AFK info. Oh, wait. I need 158 defense? Jesus Christ. Why? Why are they so powerful? You have a 17% survival rate. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Just... I do have enough accuracy. We're gonna dump more points into here. And... wow, that's a lot. Okay, and then we'll just teleport. So we can do the hour-long play session here. AFK here for 1+ hours, okay. And we'll turn auto on, and we will... AFK info, 12k. I have a 17% hit rate. We can increase that. Now, I have doubled that hit rate, and I have doubled the experience I'm getting. Very nice. Need more MP. Nice. Cool. Alright, and then we can go to players and go to him. Boom. Oh, look at me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, cool. I need to get rid of an item to pick up these gems. Very nice. And then we're going to use them. And then I need to pick up this candy. 12-hour time candy. Very nice. Those are expensive. Alright, let's go. I did unlock the next place. The Good Place. TV show on Netflix. Oh. No room for my 12-hour candy. How about if I do 2, and then 3, and then just 1. See if that works. Requires 2, and then 3. Very nice. Okay, and then I can just put the candy there. Candy, and I'll keep this for my guy. Nope. Talents, we're gonna level up. Mining efficiency, pickaxe, golden food, base strength. Oh, that does nothing. Alright, there we go. And then... Alright, I'm just gonna dump skills into this. Alright, and then those are good, and I can go up. Oh, actually, I wanted to here we go, 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 let us feel and grow. We won't be alone, we're unstoppable. We're in place to show this is what we're for. This is what we know. You ain't coming to life, it's not breathing. Hanging over the heart, he's gotta see it. Oh, nice. Alright, we're gonna buy all these. And then we're gonna buy some of these. Good. Ah, shit. Did I? Even if we fall, we'll rise up and we go on the path to me. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even. Boom. Oh my god, look at how fast I killed that thing. You guys remember last time I would be there for like a whole like 3 minutes to try and kill it. But now it's like 20 seconds. It's because I actually like I looked up how to make my character powerful with what I had, and it you know, knowing what to put your skills into makes all the difference. So I have to do 10 runs of this today. I'm probably gonna get through it pretty fast. There we go. We're already 3 down. Oh my god. That was so quick. Holy crud. And we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we're reaching. All you need to know is that we're holding on. Oh my god. So fast. So fast, in fact. Nah, whatever. I don't need to go back to town. It's too lazy for that. He puts up his heel thing up there, but he can barely even keep up. He can't even keep up. What a loser. What a loser. Boom. Boom. Haha, dead. LMAO. LMAO. Yeah, we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we're reaching. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path. Hope you all enjoying the stream. I guess. I guess. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Yeah, we follow the path and we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we're reaching. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we're reaching. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. They rise up from the dust and clean the throat. Yeah, 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. Bam 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 bam. We rise up from the dust and clean the throat. The world is full of wonder. It's full of magic and memories. It's like a bottle in a sun. It's so majestic. It's so serene. As we watch the ocean waves upon a piece of gaze, I'm on a sacred place. Do 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 do. Close my eyes to hear the sound. Feel my feelings off the ground. We want to fly away. We fly up, do 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 do. We fly away. Do 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 do. We fly away. Let's see here. I'm good. Okay. Quick deposit. Cool. Okay. And then I do have these thingies. What can I get rid of? Is it time to get rid of my average life potions that I can't ever seem to find? It might be. It might be time. Or maybe it's time to get rid of my corn kernels. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. Corn kernels. Here we go. Dragon cell. Fantastic. Alright. We're going to the tree. Wait, why am I taking damage? 69? Damage requirement? What the heck? Oh, we're dumping all our points on Winston. First of all. But then... Have I not upgraded? I haven't upgraded my iron boots. Okay. I probably should have checked that before I left. As we watch the ocean waves on the sacred gaze. Failed. Success. 67. Naza. Naza daro. 67. Can I make Amarak boots out of this? I don't want to spend the leaves, to be honest. Can I make gold boots? Can I make gold boots? Oh my god. Upgrade slots 3. Why do I need 69 defense specifically? No, there's nothing I can do. Can I make... Okay. These suck. What I want to do is I want to make coal miner pants. 12 defense? Oh, that's so much better than my current 2. Now, what do I need for those? 200 iron ore and 3 torn jeans. Oh, that's such an easy requirement. 1, 2, 3. And then 200. Oh, well. 94. There we go. Such an easy requirement. Why haven't I been using this? Weird. Weird. Super weird. No, do this. Okay, these ones are already upgraded, so I'm just gonna do that. And then 69 defense. 69, hey! Can you zoom mature? Here we go. Alright, AFK info. 100% survivability. 12,000 experience. Fantastic. Go auto. Do this and roll the dice. And it didn't work. Alright, good. There we go. So now we should have 1, 2, 3 people fighting. How many more do I need on this guy? How many more kills do I need on this guy? Okay. Time for my Slim Fast. 1,200? 1,300? Holy hell. $269 per hour. I'm 5 levels off from unlocking a new character. I need everyone to level up once. Ridiculous. Anyway, that's the game. Oh boy. It's nice because it's an AFK game. So if I okay, you guys can still hear me. All right, good. So if God, it looks so delicious. So if I you know, I just have to log in once or twice a day, which I do have to come back at about probably 4:45. We'll set a timer. I don't know if I'll hear this, to be honest. But you know, I'm gonna set it on my phone. There we go. It's an idle game, so you know you do your stuff, and then you log out, and then by the next time I log in, my characters have made a bunch of progress, and then I can do my next bit of stuff. I log in for what, 20 minutes, take care of all the characters, get them to their next thing to do, and then I can turn off the game and they'll do it all in the background while I go through my regular life. And so then I only have to visit the game like once or twice a day. In order to make progress. So it feels like it gives me that sense of progression that makes that I like in video games, but it doesn't require like a time commitment on my part. So yes, I have been playing for like 2 weeks, and I don't feel like I've actually been playing that much, but and you know, it's faster to level up one of the characters while in the game. So over this past week, I've been having my computer on or my phone running with the game open on one of the characters so that they can get extra progress, and I'll have that in the background while I'm on the PlayStation playing Rocket League or whatever. So that's nice. But anyway, I suppose it's time for my homework. I have a homework assignment. Um, I have to choose a research topic, so I have to choose a research topic to do, to write a long paper on, 8-page paper. Don't know why it has to be 8 pages, but fucking whatever, right? It's like at high school, right? If the teacher was like, "Oh, write a 3-page paper," it's you're like, "Oh." And like the longest paper I think I got in high school was 5 pages that I had to write, and that was ridiculous. That was like it took me like all month to write that. It's so bad. I procrastinated on that so much. 5 pages, holy crap! Even though it's double spaced. But in one night I wrote a 4-page argumentative letter or whatever, so it's not like that big of a deal. But this paper has to be 8 pages. It has to be double that length. And I really busted my balls to write the last assignment, so and that was only half as long, so it's terrible. But so I'm probably not. I'm gonna do everything that they require, but I'm not gonna hit 8 pages. I'll probably hit like 5, and the teacher's gonna be like, "Oh, this wasn't long enough." I'll be like, "Well, it sucks." Take what I can get with it. But I wonder if she graded my thing. I did turn it in a couple days ago. Let's see here. Nope, she didn't grade it. I did give her a comment. I said apologies for turning this in late. It's been a rough couple weeks for me. I hope I can earn some partial credit for this assignment at least. Thank you. On my last assignment that I turned in like a week late, she said, "Thank you for your work on this assignment." Like she was like desperate for people to, because she sent out like a class-wide email saying, "Oh, those of you who haven't turned it in, I extended the deadline or whatever." Okay. I think, yeah, so, alright. Let's see here. What does she want for this paper? This essay must be written in argumentative mode. You will incorporate research into it. The primary purpose of this argumentative essay is to convince readers to think the way you do about a subject. To accomplish this goal, you must establish a reasonable and thoughtful argument supporting a position on an issue. APA title page and text citations. Introduction, which includes your thesis. Body paragraphs that state your reasonings with supporting evidence. Refutation, acknowledge the opposing view, but explain why your position is the correct one. A conclusion, and a reference page with a list of sources. You are allowed to select your own topic for this assignment. If you would like topic suggestions, please ask. I'll gladly be of assistance. You must have at least 5 reliable and appropriate authoritative sources in a variety of formats, published within the last 5 years. Avoid the use of Wikipedia. I'm just going to use all internet sources. I don't care. They're like, oh, variety, like go to the freaking library to rent out books or whatever. Not doing that. Oh, well, I could probably find like academic journals on Google has like a section where you can search for academic papers. So I'll probably just search that. Support your position with evidence. The following different ways to support your argument. Facts. Powerful means of convincing. Statistics. Be sure your statistics comes from responsible sources. Always cite the sources. Quotations. Direct quotations from leading experts effectively support your position. Examples. Examples enhance your meaning and make your ideas concrete. They are the proof that backs up your point. Double-spaced 1-inch margins, Times New Roman, 12-size fonts, APA guidelines, title page and page numbers, reference page, in-text citations and reference page. Should be 8 pages, not including the title and reference. Avoid using first and second person. Must be written in third person. This assignment should be an original creation for this course session, and not a reworking of any previous essay submission from any prior course experience. So I can't just reuse my last semester's paper that I did, that I worked my butt off on. Gotta do a new one. The assignment should also include a large amount of the student's own ideas and words, rather than merely a linking together of a series of quotes or paraphrases. Can you imagine? Oh, this person said this, and then this other person agreed with that person, and that's the whole paper. The bulk of the paper is your own opinion, which I'm fine with. I can form opinions. It's easy. I can spin things properly. I just have to find source. So I'm not doing that today. What I'm doing today is issue selection and preliminary argument statement. After you've selected your research topic, compose a well-developed paragraph identifying your topic and the purpose of your research paper in about 250 to 300 words, about 1 page. Include mention of what specific points or topics you envision your research paper and what kind of research you will still need to find. You can also include an explanation on how your thinking on your topic and purpose has or has not changed as a result of completing this assignment. Your main objective is to explain how you envision the paper coming together for you. The use of personal I statements are perfectly fine for this assignment. Part 2. Formulate a preliminary thesis statement that you will use for your argumentative research paper. The thesis should indicate to the reader the side of the issue being supported. You will have time as your paper comes together to revise your thesis as needed. Avoid using I statements when drafting the thesis. It's not in the form of a question. Okie dokie. Wait. There are 2 parts. Wait. Why wouldn't she just include in your intro paragraph, include your thesis statement? Because that would make sense. Whatever. I'll just do it in a separate paragraph. I'll make it distinct. Half of the points for this assignment are just forming my thesis statement. I mean, it's easy to come up with a thesis statement. There's free points there. The thing is, with this actual research paper, I could just simply do like 1 paragraph where I state the issue, state my thesis statement, and include a source of the research. And I would be able to get like 1/3 of the points on the research paper just with any I do it in good grammar. It's like less than a page, whatever. I could just do that. I could just state. I mean, I could do this essay like crap, right? Because I've seen like students do this where the teacher will be like, okay, you need a paragraph for each point, and you need to expand on it, and what else, yada yada yada, right? And I've seen students before. They'll do like, I don't know how you even fathom doing this, right? I guess I'm a perfectionist, but they'll screw it up so bad. They'll do 1 sentence for their thesis, or their whole paper is like this. They say the topic, they say what they're talking about in like 2 sentences, or in 1 sentence, and then their second sentence is their thesis statement, and then their third sentence is point 1 of the argument, and then their fourth sentence is point 2 of the argument, right? It's just 1 paragraph of just like point after point, but they don't elaborate on any of it. They don't actually go into the topic itself. They just state what it is, and then they don't lead up to their thesis. They just state it outright, and then they don't they put their first key point, but they don't expand on it at all. It's just one sentence, right? Oh, global warming's bad because it puts pollution in the atmosphere, and that hurts the atmosphere, and that's it. And then the next sentence will be global warming is also bad because it heats up the planet. And then they won't have and then that's it. And then they won't have a third point, and then they'll have a conclusion. So in conclusion, global warming's bad, right? It could be an 8-page paper, and they've done like half a page, half of one page. That's their whole essay, because they haven't expanded on what does the pollution do to the atmosphere? Why is it bad? Where's your research? Things like that. And I've seen teachers like get infuriated at these students for like, you didn't do this properly. Yeah, technically you have all the most of the parts, but you didn't expand on any of them. This isn't whatever, you didn't use your research, whatever. So the teachers will just throw it at the kid, say, okay, do it over again, and the kid will be like, but I don't understand. And it's like, oh my god, like I can imagine being a teacher and like just getting so frustrated at that, because it's like, what's there to understand? You said something, explain it, right? Global warming puts pollution in the air. What do you mean by that? Why is pollution bad for the air? What's it doing to the atmosphere? And then they'll be like, oh, it's destroying the atmosphere. Yeah, pollution comes from the factories. But they'll say it as if it's like this matter of fact. It's like, oh, I already knew this, so therefore it's common sense, so you shouldn't put it in the essay. And it's like, to most people, it's not common sense, right? The whole point of an argumentative essay is to state things that people already know, and then use those things that people already know in order to convince them of your argument, right? You're not introducing a new topic to somebody. Most people have this preconception, this at least a basic knowledge of whatever you're talking about. So you use that basic knowledge to your advantage, which means you need to include in your essay. But which is why I find it so easy to BS essays, because I could just state a bunch of crap that I already know. And then it's like, because of all this stuff that we already know, the issue's bad and I'm right, right? And then, there you go, right? But anyway, I could just do it like that. I could just do this essay like absolute crap, and I still technically followed the rubric, so whatever. But I'm too much of a perfectionist to do that. I'm the kind of person who, like, I'll outline what I need to do, and then I'll be like, okay, how can I tackle this next part of my outline? How can I tackle this next thing that I need to do? Or whatever. So, let's see here. They want me... Okay, they said argumentative research paper. Here it is. Oh. They put up all these modules, all these lessons for me to do in these college courses. I don't do most of them. I don't read through most of the material. I just read the assignment, and it's like, okay, like for English, for example, right? I read maybe like a quarter of the material that they provide, and that quarter is the only type that actually relates to the assignment. Like they have like 2 or 3 different lessons on like how to find research materials. It's like, I'm not gonna do that. I know how to use Google, so I'm not reading your silly thing, right? Or my communications class, it'll be like, oh, talk about the family dynamic in this video as your assignment. And so all I'll do, and the assignment and, the unit has like multiple lessons and yada yada. It has all this information that I don't need for the assignment. So all I do is I watch the video that the assignment wants me to watch, and then and then I look only read parts of the textbook that are relevant to the assignment, right? The definitions of the like what family dynamics am I comparing, things like that. So I only read like a portion of the textbook, and then I do the assignment, and he gives me an A on it, and it's like, and he's like, "Oh, make sure you read everything so you thoroughly understand." It's like I didn't read everything, and I don't thoroughly understand, but you're still passing me for writing whatever BS comes to my mind off of the little amount of knowledge that I was willing to digest in this course, right? This is so much easier than high school was. Because in high school, they taught you everything. You had to attend every class and listen to every lesson and do homework on every single lesson, right? Like, think about math class. They teach you a concept in math class, a math lesson, and you have to do classwork and then you have to do homework on that lesson. It's like hours of work every day for every lesson. And then they give you the test, and that lesson that you learned last week, last Wednesday, that took you like 2 hours to figure out and do the homework for, on the test, there's one question. One question pertains to that lesson. One question. Thursday's lesson, there's not even a question about it on the test. Friday's lesson, oh, there's 2 questions about it on the test. It takes you like 5 minutes. It's like, why did I waste all of last week when you weren't even, trying to understand this and do the homework if you weren't gonna put on the test? Or if you're gonna barely put on the test, right? It's like, they make you do so much work and they make you digest so much information just for you not to have to use it that much. Or just for you not to have to use it at all. Right? So, the nice thing about college is that you can skip. Right? It's like they give you the textbook and then they give you the assignments and you only read the parts of the textbook that pertain to the assignments. And college, it's just busy work. It's just busy work. They just want you to graduate because you're giving them money so that they give you a degree, but you technically need to do something to earn the degree. So and so they just, you do the work, you get the grade, you earn the money, right? The only reason that you wouldn't earn an A plus in an online college is if you didn't do the work. That's the only reason, right? It's like PE, right? The only requirement for PE is that you attend and you don't refuse the orders of the PE teacher. That's the only requirement. It's like PE class, except, it's busy work that you gotta do, right? You just do the assignments and you'll get an A. Right? It's so easy, especially for these introductory courses. I'm sure the harder courses when I get into my bachelor's is gonna be a little bit more. There's gonna be a little higher standards, but still, it's the same thing, right? It's like, I don't have to study. I just have to do the work. Whatever. It's like, it's easy, but it's tedious. That's what it is. So there is if you guys have heard of National University, I don't know where it's located. It's in America. National University. It costs a buttload of money. I mean, you're talking like, you want to get your degree, like 50 grand, right? It's pretty expensive. So, but the thing is, it's National University is known for the fact that you don't have to do any work. You literally pay them and you pick your classes and they'll say you attended the classes. All you have to do is attend them and do like the absolute bare minimum of like showing that you attended college, and they'll give you the degree. They'll pass you in every class. You don't even have to do all the work or do well on the tests. They'll still pass you. They'll still give you a passing grade. So you don't have to put in any effort at all. Like way less than what I'm putting in right now. Because National University, they just want your money. They just want your money and they want to give you something with your money, right? It's a customer transaction. I go to Walmart, I want a new toaster oven, I go buy the toaster oven. I give the cashier money, I take the toaster oven home, right? National University is the same thing, but with a college degree. You give them $50,000, they give you a degree. Except they can't do that directly because it's technically college and technically you had to earn it. So, but they make the requirements so bare bones low that you could just, that you can just, just not do it. You just technically be there, but not do anything, right? And they'll give you an A, and they'll pass you, and they'll give you the degree. So it's, I mean, things work like that. It's a money driven world. So, God, I'm just looking at in this picture. I'm looking at this side of the taco, where it's just gooey cheese and the tortilla is a little puffed up here. It's just this gooey, dense amount of cheese. It's like a cheese stuffed crust on a pizza. You guys know the cheese stuffed crust? Oh, it looks exactly like that. It looks so good. Oh my god. Talk about getting me sick. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up I want to look up recipes. I was gonna cook something for my mom. I already got her a gift, but pamper your mom with these lip smacking delicacies. What the hell? Why do they have a closed story thing? I don't want to close the story. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Pizza. Oh my god, do you have pictures? Or what? I hate this. I hate this. The top third of the screen is covered by their website name, their interface. The the left and right third of the screen is covered with advertisements for their other articles. The bottom of their screen is blocked by a button that wants you to close the story because they don't actually want you looking at the story. What the and I pressed it and it's gone. I can't. They really wanted me to look at this article instead. Oh my fucking god. What a bad website. It's so I get maybe this is like a quarter of the area of my monitor that I actually get to see the actual story. That's so bad. That is so bad. Why would you design a website like that? God, might as well fucking poop in my mouth or something. That'd be less painful than deal with this shit. I don't know. LA Times, whatever. Oh my god. Get out of my fucking face. Oh my god. I hate this. I hate this. I have ad block on and I'm still. If you're considering one of Lisa Boone's suggestions for what to do with your mom this Mother's Day, you will likely want to provide some substance before heading out on your adventure. It's gonna be a busy weekend in Southern California. Whether it's something to tide you over until you reach your destination or a full on feast because your homemade brunch is the event of the day, at least one of these Mother's Day favorites will be a great start. God, fucking shut up. Shut up. God, I'm getting annoyed at my own voice. Ooh, blueberry muffins. That looks good. What is that, a popsicle? Homemade donut holes? That sounds good. A quiche. Or a frita. French toast. And... God, get out of my fucking face. Silky scrambled eggs. Sure. I'll do French toast and scrambled eggs in the morning, and then... Oh, looks good. Fried eggs? Hell yeah. 50 minutes. Whatever time it says, like, oh, it's going to take 20 minutes to make this, I have to triple it. So I'm going to have to get up early and make this. Looks good. Adding a lightly sugared bowl of strawberries makes this a memorable meal. Eggs, milk, nutmeg. Where do I get nutmeg? A half a teaspoon of nutmeg. Oh, that's the powder. Salt, cornflakes. I'm gonna have to buy cereal. Where do the cornflakes come in this? Oh, it makes it crispy. It doesn't need to be crispy. Butter. White bread. Okay, it's 6 slices of white bread, but this makes 4 servings, I believe it said. It serves 4, but it's 6 pieces of bread. Okay, so you're doing bread, eggs, milk, and sugar. That's what this recipe is, with a little bit of seasoning. Combine egg, milk, nutmeg, and salt in a bowl, stirring briskly. Crumble the cornflakes slightly and spread them in a layer on a piece of wax paper. Dip, but don't soak, both sides of each sliced bread in the milk batter, and then press each slice of bread into the cornflakes to coat well. Why don't, instead of wax paper, why don't I just sprinkle the um, the cornflakes on top of the bread, and then just press it in with like a spatula? That seems like it'd be a lot easier than having to coat a piece of wax, spread the cereal on a wax paper. I mean, I guess if you want like an even look, I guess I could do wax paper. It's not like it's expensive. Melt 2 tablespoons of butter in a 12-inch skillet and fry 3 slices of bread until golden brown on each side. 2.5 to 3 minutes. 2.5 to 3 minutes each, or total? They don't tell you. I'm gonna have to make a first batch and mess up before. And cooking's about messing up, but it ruins my precise ingredient proportions if I screw up and have to throw something away or whatever, something doesn't get cooked or things like that, because I'm so worried about money. When done, sprinkle sugar on the top and keep warm in an oven while frying the other 3. 225-degree oven, no, whatever. And the remaining 2 tablespoons of butter. Damn, you're using a quarter stick of butter per 3 slices. Jesus. 6 slices of white bread would be cut in half, would be 12 halves, and if this serves 4, then 12 divided by 4 is 3. So they expect you to, I don't know about putting butter in the thing. They're saying 3 bread halves per person. I would only do 2 bread halves per person. That's a lot of bread. Is this how you make French toast? I've never made French toast before. Wavy sheets of buttery eggs. Use chopsticks. Beat the eggs in a small bowl. Oh, beat the eggs. Beat them real good. They deserve it. They've been a bad girl. This is really bad. Oh my god. Oh, you've been a bad boy. Do you need daddy to beat you? Yeah, these new eggs. You aren't beaten well enough for my scrambled eggs. Don't make me take out the belt. So bad. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm talking about in Minecraft, alright? I'm gonna beat the eggs in a small bowl in Minecraft, alright? What are we doing? Oh yeah, we're looking at recipes. Okay. Using the chopsticks, beat the eggs in a small bowl with a tiny pinch of salt until well blended with a few bubbles. Heat a skillet on medium until very warm. 1 to 2 minutes. You don't know how long my stove takes to heat up. Add half a butter and swirl to evenly coat the pan. Okay. When all but a pea-sized bit melts, reduce the heat to low and add the eggs. Let sit until a thin film sets on the bottom. Okay, I can't see the bottom. And then use chopsticks to pull in the film over the wet eggs. Stir once more, then add the remaining. What do you mean stir once more? There's a YouTube video on this. Not on this, but I've seen this before. Stir once again until the eggs are not quite set and very silky. Immediately slide. Okay, you know what? Best scrambled eggs. Here we go, Gordon Ramsay. Oh god, I can't watch a Gordon Ramsay video. God damn it. There's like a. All these are copyrighted. All these are copyrighted. I can't. This one. Here we go. This I want these eggs, Cantonese style. Oh my god, it's 6 minutes. 6 minutes to bake my freaking eggs. Anyway, don't those look really good? Holy crap, those look really good. This is the video I've been. This is the video that I want. Alright, am I gonna get banned on YouTube? Yeah, I get it. You know what? We're gonna have to just. Yeah, I get it. That you're wonderful. Oh my god, Gordon Ramsay. Yep. Yeah, you eat eggs. It's wonderful. Yep. And you're gonna put shrimp on it. Cool. That sounds delicious. I'll do that. I'll add shrimp on the eggs. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, so what am I doing? I'm doing French toast and these eggs with little shrimps on top. That sounds delicious. That's a good breakfast, right? A little bit of protein, a lot of protein, a little bit of sugary French toast eggs. Does shrimp go well with eggs? Dinner ideas and easy recipes. Oh my god. Hey there. Just a big old face. Hi there. They need to, oh my god, look how small the scroll bar is. What the fuck? Oh, it's a list. Okay. For some reason, I thought I clicked on one recipe. Oh my god, those look really good. I thought I clicked on one recipe and it's this long. Ooh. Asparagus, tomato, and feta salad. Nice. You know, at this point, I'm getting so ambitious. I'm gonna probably spend the same amount of time in the kitchen as I was going to with those burritos. Because I'm gonna be making French toast and these scrambled eggs, whatever they are. Plus, I mean, it would be cool if I made this salad with a serving of this salad with like a main dish like this. That'd be delicious for dinner. So asparagus, tomato, and feta salad. Let's start things off with a light and refreshing salad. How long does it take to cook? Cook. It's a salad. Simple dressing. I'm making my own dressing. Balsamic vinegar, olive oil, Dijon mustard. I do have Dijon mustard. I do believe I have olive oil. I'd have to check. I do need to buy olive oil for just other things. Oh, that's right. I don't have cooking spray. I have to get that too. I don't know if I have balsamic vinegar. Maybe I could find a small vial of it. Honey, garlic, salt and pepper. I think no one has garlic in their kitchen. I have like garlic powder, I guess. Yeah, whatever. You don't need to summarize it for me. I can read the recipe. So I need that ad or that I need that Google Chrome extension that eliminates the freaking life story that's attached to every recipe and it just skips to the recipe. There's a Google Chrome ad that does that. It's some dude who keeps getting pissed at seeing all these women. You know, they think their life story is so important. You know, that they gotta attach it to the recipe. It's vanity. I understand it now that I guess I'm a online personality or whatever. I stream, so I understand wanting to express yourself and tell other people about you, and the fact that you have a popular cooking website means that that's the perfect opportunity to talk about how great you think this recipe is. The vinaigrette is these things. The salad itself is asparagus, diced. Oh wait, she doesn't like asparagus. What can I replace asparagus with? Grape tomatoes? Oh, she doesn't like tomatoes either. This salad isn't gonna go well. Now that I think about it, she doesn't like. My mom doesn't like asparagus or tomatoes, so this is not gonna work. I like asparagus and tomatoes, and this looks like the most delicious thing in the world. Like, I would eat the salad every day, and honestly, like, I could do that, or I should be doing that to stay healthy. I got like a bundle of asparagus from the grocery store. It's like $4. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know what to do with it. I put it in the air fryer a couple of times, but it was only like a few sticks each. And I air fried it with a little bit of cheese on top, and I just chomped on it. But I guess I could have cut it up into little bits and then mixed it in with tomatoes and feta. I'll do that. Grape tomatoes, walnuts. Ooh, walnuts would be good. Toasted walnuts? Hell yeah. That'd be good. And then feta cheese. Yeah, nice. Add vinegar to the saucepan. Okay, so large pot to a boil. Oh, wait. Small saucepan. Bring the vinegar to a boil. What, it's the half-life of vinegar? 3 minutes. So when you're trying to, it's new. Allow it to boil until reduced by half. About 3 minutes. Reduced by half. What's reduced by half? Did the vinegar disappear? Or whatever. Pour into a jar or bowl. Add the olive oil, Dijon mustard, honey, garlic, and whisk until blended, while seasoning with salt and pepper to taste. Set aside. Add the asparagus to boiling water and boil for 4 or 5 minutes until tender crisp. Fill a medium mixing bowl with ice and cold water. What? Drain and immediately transfer. Wait, drain what? Oh, drain the boiling water from the asparagus and then add to the ice water for 10 seconds and then drain the asparagus. What? What is it? What does that do? Transfer to a bowl with tomatoes and walnuts. Drizzle vinaigrette over the top and toss lightly. Sprinkle half the feta on the thing, then plate and top with the remaining. Just so the feta doesn't brown from tossing with all the dressing. What did you mean by that? Shouldn't I do half of the feta in the bowl and toss it and then do the other half of the feta on my plate? Or should I not toss the feta? Whatever. I'll do what I want. And then... How many servings? This makes 7 servings. Wait, this is only... Oh, 2 pounds of asparagus? Who the fuck is gonna eat 2 pounds of asparagus? That's a lot. That is a lot. I hope this keeps for like a week, because I'm not gonna be able to eat. Like, I can only eat 1 serving of this a day. Like, I'm not, like, even I'm not gonna freaking, really 2 pounds of asparagus, but only 4 ounces of, only 1 cup of feta cheese. Is feta cheese that strong? It looks like they used more. It really looks like they used more feta. And surely don't plate the whole thing. You just plate a little serving of it, and I keep the feta to the side. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. How did they calculate this? How did they calculate how much vitamin A and C there are out of these raw ingredients? I'm more interested in that. If I could look at something at the grocery store and be able to tell exactly what the nutrient facts are, then that's like a superpower. A lot of fat, but it's probably good fat. Or it all comes from the vinegar. Yeah, 230. Most of those calories come from fat. They are really like, you want to get rid of all that fat and most of the calories. Don't add the vinaigrette. That's what it is. You can eat a plain green salad, and that's, you're not gonna be eating any calories. So. I read that homeless people, for homeless people, at least back in the day when they didn't pay you to be homeless, they homeless people had to eat, and so they would go to grocery stores and they shoplift. But they would shoplift things that were easy and didn't have barcodes. What's easy and doesn't have barcodes? Produce. So they would steal fruits and vegetables, basically, like oranges and heads of lettuce and things like that, and they'd bag them up and they'd leave. And they didn't get caught for the most part. But the thing is, just eating fruits and vegetables, you're going to be hungry. Why? Because fruits and veggies don't have calories. They don't have calories. I mean, you're not getting your nutrients from the meat and whatever in the first place, but, fruits and veggies don't have calories. So you can't you're not going to fill up on fruits and vegetables. You're still going to feel hungry and you're going to feel malnourished. Right? If you don't eat fruits and vegetables, you're going to feel malnourished. But if you only eat fruits and vegetables, you're also going to feel malnourished, right? Humans require a lot. we need protein, carbs, fruits, veggies, and calcium. It's so much. It's so much. I hate it. It's so hard to feed yourself. It's like, oh, they have instant meals that are all 5 food groups, but who has the money for that stuff? It's like, I'm not paying $6 for a little serving of something it's healthy. Anyway, just a whole jar of it. Whatever, if it's 7 servings, if the veggies last for a week in the fridge, then I could make this once a week as part of my meal prep. It wouldn't be bad. I do like asparagus and tomatoes. And feta cheese. And walnuts. And this vinaigrette sounds really good. So, it would be getting me a lot of fat. Which is actually, I do need fat calories. Because I don't eat too much. In general. Melt in your mouth chicken. That's a little classic. Another salad. Brussels sprouts. I don't know if my mom likes Brussels sprouts. Chicken piccata. Ooh, chicken piccata. That sounds good. I like some chicken piccata. Classic Italian dish of fried chicken cutlets cooked in a lemon butter sauce. Butter and lemon are already an irresistible combo, but the infusion of white wine makes it even more divine. This dish is also loaded with capers, adding an extra layer of texture and flavor. Capers? We won't do we don't need to do capers, to be honest. We can just do this over rice. Steak. I don't want to do steak. Salmon. Salmon's too basic. Mississippi pot roast. Ooh. That sounds good. Another salad. Yeah, I'm done with salads. I'm not going to make a salad. Crab cakes. Hey, crab cakes. I could do crab cakes. And by do crab cakes, I mean I can buy crab cakes from the grocery store and just throw them in the oven. There are probably like ready-made meals they just got thrown in the oven. They probably sell this chicken piccata at the grocery store, and I can just freaking... In fact, I'll look it up. Here we go, chicken piccata. Chicken piccata. We're going shopping. This is... Yeah, they do sell it. Kevin's Natural Foods. Where? chicken piccata and penne. It's just it's just a microwave meal of pasta with a little bit of chicken. That's not chicken piccata. According to this thing, it's not chicken piccata. Okay, where's the real grocery stores? There's Walmart, Instacut meal starter. Okay. Shipped $50 plus $20 delivery. What is wrong with you? Who's gonna pay $50 for a ready-made meal? Oh, the rich would. I earn a six-figure salary and I don't want to cook tonight, but I also don't like going to restaurants. Apparently, I could go to a restaurant with that money. I could take my whole family to a restaurant on $70, and we can all get chicken piccata, or the kids can get whatever they want. They don't have to eat it. Okay, where's Target? Oh, Target just sells chicken. It's just they're like, oh, you could make chicken piccata with this chicken breast. Ingenious. Ingenious. You never go wrong with classic chickens. Dishes. This looks really good. Okay, they did say I make time for this. Done in as little as 20 minutes. This recipe is a breeze. I can squeeze it into my hectic your hectic schedule of what? You run a food blog. Oh, whatever. I am in no shape to criticize other people. Not really criticism, but questioning. Oh. Amen. I got these bars. They're supposed to be slim fast meal replacement bars, but they don't fill you up. It doesn't feel like a meal. It's like less substance than one of my protein bars, and the protein bars say do not use as a meal replacement. It tastes good, but I'm gonna need like 3 of them to replace lunch. Fried chicken cutlets. White wine. We'll do white wine. The sauce is sublime. There's truly something special about the combo of butter, lemon, and white wine. Well, the nice thing is I have lemons, so I can always squeeze my own lemons because I have a lemon tree in my backyard. And it is summer, so a lot of them should be ripe. I gotta give it a crust. God damn it! I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't. I don't like frying things. I don't like breading things and frying them. But I guess if it's just flour, because okay, with frying, typically it's 3 parts. It's flour. You make your stations, right? I did this as a kid because my mom used to make fried chicken. She made panko chicken. It's a fried in soy sauce. It's a Japanese spin on chicken nuggets. But so she would always have me bread it. So it would be you take the piece of chicken, flour, coat it in flour, and then put in the egg and coat it with the egg. And then once it's got flour and once it's got egg on it, then you put in the panko, right? Panko breadcrumbs, basically. Then you coat it in the breadcrumbs. Then you put in your done pile, right? And then it goes on the fryer, goes on the frying pan. The issue is that when you cover it with flour, sometimes there are some empty spots and that don't get covered with flour. You don't notice that. And then you go to the egg, and some spots don't get covered with egg. You dip that whole thing in the egg, and some spots still don't get covered. There are some spots that just have it's a hole of flour, basically, with no egg covering it. And then you try to cover that spot with the egg, and the egg falls off. I've never seen this before. The egg falls off of the flour. It's supposed to absorb. It's a liquid, but it falls off. It's unbelievable. And so as a kid, I got I didn't get frustrated, but it was like it was a point of contention with me. I was like, oh my god, I didn't cover this right. And then obviously, if I go from the egg to the panko, those parts that didn't get the egg or the flour on them, the panko's not gonna stick. And so, and I'm such a perfectionist. I'm like, oh, I gotta cover every square inch of this. So, chicken breast is the same. I tried to do. I didn't do chicken. I did steak. Or not steak. I did. I like pounded meat. I did like a. I guess like a flank steak. I did like a flank steak. And so I took a bunch of ground beef, or I took like a flank steak, and I used a little hammer and a kitchen hammer, and I beat the meat. I beat the meat so hard. Um, and I was gonna say something, but I don't want to get in trouble. No trouble by who? By the YouTube police. The internet police are gonna come to my internet house and internet arrest me. But anyway, I and so I beat the meat. I pounded the meat with this meat pounder, and then I put it in flour and then egg, and then and then flour again, and then egg again, and then like breadcrumbs or whatever. I don't know. I don't remember the exact process, but anyway, and then I put it in the fryer. I filled the pan with oil, and then I tried to fry each one of them. I couldn't tell when they were done, and I ended up frying it too much, and the meat got hard. I guess really did not time it right, and so the meat got hard and chew and like really tough. It was terrible. That was my attempt at country fried steak. So it didn't work. I had wasted all this money, food stamps money, mind you, but still money. I'm making this dish. I spent like 2 hours in the kitchen, and it turned out to be terrible. I was like, whatever, and I served it to my family, and they were. I could tell they were trying to be nice about it, but none of them could finish. I don't blame them. I couldn't finish mine. So it was a failure as a cook, right? It's my life's over. So anyway, I was really craving country fried steak. That's why I tried to make it and I couldn't. So anyway, I just Uber Eats. I just got Uber Eats from freaking. We have a place nearby here. It's a cafe. It's like a country time cafe. And so they have a country fried chicken. So I had a coupon. So I just got Uber Eats and I had it delivered to my door and it was delicious. I remember I was eating it while watching now and I was eating it while watching Now and Then Here and There. It's an anime that is not that great. I would not recommend it. But I enjoyed the flavor of the country fried steak. I didn't enjoy the anime, but I enjoyed the country fried steak, so that was good. Honestly, like I should have just eaten it at the dining room table and savored the flavor. I don't appreciate the flavor of good food that I eat as much when I am distracted. So, my ex was always on about, "Oh, I got to make a good or I have something good to eat. I got to watch something. I got to watch a good show or a movie while I eat it so I can enjoy it." It is so like weird to me. I was like, "Okay, that was a point of contention between us because I didn't want to watch it at the time. I just wanted to enjoy my food. So nowadays it's like, I just want to enjoy my food. I just want to, I just want to sit there and just eat, right? If I'm eating fucking like pizza rolls or something, yeah, I'll watch YouTube while I do it, but or like a microwave meal or something, like a bowl of pasta. It's like I don't need to sit there and enjoy the flavor. But if it's like a gourmet dish like this, like a country fried steak or whatever this is, chicken piccata, asparagus salad. If it's something delicious where like I want to sit there and appreciate the flavor, then I gotta just eat it in a clean space, no distractions, right? And so that's typically my dining room. Um, I just eat it. I just enjoy it or whatever. It's whatever. I don't know. Typically, at least in like noble society, I guess, back in the day, back in the way day, um, when people would eat, when people would invite others to eat, they would socialize, small talk or whatever, and then the food would come and they'd eat, and it'd be mostly silent because they would be trying to like focus on the flavor and focus on their meal, and then they would finish their meal, and then they would have like their discussion at the table, after they finished eating or whatever. So I figured it's that one of the scenes in my book, in my bookworm book that I've been reading, it's or that I was reading, was structured like that, where they were trying out all this new food at this new restaurant, and so they went and they ate each dish and they commented on and they reacted to each dish that they had about how great it was or whatever, and they only focused on the food. And then after they were done with all the food, then they talked about the actual like plot points or whatever. That was the reason why they had the dinner party, I guess. I don't know. With an infinite list of leftover ideas, you'll want to triple the recipe. Okay, so I need chicken breast, flour. If it's only flour, then that means I don't, whatever, but flour for dredging the chicken, butter to make that thick, velvety sauce, olive oil for frying the chicken. It's rich in omega-3 and omega-6, so it's good for you. Lemon juice, freshly squeezed. White wine keeps the chicken moist and tender. Don't worry, the alcohol content evaporates while cooking, so the piccata is 100% safe for kids. Safe for kids? Dude, giving a kid like a 1% alcohol isn't going to do anything. It's like, I like a Stella Rosa. It's 5% alcohol. I can't taste it. It doesn't taste like there's alcohol in it. If I gave it to like somebody who's never had alcohol before, they might be able to taste a little bit of alcohol, but that's how low content it is, and that's 5%. You're talking about a white wine where most of the alcohol is going to get cooked out. Whatever's left isn't going to be dangerous, right? There's no way anybody could notice if there is alcohol in it. Cool, an hour passed. Forgive me for the white background, guys. Actually, here we go. Dark background now. Whoopie doo. Hey, well, I'll make a chicken piccata tomorrow. That sounds easier than whatever. Okay, Furious Sky Ejo. AFK'd for 1 hour. Fantastic. I did it, yeah. Follow the engraving's advice and press the little constellation. I did that. Same before. There's constellations all over the game, so always look out for them wherever you go. There's a trophy if you can line them all up. The engraving pops out of the telescope and falls out. What the fuck? What's the AFK info here? 12,000 an hour. That was it? I guess that was it. Whatever. Here we go. Alright. What the hell? Oh. Cool. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, let's line that. And cool. Alright. I guess. Well, I got all that accuracy for nothing. Click, click, click. She's so loud. Here we go. Alright. Alright, yeah, that's fine. Oops. So this area is pointless. Whatever. I needed like 168,000. Something's. Whatever, it doesn't matter. That was it, right? That's a shame. I thought it was gonna be something cooler. Oh well. Alright, chicken piccata. Here we go. I thought I was gonna like get to go to the next part of a quest chain or something. Whatever. Alright, chicken breasts. Oh, whoops. White wine. Capers to add tanginess and a burst of lemony flavor. Have you guys ever had capers before? They're very fishy. They're very like, it's very like dense flavor. It's very like dense, and the flavor kind of stings a little bit. But I don't know about fishy. The flavor does sting though. It's very concentrated. It's really concentrated. I guess it's lemony though. Can I even buy capers anywhere? I've never seen this in the grocery store. Capers come from a prickled bush called Capparis spinosa. Yeah, Spinosa, your cock. Okay, Walmart has them. Target has them. Oh, non-pareil. Oh, this one's non-pareil too. Do I gotta soak these or what? Okay, most places have them. Walmart, World Market, Vons. Okay, I guess. Okay, cool. Tips for the best chicken piccata. Get the sharpest knife you have and slice the chicken cutlets horizontally. Oh. Be sure they're thin enough to get a perfect sear on both sides, but don't cut them so thin that they'll look like paper. Chicken breasts can be dried and dull on their own, so be sure to season them well with salt and pepper. If you're a dark meat lover, feel free to use chicken thighs as a substitute. Okay, I gotta get breasts. Then, I do like me some breasts. Apart from lemons, you can also use orange juice and slices in the sauce. It'll add brightness to the dish and keep the chicken moist. Will the lemons keep the chicken moist? Like, I need the chicken to be moist. If you're not a fan of white wine, you can use vegetable or chicken broth instead. No, we're gonna use the white wine. It will act as a tenderizer and keep the chicken moist. Everything's keeping the chicken moist. It keeps the chicken moist and tender. It's a tenderizer and moist. Moist. Lemon juice. Oh, it doesn't keep it moist? Then why wouldn't I use the orange? I don't want to be too moist, though. I still want a little bit of cooked. Pound the chicken for tender, evenly cooked meat. Oh no, I gotta pound the chicken? Last time I did that, it failed. I guess I can pound the middle. I'm gonna have to time this like to the second. Oh, whatever. Do not completely coat the chicken in batter. Remember, you're making piccata, not fried chicken. Lightly dredge the chicken in flour and shake off any excess. Okay, so it's a crispy, not crunchy sort of thing. Okay. Want to get the most out of the lemon, even if you don't have a juicer? Roll it against the counter to pop out the segments. Poke the non-stem end with a chopstick, toothpick, or skewer and squeeze. Well, what? Why would poking it with a skewer do anything? I'm sure it's a magic trick. Add some toasted flaked almonds for more texture and flavor. I want toasted flaked almonds. Sesame or sunflower seeds make the perfect garnish too. Apart from the crunch and flavor, both have impressive nutritional value. Okay, we're not doing that. Be creative with the garnishes. That's how you'll make any recipe you're on. Serve the lemon slices with the chicken piccata. Not only will the dish be prettier, but it'll also be more flavorful. Okay, I could do that. What goes well with chicken piccata? A pasta? I could do a little pasta with the chicken piccata. That sounds good. That sounds really good, actually. Okay, I'll do that. Is there a recipe for good, okay. What kind of pasta goes well with chicken piccata? What to serve with chicken piccata? Angel hair pasta? Oh, we'll fucking do that. We'll do that, dude. Hell yeah. Oh, that looks good. That looks pretty good. Huh? Yeah, I already have the chicken piccata recipe. Stir the angel hair pasta and return to a boil. Cook the pasta uncovered. Okay. So it looks like they're not seasoning the pasta. Oh. Place the cooked angel hair pasta in the skillet with the remaining piccata sauce and toss to coat. Okay, so I cook angel hair pasta, and then once I finish cooking the chicken, then I can put it in the sauce. That sounds really delicious. Sounds really delicious. Okay. Garnish the pasta with fresh herbs for flavor and presentation. My personal choice is flat-leafed parsley and coriander, but thyme and rosemary are great too. We could do some parsley. I do believe I have parsley flakes in my seasoning cabinet. What exactly is chickpea? I don't care. I don't care. Pasta. Fettuccine Alfredo, angel hair pasta, butter noodles. Take your pick. You know, I'm gonna toss angel hair pasta in the sauce. I liked this person's idea. What do the reviews say? Nobody liked this dish in my family. The noodles had little to no flavor, and the chicken had an overpowering flavor of lemon. This recipe isn't even worth doctoring. I thought this dish was perfect in every way and loved the family. We doubled the sauce, everything for the sauce except lemon, and it was enough for the pasta, but the lemon wasn't too overpowering. Okay. How much lemon and stuff did they use so I can be careful? Quarter cup of lemon juice, that's it, and people were saying it's overpowering. Chicken broth, white, wow. That was probably the capers. People saying a quarter cup of lemon juice was overpowering, even though you have a full cup of white wine, butter, garlic, olive oil, paprika, pepper. You have all these different parsley, you have all these different flavors. Starving. 1 lemon juiced. How much is that? Does that give a quarter cup? When I was doing it, a large lemon would give about 6 ounces, which is 8 ounces is a full cup. Wait a second. 8 ounces is a cup? Then a large lemon from my garden, a smaller lemon would give about a half a cup, so 4 ounces. Wait, they're suggesting a half a cup of lemon juice. That can't be right. How much are they making? 4 boneless halves, trimmed and cut in half crosswise. Skinless, boneless chicken breast. Halves. Too much halves? Oops. Halvesies. The breast portion of the chicken has been split lengthwise, producing 2 halves. Wait, do I then have to cut this? Do I then have to... It's going to be a thick chicken breast. It says chicken breast halves, trimmed and cut half crosswise. So can I get 2? So can I get 2 chicken breasts and then cut them in half myself? How thick do you want this to be? Anyways, my attempt at frying something doesn't go well. 1 teaspoon capers. Wow, they really did. This other recipe said 2 tablespoons of capers. So that's 6 times the amount of capers. This recipe does more lemon, but way less capers. I can do this. I can do the juice of 1 lemon and then lemon slices from another one. At this point, I could probably do the juice of half a lemon. Okay. How do you do that? Are there reviews for this recipe? 4.7 out of 5. What the? Why did you repeat the recipe? Okay. Okay, so. Dry white wine. Wine for cooking. Oh boy, they're really out and out not. Can I? $2 at Walmart? Dang, nice. Perfect. I'm not going to Walmart though. Can I get 25 ounces for $2? There's no way it's only $2. How crappy does it have to be $2 for that much wine? I'd rather pay a little bit extra. It's all Ibarra. Or Iberia or whatever. $111. Oh, it's a pack of 12. What does that make it? $10 each? This one's 5. This one's 10. And this one's 2. There's got to be a difference in quality if the prices are that fluctuating. And this one's a smaller bottle. Okay, God, I'm starving. Time for some beef. Oh wait, I still have more protein bar. Combine flour, salt, black pepper in a bowl. Coat the chicken with the flour. Shake off any excess. Melt the butter in a medium skillet over medium heat. Be careful not to brown the butter. Sear the chicken until the juices run clear. It's no longer pink inside. About 10 minutes. Flip it frequently for even cooking. Well, I go 5 minutes on one side and 5 minutes on the other. But I have to flip it frequently. They say medium heat. It's fine. My stove has warm, low, medium high, and high. There is no just medium. It doesn't even say like medium low and medium high either. It goes off, warm, low, 2, 3, high. That's the order of the buttons. It's the worst. It's the worst. There's no medium heat. Every recipe that I read requires something at medium heat. I don't have a medium heat. I have the numbers 2 and 3. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. So whatever. I'm gonna have to alter this recipe. I'm probably gonna go lower, and then I'll do the 10 minutes, and then I'll cut mine in half and see if it worked. And if it did, great. And if it didn't, I'm gonna have to adjust the time on the next one. Flip the chicken over frequently for even heating. Remove from the skillet and keep warm. Pour white wine into the skillet, scraping the bottom to melt any remaining brown bits of food. Stir in the lemon and reduce heat to low. Whoa, wait. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, so step 2. Melt the butter and sear the chicken in the butter for 10 minutes. And then pour the white wine into that same skillet and scrape the bottom to melt any remaining browned bits of food. Stir in the lemon and reduce heat to low. Whoa, wait, in the same skillet? Okay. So okay, I gotta itch my eye. For the white wine in the skillet, scraping the bottom to melt any remaining browned bits of food. Stir in the lemon and reduce heat to low. Cook the sauce, stirring often for 10 minutes until slightly thickened. Add the capers and chicken and then toss to coat. Place the chicken in a serving dish. Whoa, wait. Okay. So I gotta wrap my mind around this. Okay, so I'm gonna have to save this recipe. So let me get this straight. I'm such a novice cook that like, okay, I have to wrap my head around this, especially when there's no video. There's no video about this. I mean, I can look up a YouTube video on how to make chicken piccata. This is 4 servings, which is perfect. I could serve this with angel rice, or the angel pasta, tossed in the sauce, and then I could do a salad with it if I'm that ambitious about it. I could do a small salad of one of the other salads, because they had other salads here. I don't think a crab cake would go well. What is this? What is this one? Green salad. Apple slices, dried cranberries, goat cheese, and apple cider vinaigrette. What was the other salad? There's another salad. Shaved Brussels sprouts. Oh yeah, shaved Brussels sprouts. I don't know. Now I have to ask my mom if she likes Brussels sprouts. With this has cranberries in it too. I'll do the salad, the green salad. Looks pretty decent. What did they say? Apple slices? Apple bottom mean jean boots to the fur. Only looking at her. She in the club. Moving the mountains and the low. Favorite green salad with apples, cranberries, and pepitas. 5 ounces of spring green salad blend. You have cursed me. I don't. What's a green bean salad? Spring green salad blend? It's just a lot of lettuce leaves. It's so boring. It's so boring. No thanks. This sounds like a lot of work. Ooh, this one uses olive oil, so I don't need to buy balsamic vinegar. Although balsamic vinegar actually sounds pretty good. You know, I'm sure I can buy an apple cider vinaigrette from the store and just add that to this. In fact, I could put the apple cider vinaigrette that I buy from the store and I could pour it from the bottle into like little like sauce containers, because we have like plastic sauce containers, and I can serve that closed with the or open with the salad, so that they could put on as much as they want. Anyway, what are we doing? Okay, so what was the recipe? Okay, I gotta wrap my mind around this. So I coat the chicken in the flour. I make sure that they're halves, and then I coat the chicken in the flour. And then I gotta melt the butter in a skillet, and then I gotta put all of the chicken in the pan at the same time. I do have a big pan, so I could do this. I don't prefer cooking them all at once, but I guess I gotta. Sear the chicken until the juices run clear and it's no longer pink inside, about 10 minutes. Flip the chicken over frequently for even cooking. So I'm going to have to flip it over like maybe 4 times throughout the cooking process. If I put it on medium low and then I cut one open to check if it's pink on the inside, then and that'll be fine. I mean, I can taste test my own. Since I'm the chef, I might as well. And then remove the chicken breast and keep warm. Pour the white wine into the skillet and scrape the bottom to get any bits of food into the sauce. And then stir in the lemon juice and reduce heat to low. Cook the sauce, stirring often, for 10 minutes or until slightly thickened. And then I'm dipping the capers and the chicken in the sauce. And then I could grab the chicken out of the sauce, but then with the capers I would need to like spoon them out or whatever. Place the chicken in a serving dish, top of the sauce. Okay, so while I do this, I'm going to have to Is this chicken be drenched in the sauce? Is that what it does? Kind of look drenched in the sauce. Looks a little crispy because of the flour, and then it looks drenched in the sauce. And then I'm gonna do a little extra sauce, and then put all of the angel hair pasta in the sauce, and just get a little bit of hints of the sauce flavor in the angel hair pasta, and then do it. Oh, God, a first attempt for this recipe is kind of a pain. But the nice thing is, it's not my traditional frying food method. It's just doing the flour by itself. I'm basically cooking a raw chicken breast that is coated in flour. That's basically what I'm doing. Which is fine. And it looks like with how chicken breasts are shaped, it bulges up in the middle. So I'll only need to pound the middle of the chicken in order to even out the layers. So as long as I can fit all 4 chicken breasts in the frying pan, then it should be good. How much butter are we talking about? We're talking about half a cup. How big is 1 stick of butter? Liquid gallon? No. I want cups. It's half a full stick of butter is half a cup. I'm frying this chicken in a full stick of butter? What the hell? There's no way. There's no way. 8 tablespoons is a half a... Why didn't they just say 1 stick of butter? First of all, why didn't they just say 1 stick of butter? What, do they think I'm using freaking butter spread or something? And I gotta take my half cup measuring cup and just stick it, scoop it out like ice cream? No, I'm gonna use a stick of butter. Whatever. I'm gonna have to cut the butter in slices and then just evenly coat the pan with the slices of butter. And then over the medium skillet or medium heat, melting it, and then putting the chicken in the butter. Searing the chicken in the butter. So I don't even know if... Will a full stick of butter be enough? It should be. I'm going to go a little extra butter. 3/4 cup dried wine. That is 6 ounces. The smallest container they sell is 16 ounces, but I believe I could buy it with food stamps. It's only $5, doesn't matter. If I can't buy it with food stamps, I can use the white wine for other dishes, I guess. Salt, pepper, flour. I have the flour. I have the butter. I have the lemons. So basically all I need, chopped fresh parsley. I could buy parsley. Okay, so what I need to buy the chicken breasts, the white wine, the parsley, just a little bit of parsley, and the capers. I do actually have sprinkle parsley, so I'll probably not buy the parsley. I don't think I can get 2 teaspoons of it. What's a teaspoon? That's not even a spoonful. Yeah, it's just these little... It's like I'm going to shake like 1 shake of my parsley container into my hand, and then I'm just going to pinch it and just like sprinkle it on all of the things. So what do they say for garnish? Parsley, thyme, and rosemary. Okay. I love thyme. I would cook my burgers. I used to cook burgers, just with ground beef, and I would put it on the grill. But then I would also put thyme and rosemary leaves in there. And what it did is it infused those flavors into the burger. And thyme and rosemary have a very earthy smell to it, right? It's like I'm smelling the earth in like a forest, right? It's like the smell of the trees and the grass and the dirt and all of that. So that's what thyme and rosemary gives. So my burgers would just emanate this smell of the forest when they were on your plate in front of you. It was awesome. It was so great. I loved cooking, and the entire kitchen would smell like a forest out in the woods. It was awesome. So that was great. So I could do that for this. It would detract from the lemony flavor, which would be good. People voted. Can I Can you make it so I can post reviews on the fucking website? Whatever. Yeah, I'll do angel hair pasta with this. I'll probably do a small serving. So everybody gets a half of a chicken breast and basically probably like 2 ounces of angel hair pasta. Definitely not a quarter package. A quarter package of pasta is a lot. So maybe I'll do 3 ounces. 3 times 4 is 12. I'm going to be left with 4 ounces of freaking... How much pasta did they use here? They used an 8-ounce package. This was for 4 servings. Okay, so they did do 2 ounces per serving. Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a small meal, but whatever. Do I have to cook my capers? 1 teaspoon capers. Oh, so you're getting like 3 of them each. That's fine. I actually do like capers. There's a bagel place that sells a lox bagel. So I get a salted bagel, half, and they put cream cheese and lox salmon and then capers on top. It tastes really good. It's like this huge burst of like fishy, lemony flavor. Fishy, lemony, creamy, salty flavor with enough bread to like absorb all of that in each bite. So, or to counterbalance that in each bite. So, it's really good. It's $9 for 2 bagel halves with the salmon and the capers on it. So, and it gets my stomach sick because it's a lot of, they put a lot of cream cheese on top. So hilarious. So I, don't. I've gone it once. It's quite a distance away, and it's $9 of my real money. And technically, I can make it myself, just buying bagels at the grocery store, cream cheese. I would just need sushi grade salmon, which is hard to come by here. So it's raw salmon. That's what it is. It's cold, uncooked salmon, but it's still safe for consumption. And then I need to get capers. So, and honestly, when I had that bagel, I thought to myself, this could do without the capers. The capers are very strong flavored. So I might not get the capers for this. Toss the chicken to coat. Okay. I don't know, guys. Could I do this recipe? Do you think I could do this recipe? Coat the chicken and cut the chicken in half. Coat it with flour. Fry it in butter until it's not pink on the inside, but it's not burnt either. Right? I don't want to dry it out. And then I put white wine and lemon juice and cook the sauce on low heat for 10 minutes until it thickens. I'm going to go a little bigger on the sauce recipe because I doubt... This chick said that you should make extra sauce. $20 minutes. Oh yeah, 10 for the chicken, 10 for the sauce. I mean, realistically, it's more like a half an hour, and for me, it's going to be a full hour. She said you're going to want to get extra. She said somewhere you're gonna want to get you're gonna want to make extra sauce. Angel hair pasta. Oh, it's be so good. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, so I'll go a little extra on the sauce. So I'm probably gonna go. Mm, 1 1/4 cup of dry wine. Probably a stick and a half of butter. I'll squeeze a large lemon. They don't have a precise measurement for how much lemon juice. It just says 1 lemon squeezed. So that sounds like triple what this other recipe had, and people were saying it's too lemony. The sauce is too lemony or whatever. So I'll still go with that 1 lemon squeezed. I'll increase basically 50% extra butter and white wine. And I'll probably exclude the capers because I don't think my family likes capers. There we go. Awesome. Cool. So for breakfast, which they're probably gonna sleep in, so it's more like a brunch, I'm gonna do French toast with Cantonese eggs and probably a bowl of mixed fruit. That sounds like a very balanced breakfast. And then for dinner, brunch, whatever. And then for dinner, I'm gonna do I could do a green salad with feta. And then I'll do the chicken piccata, and I'll cook about half a container of angel hair pasta on the side. I'll go extra on the lemon sauce for the chicken, and then I'll mix. And then I'll dip the cooked chicken in the sauce, and then I'll dip the pasta in the sauce, or I'll probably pour the sauce into the pasta pot, and then just as much as I think to give it a light flavor, and I'll stir it around because I don't want the pasta to be super overpowering. So that should be fine. And then I'll put a twist of the pasta on the plate, a piece of the chicken that's soaked in the sauce on top, and then I'll put a little. And that'll be one plate, and then I'll have a little bowl with a salad in it. That'll be dinner. Sounds good. Sounds good. I don't know about the salad. I don't know how to make salad. I've never made salad before. I don't think it's as easy as just throwing all the ingredients together. But whatever, apple cider vinaigrette. 5 ounces is not 5 cups, is it? How many servings does this make? 4 side salads. Cool. Granny Smith apples. What are you talking about? No, we're not going to do apples. We'll do cranberries. So we're just going to do a spring green salad with cranberries, pumpkin seeds. What the heck's a pepita? I knew a Lou pizza. What the frick? Why would I ever add these to anything? It's like, how healthy can we be? I can be more healthy than you can. I'm gonna add pepitas to my green spring salad. Oh, well, I'm gonna add pepitas and Granny Smith apples and dried cranberries. Well, I'm gonna get the chilled cheese of a goat. It's like fucking this recipe. How much crap can you put in your body until you die of healthiness? It's more. That's what I'm looking at this with. Okay, apple cider vinaigrette. It is 1.5 tablespoons, 1.5 teaspoons, a quarter cup, a teaspoon, a teaspoon. Okay, well, you know what? I'm sure I could just freaking buy this in the grocery store, pre-made. Please, I don't want to make this myself. Yes, I can. Target has it. Well, it looks like I'm going to Target. There's a Target. Yeah, when does Target open? Yeah, and I'm gonna pour this in a little sauce thing and put off to the side. That sounds good. Kiwi. God, fucking last night, it was like 2 in the morning. I'm like, okay, I gotta go to bed. I don't know where any of the cats are. I'm like, whatever, right? My whole family's asleep. And so I'm like, okay, I just gotta know where Kiwi is so that I like am prepared for tomorrow morning because I gotta know like, okay, is she gonna be in my room? Is she in my room and she's gonna want to get out to poop when I wake up? Or is she gonna be out in the living room and she's gonna want to desperately come into my room? And so I gotta make sure that I go out there to receive her in the morning so that she can eat her food in here. So depending on her location, I'm gonna have to change my morning routine, which is fine. It's like going out of my way for a minute. It's fine, whatever. But I gotta know which one it is so that I can wake up and be prepared for that. And so I know whether to leave my door open or not, basically. So because I make the decision once I know where she is. So anyway, I look in my room. My door had been open, and I had like 3 cats in here, and I didn't see, and when I 2 in the morning I look around, I don't see any of them. So I'm thinking, okay, because I was watching YouTube last night, so I had my headphones in the whole time. I wasn't paying attention. So at 2 in the morning, I'm like, okay, the cats aren't in here, which means that I can't find any cats in here. So that means that the hallway door was opened and they were probably let out. But was Kiwi let out with them? Because sometimes she doesn't go with them. So I check the window. She's not there. I just glance around the room. She's not there. And so I'm like, okay, she's probably out in the living room then. So I double check. I go out to the living room. I go out of the hallway and I go into the living room. And I should change tabs here. I go out. We can just look at this picture again. And so I go out to the living room. And I look around. I find 1, 2, 3, 4 cats. I find their location. 2 are on the couch. 1 is on a dining room chair, and the 4th one is on one of our bar stools that we have, bar stool chair, in the second living room. And so I'm like, okay, there's 4 cats. Where's Kiwi? Kiwi was not among the 4 cats that I accounted for. Where's Kiwi? And so I look. I start to panic a little bit. I can't see her in my general vicinity. So I look in the second living room. She's not in any of the popular sleeping spots. I look in the first living room. She's not behind any of the desks. She's not sitting down. She's not hiding in a footrest. She's not behind the couch. She's not in the blinds to the back door. She's not she's not under the table. And then I look in the dining room. She's not at the front entrance. She's not in the dining room. She's not behind a cabinet or on one of the other chairs or in the windowsill or anything like that. And I look in the kitchen and I go to the washer dryer room and I'm like, okay, sometimes she likes to sleep on top of the dryer. She's not there. And I'm like, okay, rarely has she gone behind the washer and dryer. So I look behind the washer and dryer. She's not there. Maybe she got in the dryer somehow or in the washing machine somehow. And so I open both of those up. She's not there. I start to panic. I don't know when the cats were let out last night into the living room, but Kiwi is known to dash out the door, and my mom came home late last night. She came home at a later time, and I don't remember if Kiwi was in my room when she got home. So I was like, oh my god. And so I check my room again. I check behind the dresser, and I check in my closet, and she's not there. And I double check all the places I did out in the rest of the house, and she's not there. And I'm like, oh no. Did she run out? Because it's happened before where Kiwi has waited by the door for someone to come home, and then when the person opens the door, they dash out. And the person coming home doesn't notice that she's dashed out because she's like she's sneaky and sly about it. And she's made herself small and hidden. Like she almost does it where she hides around the corner near the door so that the person coming in can't see her. So if my brother who's out there had his headphones in and my mom came home in the middle of the night and wasn't paying attention, and she and Kiwi had happened to be out there and sneakily exited the door before my mom closed it, and my mom didn't look, then she could have gone outside, and then she wouldn't have been noticed because Kiwi's all black and it was dark outside, and nobody would have noticed. So I start to panic. I can't find her in my room. I can't find her in the hallway, in the bathroom. I check every corner of the bathroom where she likes to hide, and I can't find her anywhere else in the house. The rest of my family's asleep. It's 2 a.m. And by this point, it's like 2:15. I start to panic. She must have run outside. I got so scared. And so I go outside. I look around. I call out her name. I know what places she likes to visit outside. From the few times that she's done so, she likes to hide in the bushes near my front window. She's also tried to go into the driveway. She could have been under a car, and she could have gone to my neighbor's house. And so I check all of those places. It's dark outside. I'm trying to look through the bushes. I didn't have my phone on me. It was low battery in my room. And so I check the bushes. She's not there. I check under the cars. She's not there. I check all around the house. She's not there. I go to my neighbor's house and I look in the bushes over there, and she's not there. And I'm calling out to her in front of my house in the neighborhood. I'm calling out to her. I'm trying to, the you want some key food sort of thing that normally gets her running. And I'm like freaking out at this point. It's like 2:30. I'm freaking out. I'm considering the possibility that they let her out and it was hours ago and Kiwi just went off on her own and she's not going to, and she got lost and she's not going to return. I start panicking. I start freaking out. Did I just lose my cat? Over my family not paying attention to her, I start freaking out. I start considering all the possibilities. It's like, I'm so like panicked over this. And you guys can probably tell from the lack of desperation in my voice right now that it's, everything's safe and sound, or you guys know the end of the story. But basically what I did was I got inside the house. I'm like, okay, I can't, it's about like 2:45 at this point. I'm like, by the time I searched the house twice. I searched outside. The only two places she could be is either lost in the neighborhood or in somebody's room. But the thing is, she doesn't have any history of going into anybody's room. She's never slept in anybody's room before. I mean, she's gone to my brother's room during like the daytime, but he always kicks her out. She's never once spent the night in anybody else's room other than my own. Like in the, God, it's the 3 years that she's been here. She's never had an interest. And you know, my mom kicks out 2 of the cats who hang out in her room at night. My sister makes sure that there's no cats in her room, and my brother normally leaves his door open if there's a cat in his room at night. And so they couldn't have been there. You know, she couldn't have been in any of those places. So is what I figured. But I'm like, I don't know. I don't know for sure. She could be in somebody's room, or she could be lost in the neighborhood, right? But if she's lost in the neighborhood, I'm not finding her at 2 in the morning. You know, at almost 3 in the morning. It's pitch black. I'm like dead tired. And so 2:45, I'm like, okay, last shot. She could be in my closet, like deep in my closet that I don't know, or in some other hiding place that I haven't imagined. I know she was hungry today. So I take out a bit of cat food and I shake it and I say my call, you know, who wants some kitty food, which she instantly responds to, you know, whenever she's in my presence and she hears it. And so I'm shaking the cup in my room and nothing. And I pour the cup of food into the bowl to make it sound like, you know, I've administered food. Nothing. Like, oh my God. So I leave my room. I go into the hallway, shaking the cup. Who wants some kitty food? I'm shaking the cup. It's like a jiggle, right? It's like a maraca. Kind of, you know, you're shaking it. And I walk through the hallway very slowly as I'm doing it, right? I don't care if I'm waking my family at this point, right? I need to know that Kiwi is safe before I go to bed, because if she's not, then I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm going to, you know, need to go find her in the neighborhood, because the longer that it is, the, you know, worse it's going to be. So even though it had been hours, I'm not going to wait till tomorrow morning, right? If she's lost in the neighborhood. So I needed to make sure that she was in the house. So I shake the food. I'm walking down the hallway. Don't care about my family anymore, right? And they're sleeping or whatever. And I shake the food and I go through the hallway slowly. And I turn the corner and I go out of the hallway into the first living room. And I open the hallway door and I shake the food. And I'm slowly shaking it. You know, it's like a 3-minute journey throughout my house. You know, me slowly shaking the food as I walk. And all the other cats perk up. All the other cats, you know, get up. The 2 cats get off their couch. Another cat comes out of the other room, off of the bar stool, and over to me. And, you know, all 3 of them are following me to their food, which is sectioned off. And I can't see her, and I can't find Kiwi, and she's not responding. And then all of a sudden, behind me, you know, I'm in the dining room, and then in the distance behind me, I hear a cat scratching at a door. I hear a cat trying to pull a door open by scratching at the bottom of it. I'm like, oh my God, thank God. Kiwi was in somebody's room. I had that much. I didn't know which room it was. I couldn't, you know, proximity, right? It's, you know, I can't tell. I can tell the direction, but I can't tell exactly which one. But I knew she was in a room, so it was up to me. I continued shaking the food. And I got closer to the rooms, and I was like, okay, which room is she in, so I can let her out. And she was in my mom's room. My mom woke up to it and let her out. So she didn't look too thrilled, but I didn't care. Right, it's Kiwi had hidden in my mom's room, probably because that's where our other cat's food is. Coco's food is in my mom's bathroom, which is attached to her bedroom, and Kiwi probably hid herself in there to wait until my mom fed Coco so that Kiwi could then come in and steal all of Coco's food. I'm pretty sure that it was that thought process. There's no other reason why Kiwi would be in her room specifically. She doesn't like my mom's room, but I think she was doing it for the food. So, she'd eaten, yesterday I had told you guys on stream, she had eaten all of Coco's food in the bowl, but I guess she wanted more, so she wanted more to the point where she hid. So fucking whatever, right? She came out, I shaked the food, and she darted to my room, and I had already poured a bowl of food in the bowl, and I didn't empty it or anything. So she went and ate the food, and she ate the entire bowl of food, even though at this point it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. She ate the whole bowl of food, which isn't her normal eating time either, but I was just like, whatever. She's safe, she's in the house, I don't care anymore. And so I put the cup of food back, and I was like, okay, whatever. And so I went to sleep. So stressful. It was about an hour of me stressing out about and thinking about the possibility of having lost her. So it was so much. So stressful. I was pooped at the end of it, but I knew I wouldn't have been able to sleep if I didn't know where she was. I figured she would be in somebody's bedroom, but I couldn't. There had never been a situation before where she had been in somebody's bedroom, so. I don't want to trap her in my room all the time, but she goes and she eats the other cat's food when she's out and about. So if I'm outside of my room, I'm typically in the dining room, which is right next to the cat food, so I can monitor if Kiwi goes for the other cat's cat food, because we have 3 places where we feed food. I feed Kiwi in my room, my mom feeds Coco in her bathroom, and then my brother feeds the other 3 cats in the dining room. So there's 3 places for each cat to eat. Coco doesn't like the other cat's food, so she eats her own. But she doesn't eat that much of it. She's growing old and she's a little malnourished. The other 3 cats don't like their own food, and so they go for either Coco's food, or they even, like a couple of them go for Kiwi's food too. Kiwi doesn't like the dining room food that's currently there. She liked it last time, but she doesn't like the current batch. And so she likes Coco's food, so she goes for Coco's food. They used to give Coco wet food, and so Coco would eat a little bit of it, and then go on the bed and sleep, and then Kiwi would come in and eat the rest of it, or another cat would come in and eat the rest of it. So we would close the hallway door, so the other 3 cats in the living rooms can't access Coco's food, but Kiwi is on this side of the house, and if I leave my door open, she has access to the hallway, and therefore it goes to Coco's food. So it's becoming a problem, because the solution obviously is that I put a cat box in my room, and that way I can keep my door closed all the time. Kiwi doesn't need to go out, because we have a cat box in the bathroom. Kiwi uses that. Kiwi and Coco share that. But which is nice because Coco doesn't cover up her poops. But when Kiwi goes, Kiwi covers up for both herself and for Coco. So it's worked out. But it's, both of the doors need to be open so that both cats can access that cat box, because it's in the hallway, or it's in the bathroom, which is accessed by the hallway. So the problem is, if I put a cat box in Kiwi's room, or in my room, God, Kiwi's room. If I put a cat box in my room, then Kiwi would have a cat box, food, and water, and she wouldn't need to leave my bedroom ever, which is what I used to do when I first got her. I used to keep her and Yoko in my room, and I just trapped them in my room. But the problem with that was that I was trapping them in my room, right? It's a small room, and they didn't get to go to the rest of the house. Yoko didn't care. She liked being with me, but even now she prefers to spend most of her time in here. But with Kiwi, it's like it's cruel to because she does want to go out and roam the house. And she has specific spots where she likes to sleep. There's a cat tree near the back door that she goes into and she looks out the window, or she'll go on the bar stool that the other cat was on last night, or she'll go on the exercise bike because I have an exercise bike, and she likes to sleep on that, and she likes to claw at that too. I've seen a lot of scratch marks on that, which is just fine. It's still usable, but yeah. Or Kiwi likes to go in the kitchen whenever anybody's in the kitchen and just look up at people and meow at them, and she likes to do that. And so it's like I feel really cruel for keeping Kiwi in my room all the time, but these days Kiwi's just wanted to come into my room whenever, but she mostly wants to be around me. So, she'll follow me wherever. So if I go into the dining room, she'll follow me out there. But if I keep my door open during the day, which I do to, for other reasons, then but I stay in my room all day playing video games, then Kiwi will spend most of her time in my bedroom, but then she'll wander into the hallway and then wander into my mom's room. So, I mean, the two solutions. I mean, there, there's no second solution. The only solution would be to close my door and to put a cat box in here, but then I don't get to keep my door open, and Kiwi doesn't get any freedom. So, unless I go out and I specifically bring her out with me and I close the hallway door. That's the only freedom that she would have. So, which I mean is fine, but it's still I don't get to keep my door open. So, that's a problem. That's an issue for me. I do need the door open to air out my room and among other things. Not like I, forced to do it or whatever. It's personal choice, but I've gone months with having my door closed all the time. So, in fact, when I had Kiwi in here 24/7, when I first got her, I would have my door closed all the time, and I'd go to work and I would close my door. So, but oh man. Oh, that's potent. Oh my gosh. This might be TMI, but depending on how I sit and like which arm I'm leaning on or whatever, the my armpit sweat smells different. Like I've been leaning on my right arm, I've been leaning on my right elbow that's on my armrest this whole time, and I'm leaning my whole body to the right. But so it's squished my arm to my armpit for the past however long I've been talking. So about this whole cat situation. So I guess that compressed all of the sweat, and so now it smells really potent, but the smell quality actually changed a bit too. It's bizarre. But my left arm, which has been mostly open this whole time, in comparison, hardly smells like anything. My left armpit doesn't smell like much because I've had it open for the most part. So I think to eliminate armpit smell, you just got to keep your arms up the whole time, or keep your arms open. The whole the whole time that you're sitting, and then you eliminate armpit smell, which it's not possible to do that 24/7. But I mean, you could. I mean, you could invent a contraption which keeps your armpit open and just keeps your arm like extended out a bit. So, and then you could do the power pose where you put your hands on your hips. You can do that power pose, and that keeps your armpit open too. As long as you're not wearing sleeves on your shirt or a shirt at all, then it stays open. So I feel like people get more armpit smell when they're wearing shirts, because I mean, obviously it's the shirt keeping the sweat from expelling from your armpits. Do you guys think it's weird how our armpits sweat? I've always found that odd. It's like specifically your armpits are like the sweatiest part of your body. So on a hot summer day, other parts of your body sweat, but like during the winter, you still get armpit sweat. The rest of your body is like cold to the brim, but your armpits can still get hot and musky. So Elon Musk is musky. But yeah. And I've always thought that not only that, but your armpit sweat specifically smells like way more potent, or way more like, I guess, gross, than the rest of your body sweat, right? If you sweat anywhere else on your body, it doesn't smell that bad. Or you can hardly smell it, depending on like what race of human being you are. Right? Filthy Mexicans. Hispanics do have a more potent smell than other races. So, whereas Asian people hardly have a smell, which is nice for the most part. I'm only half Asian, so I still have a stench to me. So it's not that bad compared to like other people. I know I'm not saying that because I'm me. I'm saying that with reference to. I'm saying that based off of what other people have said. It's there, but it's not as bad as other people. Sort of thing. So, God, when I was I think it was junior year in high school. We had honors classes, right? I'm in AP Physics or whatever. We had there was one black person in our class that had been with my class since like middle school. It's one black person. It was a girl. Everyone was on good terms with her. She acted pretty white. She acted like your typical like California girl. So people would typically forget the fact that she's actually black, right? People wouldn't really associate her with her race just because of her personality. Which is proof that discrimination doesn't exist unless you want it to. So, but anyway, that's beside the point. Oh, why do I bring up her race? Well, she had a smell to her. Nobody noticed it most of the time, but on the rare occasion, it was like really noticeable. And so one day I'm in physics hanging out with my friends, and we're all at a lab table together, and the girl, we're talking or whatever, and one of the people at the group was talking about the girl, and they were like, she must be like on her period today or something. I don't know why they said that. I don't know if it was in reference to smell or anything else, but the thing is, right after they said that, she actually came by. She didn't hear us, but she came by and she passed by the table. And as she passed by the table, just this huge wave of stench. It was so smelly. Just this huge wave of stench just, followed her and just like completely like hit all of us who were sitting at that table. And she passed by us, and it was so bad, and all three or four of us that were at that table just like looked at each other with the most disgusted faces on our on our faces, because it was the most disgusted look on our faces, because it smelled so bad. Just her walking by our table, right? She's not in front of us for more than a second. And it was, oh God, it wasn't even sweat. It wasn't even BO at that point. It was just this wrench. And like we could all tell it was like 100% like she was probably, as gross it is to say, it was like she was probably on her period. She was probably on her period, and it's super potent, and that combined with her regular BO, just like it just amplified the smell or whatever. So it's not like any of us were like even trying to smell. We just breathed the air in front of us, and it just hit us like a wave. Oh my God, I'll never forget that. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. She smelled ridiculous. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that one human being could expel that much stench when you're not even in close proximity with them. She was with us for a second. It was terrible. It was terrible. I blame it on the fact that she's black. I think that the darker your skin tone, the more likely, or the worse of BO you're gonna have. I mean, it applies to white people in a different way. Asians hardly have BO in general. Hispanics have some, more or less than an average, but still they have more. And then black people are gonna have a lot. So that's kind of my theory. I don't know how like scientific that is or anything, but yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, anyway, yeah. So, whew. And then white people also have BO. It does smell a little different, than other races. So, and of course, no matter your race, if you're fat, you're gonna have pretty bad BO, no matter what. And then, if you don't shower every day, you're gonna have pretty bad BO. So, I shower every other day, just because I don't leave the house. I don't really need to. I'm probably gonna change that as it starts heating up, but I shower every other day, and even even my BO is starting to get up there. So I feel like it's because of age too. You guys know how like old people have like an old people smell? It's a smell of like your decaying body. So I feel like I'm starting to feel the effects of that. Like my stink is starting to heighten up. And then when I'm 60, it's gonna be like boom. Terrible. Can't even live with myself anymore. It's gonna be terrible. I'm gonna have to wear like perfume or cologne or something. Just if I'm by myself, I'm gonna have to. Anyway, you guys want to watch this video? Oh boy. Let's make these eggs. This guy's got hairy arms. I don't have hairy arms. Okay, you separate the egg yolk from the whites, and you mix those up. And it's bubbly. Okay. Oh, and you mix them back with the yolk, and you mix them up. Oh, okay. You add salt, sugar, white pepper, chicken powder. Whoa, I do not have chicken powder. Maybe I do. I might have a top ramen packet lying around somewhere. Shaoxing wine. Can I just use the white wine that I buy for my chicken? I'm just gonna use the white wine that I buy for my chicken. This one's all I'm gonna use. Half a teaspoon of this stuff? Holy crap. How strong is white pepper that you need an eighth of a teaspoon? What is an eighth of a teaspoon? That's like 2 particles of it. That's what an eighth of a teaspoon is. 1 teaspoon is already like really small. 1 teaspoon is already like 2 pinches. A half a teaspoon is gonna be like 1 pinch of it. I have cornstarch, and I have sesame oil or lard. What the hell? Sesame oil and lard are 2 completely different things. Don't say or. Okay. These wafers are so good. Yeah, he did like 5 drops. What the heck was that? Was that milk? Okay, you stirred it and it has white chunks in it. That's wonderful. Okay, you have a Chinese wok. Alright. Okay, he heated it up until it was like hot, and then he turned off the heat. Some butter. Oh. Cornstarch. Slurry of cornstarch? What the hell's a slurry? Oh. Cornstarch mixed with water. Okay. Cornstarch mixed with water. Give that another good whisk till it starts seeing bubbles. Then we can fry. Forgive us for moving inside real quick. Use a wok. Get your wok piping hot, then shut off the heat. Where am I supposed to get lard? Whoa, wait, what? Heat that up over a high flame till it's bubbling around a pair of chopsticks. Oh, okay. And then drop in your egg. Whoa, 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 okay. It's gonna be some pretty advanced stuff. So you put it in. It's gonna bubble up around the side. You take it off the heat and get the border off of it. And then you wait for a little border, you scrape it off, put it off to the side. And then you go, and then you wait for another bit of it, take it off the heat, scoop the border, and there's your runny egg. Huh. Okie dokie. Now let's see the rice version. Oh, this is if you don't have a wok. Okay. He is using lard. I don't know where to get lard. Wait for the lard to bubble. And then put that in. And then just pull that stuff back. Take it off the heat. Wait for it. And then pull it back. Pull it back. Oh, no, he spatulaed it. Oh. Oh, he's only cooking the runny egg part. Ah. And then he's cutting it in half. Oh, and he's stacking it. That looks good. Yeah, nice. Good job, man. Oh, that's meat. Whoa, what kind of meat was that? What kind of meat was that? You have a very similar egg, but he does... Oh, he chose the wrong term. Okay. Char siu. Barbecue pork. With chives. Yeah, we'll just use scallions. I don't necessarily need to. He's cooking the vegetables first. Separate the whites and the yolk. Don't feel obliged to separate it. You can just leave them together. Just make sure you really go at it and bang up job for whisking for a minute. Until you see some bubbles. And then Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna do plain eggs. I don't want to have to prepare meat and scallions. That actually looks pretty good. Oh my god, with the meat, looks pretty good. What if I did shrimp? What if I did what if I did this with like baby shrimp? Sounds really good. Baby shrimp, I would cook the shrimp first, a little pan. And then nah, I wouldn't do it with the egg. I would sprinkle the cooked shrimp on top of the egg. Just to give it a little bit of just get a little bit of, you know, whatever. A little bit of a fishy crunch. Although I don't know if that would go with a French toast. Nah. We'll just do the egg, the plain egg Cantonese style, French toast, and then some fruit. We'll do a mixed berry. I'll get strawberry, blueberry, raspberry, and I'll have to dice the strawberries and then just put it in a bowl. It was fine. I could get 4 servings out of that. a different method of making it by the boat people. Yeah, what did the boat people do, huh? They quickly deep fry the egg in lard and then immediately strain it. However, during our test, it came out greasy and unsatisfactory. So if you know, oh, they want people to tell them about a good way to do it. Okay. Incorporating with the egg in a way that renders the melted lard in the egg itself sort of optional. The most correct way be to swap the teaspoon of sesame oil with the tablespoon of lard. Well, yeah, but you're using lard to cook it. I don't have a flame. My stove doesn't work on a flame, so it doesn't actually like heat up like that. It's electric. Just type in that says eggs. God, it's a lot of text. Okay. No. Oh my god, what the hell? What's up with all these Spanish comments? He says, as a Cantonese watching you do this, you honored the authenticity and didn't bastardize it. But in his first comment, he said, we didn't do it a traditional way. Whatever, we're watching this one. Okay, she has eggs. Yep, she's gonna crack eggs. This is she's married. Notice the ring on her finger. And then yeah. Oh my god, how many eggs is she gonna use? Okay, so she used salt and sugar, just a little bit of sugar, and chicken powder, chicken, just a scoop, and sesame oil. That's a lot of sesame oil. Oh no, that was fish sauce. Never mind. Fish sauce. We can replace that with sesame oil. Probably. You spin it. Oh my god, just get an egg beater. like hire or buy one. Okay, there's the bubbles. There's the bubbles. You did a good job. 2 cloves of garlic. Get the skin off. Dice it up. Mince it. Crince it. Linse it. Add that to your egg. Oh no, you shouldn't add it to the egg. Fry that bad boy up. Put all that vinegar on there. Or whatever that is. Coat that baby. It doesn't coat properly. Put the garlic on there. Sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle that garlic. Oh me gird. Sizzle that garlic. Pour the egg. Ah, it pushed all the stuff to the side. Oh, better hurry up. Better hurry up. All right. And then push it all to the middle. Yep. Wait. Wait. And then push it onto the middle. Oh, wait. Oh, push it. Oh, she's doing it unevenly. There's a better method of doing this. Push it onto the middle. Yeah, yeah. Cook your eggs. Yeah, yeah. You cook your eggs. You cook your it's an omelet now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What's happening? Oh, turn it off. And then push it. Oh no. Oh no. There's too much white. There's too much white. You didn't do it. It's falling apart. Now you just have a big old slap of egg. That wasn't good. Oh my god, this video is by Kenji. Oh my god. J. Kenji Lopez's egg hack. Big ass plate. Who's gonna eat all that eggs? You shouldn't have put 8 eggs in this. You silly goose. Oh. Okay, you're gonna have one piece of it with a full thing of rice. Yeah. We're gonna do Tornado Omelet Master, alright? This is the only one that I want. What? Pour the eggs after the oil is hot to make sure it looks pretty. Oh my god. Oh, now you put your eggs on there. Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, heat it up. The key point of the omelet is that if the egg is overcooked, it'll be stiff. If the egg's undercooked, it'll shape bad. It should be cooked to moderation to make it soft until sure. This is too hot. This is too cold. This is just right. Okay, so giant bubbles formed, and he's going to take 2 chopsticks, bring them together at slightly different points towards the middle, and then he's going to slowly, while it's cooking, slowly spin it as it cooks, and then go boom, and then go boom. Take it off the heat, and put it in the container there. Nice. And there is a ball of rice underneath. Very nice. So he's going to put a little bit of the egg there. Oh, and a thing of rice. I wish I had one of those. Make your rice look nice. Oh boy. I wish I had a kitchen. Yeah, get that sauce. Oh, water. Ooh. Ooh, now it looks gross. Nice. And then he gets a little ball of rice. Oh, look how cute that is. Yeah, it's wonderful. And he's going to fry up some oil. Oh, look how oily that is. And he's going to put egg in there. Oh, look how eggy that is. And he's going to fry it up. He's going to take his chopsticks and boom. And boom. And boom. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. That one worked out a lot better. Nice. And he's gonna put that on top. Nice. Very nice. And he's gonna take his little sauce. He's gonna pour it. Oh, he's gonna pour it on the side. Oh. Very nice. He's making a little circle of it. I like that. I like that presentation. For sure. Hell yeah. That looks really good, actually. It looks so appetizing. You put a little mayonnaise drizzle. Nice. Ooh, that looks really good. That actually looks really good. Yeah, nice. And then you got your rice in the middle. And then you gotta spoon it up. Ah, you have ruined the presentation. Yum. Actually, yum. That looks really good. With the sauce, it looks really good. Use a non-stick pan. Very high heat, as high as you can. Wait for the base layer to form. Bring the chopsticks together so the base lifts up. Turn the pan or the chopsticks or both, slowly rotating. I don't have a non-stick pan. I don't have eggs. I don't have chopsticks. And I can't even leave the house. Very nice. Stop worrying and you can just buy them. You only live once. Se lo ve delicioso. Squeak. Oh my god, okay. So anyway, we're not making eggs like that. We are going to make... I want to make eggs like this. But too bad. What am I doing? I'm doing French toast. 20 minutes for this French toast? What are you talking about? Okay, so I'm doing French toast with... Oh my god, that's right, I'm doing the fucking chicken. Okay, this is a lot. This is a lot. Okay, I'm doing French toast, eggs, but Cantonese style probably, right? Okay, well I can't do the lard thing, so... Eggs. Separating the yolks is optional. It'll make it a bit easier to see what's going on. Okay, well... Let's get till you start seeing the bubbles, okay? Once you're about ready to scramble, combine the whites with the yolks. Salt, sugar, white pepper, chicken powder, dry wine, sesame oil. And cornstarch. A cornstarch with water mix. I see. Eggs moist and prevent overcooking. A good whisk till you see some bubbles. And then you can fry. A full-size stove. Get it piping hot. Then put butter, because I don't have access to lard. Non-negotiable. Okay, so you melted the lard. And now you put in your egg. And then take it off the heat, and separate that white crap from it until okay. Until you see the bubbles and move it off the flame and layering. There you go. There you go. So I need chicken powder. That's what I need. Okay. And I don't have any wine. So, I have Stella Rosa right here. I could add that. Oh, what's this? That's gross. Do I have any chicken powder? Not really. Okay, so tomorrow I need to make breakfast, and then I need to go. I need to make breakfast of eggs and French toast. This egg recipe seems pretty easy. You mix sesame oil, salt, pepper, vinegar, sugar. Wait, what was it? Salt, sugar, sesame oil, cornstarch and water mix, chicken powder, and white wine. Okay. Instead of white wine, I might use a little whiskey. That actually sounds better. So, or no, I'll use my Stella Rosa. That sounds good. That's fine. So the real challenge is going to be dinner. So I do want to make this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it, but okay, I'm going to make breakfast tomorrow. Then I got to go grocery shopping, and then at dinner, and then I got to get all the stuff for this for grocery shopping, and then I'm going to make it. And then I'll be done. Fantastic. And then that should leave me enough time to do homework tomorrow. So that's good. So it's not the end of the world that I didn't get anything done tonight. I do need to decide on a research topic though. I don't know what to research. I don't know what's a current controversial topic. What is a controversial topic? What do you guys think? What's a controversial? I don't know. Or what's a topic where I need to take a stance to convince people of it? I don't know. I could do something like Black Lives Matter. I'd be like, oh, or well, I see. Okay, it can't just be talking about an issue, and it can't just be saying, oh, this issue's good or this issue's bad. It's gotta be like you convince someone to do something, and you talk about the issue, you talk about how the issue's bad, and then you talk about how the doing something would be good to counteract the issue, and that they should do it. Right? It's a call to action. So you guys know about call to action, putting that in essays. But typically that's like your last sentence in your conclusion. For me, I gotta make my entire paper my call to action. So that's what makes it difficult. So what's an issue right now that people aren't changing that I gotta persuade that people should change? I mean, everything is that I can think of is really just insanely controversial. It's like social issues, but it's like the bad. Like I was gonna say like, oh, ban trans people or whatever. I don't fucking know. Stop pushing for transgenderism on school children. That's an issue right now. I don't know. I go on poll. Let's see. Looking at poll. Click the catalog. Dark mode. Abortions. Hey, don't ban abortions. There you go. That's a topic. What? God, what kind of research could I do on that though? Abortions is just personal opinion. I mean, I would have to argue that if I was for abortions, I would have to argue that that abortions are bad for some reason. So, I don't know. Abortions destroy the mental health of the mother? And, oh wait, no, that's not going to be good. That would be if I was against abortions. Okay, for abortions. You don't want to, don't want to ruin the mother's life. Right? Don't want to condemn her to being a single mother. It's her body, her choice. How can I research that though? The unborn baby doesn't have a consciousness, so therefore isn't going to suffer if you abort it. Sure, I could research that. Who else? What else? Why don't I do mopeds? Or what was it, Vespas? I couldn't even find information on that for my own interest. God dang it. That's what I would do though. Start banning carbon emissions in cars. Or America should start banning cars and transition towards railways and stuff. That'd be such a hard case to argue. I'm gonna make it really complicated myself. Oh my god. Well, if I'm against abortions, what would my research be? See, the thing is, whatever it is, it has to be an issue that people disagree on. I have to be taking a stance. I have to be calling to action my reader to pursue my solution to it. And it has to be something that I can do a lot of research on. That is going to be tough. Fulfilling all those requirements for a subject is going to be difficult. There's no current issue that I care about. First semester of college, or for my English 1 class, I researched the Great Resignation. For my speech class, I did a research speech on self-sustainable living. And, doing your own farm and all that. So what am I going to do for this class? God, every semester I've had to do some sort of research project. I hate research projects. That's liberal arts for you. Use other people's work for your own advantage. Just don't plagiarize them. What are issues? I could research inflation. What would be the solution to inflation, though? I want a panini press. I want a panini press. That's all I want. Oh my god. I was thinking, what can I make for lunch tomorrow? And the immediate answer was paninis. Imagine being this obsessed with an anime character. Oh my god. So it's Maki. She's on her phone like a basic bitch. President Trump. I mean, I could do why we should vote for Trump. That's not gonna fly well out of college. Oh, it's a college in Ohio, maybe it will. No, Ohio's pretty split. U.S. billionaires planning exit strategy. Cyprus is a nice place to live, I hear. Oh my god. They're selling citizenships to other countries that are not even a part of. What the fuck? You're gonna monetize moving to other countries? What the fuck? We should end the war in Ukraine. That's, what a hot take. Oh my god, so brave to say that. What am I supposed to research? I need something that is a topic with a lot of information on it, on the internet, that is controversial, or that people could have different opinions on, I mean. Even something like we shouldn't stop driving cars would be better. But it's like, why? God, but the way they organized arguments was like, you are, it was, you are a human. Humans die. Therefore, you will die. That's like, or, you are a human. It's premise one. Premise two is humans die at a certain point, and so your conclusion is that you will die at a certain point, because that's the argument that's set up. In a more complicated sense, what I did for my letter last week was I set up more employees will benefit the company. That's premise one. And then premise two was paying your employees more will get you more employees. And so then the conclusion was the company will benefit if it pays its employees more. That was the conclusion. But it took a long time for me to think about that, right? Because all I was thinking of, okay, my previous company had a staff shortage. And that was a problem. That's all I thought about. And I had to figure out, okay, how can I spin this to make it look beneficial to the reader? That's what it was. The police article that I read a couple weeks ago, it was Police officers use social media as premise one, and then premise two was social media can be good or bad depending on how it's used. And so therefore the conclusion was you got to control, agencies have to control social media use to get good outcomes, or to make sure it's used properly, or to avoid risk of it being used bad or whatever. Or something like that, which is fine, right? You're arguing for a point, for like a change in something. Do you believe that trans women are literally women? Yes. What is a woman? A person who exists in a discursive framework, usually created in dialogue between that person and their surrounding culture, that identifies them as a woman. That framework looks different at different times in different places for different people. What the fuck? You're insane. You're actually insane. What the fuck? How? It's basic. How is this not basic for people? You have a penis, you're a dude. You have a vagoo, you're a woman. It's black and white. It's not, oh, if they identify as a what? No, it's none of that. It's literally, what parts do you have to? You can be a manly girl, or you can be a girly dude, right? You could have your vagoo all closed up because of some mutation, or you could be born with a small penis. But that doesn't make you not a man or not a woman. It's like you still have those, if you're born with neither a penis or a vagoo, then I mean you're not. I mean, what is that then? It's right. That probably doesn't even exist, to be honest. And it's also the freaking chromosomes in your brain too, right? Women are born with two X chromosomes, but men are born with one X and one Y chromosome. It's basic. If you don't look at the private parts, you can look at the freaking chromosomes because they line up, right? Very few people have it not line up. It's not something you can decide. You can't be born with a penis and then decide, oh, actually, I'm a woman. You can't decide that. You don't get the right to decide that. Like, it's classification. I've complained about this before, but it's how people classify each other is based off of what gender they perceive each other to be. And the gender is perceived based off of what private parts you have. Why do so many dudes get so nervous on the internet and they act really weird or out of control or whatever when they realize that they're playing a game with a girl? Their teammate is actually a girl or whatever. Why do they get so freaking? Why do their behaviors change? Their behaviors change because of the prospect of dating this person, right? They want to insert their penis into the vagoo, and so therefore now here's an opportunity to do so, technically, right? It's an eventuality that I could, whatever. And so in sight of that opportunity, they're changing their behavior and they're trying to do that or whatever. But if it's a male transitioning to a female and they call themselves a woman or a trans woman, then the dude's not going to act. The dude, the person isn't, the guy who is getting all crazy when he meets gamer girls. He's not going to care about the trans woman, because the thing is, his entire perception of what a woman is based off her private parts and his ability to insert his penis into her private parts, right? That's all it is. That's where gender is. That's the only place that it matters. So you can't be like, oh, it's based off of what you identify as or whatever. No, it's not. It's gender is your ability, or is your ability to mate with one type of person or the other. That's all it is, right? That's all it is. And of course, there's other things that influence that, but everyone has different personalities, everyone has different interests. A girl could be interested in guy stuff, it's called a tomboy. A guy could be interested in girl stuff, he's called effeminate. But it doesn't make any difference between, because a tomboy girl can mate with any dude because she was born with a vagoo. And an effeminate boy can still mate with any girl because he was born with a dick. And there's no in between there, right? It doesn't matter if he's freaking girly. It doesn't matter if he's like this, femboy who cross dresses in like, sexy maid outfits, and he likes to be sub, and he likes to have a collar on, and, be locked up in a dog cage by a dominant partner. He still has a penis and it's going to go into Vagoo. That's all it is, right? And so his gender doesn't change just because every single other aspect about him isn't like a normal dude. Transgenderism doesn't exist. Being transgender doesn't exist. You're not, because it's based off of your ability to mate. If they could cut off the dude's penis and put an entire womb and uterus and a hole, a vagoo in a dude, if they could do that, then yes, he would be able to change genders, because now his reproductive capability has shifted. But it has nothing to do with identity. It only has to do with your reproductive parts. Oh, if I identify as freaking liking a girl show or liking, girly things or whatever, it doesn't make me a girl. It just means there's different strokes for different folks. Even if I identify, quote unquote, as a girl, nobody else should accept me as that, because I do not reproduce like a woman does. That's it. That's all it is. So you don't get to call yourself a different gender than what your private parts tell you are. It's ridiculous. These people, transgender people, are mentally ill, is what it is. They're mentally ill, not in the sense that they have gender dysmorphia, but in the sense that they are trying to force other people to accept their gender dysmorphia. That's what it is. They're egotistical, they're self-centered, and they're narcissistic. And you cannot argue for anything less than that. You want to enjoy your hobbies on your own, go for it. But the instant that you shove it in somebody's face, or the instant that you tell somebody, no, actually I'm a girl, when you have a dick, you're deceiving them. You're deceiving them. There's a reason why, girl gamers don't go on the mic, or if they do go on the mic, they try to not sound like a girl or whatever. It's because they don't want to be treated like a girl, because guys' behavior changes if they know it's a girl that they're playing with. For the most part, it does. For better or for worse. For most of the times, for worse. That their behavior changes. Guys get obnoxious. Guys whose behavior changes because of a girl, because a girl's in the room, their behavior changes to be obnoxious. They're trying to be, outstanding and, noticeable and things like this. It's disgusting. I cringe. But girls, regular gamer girls, hide their gender for the most part from dudes, because they don't want to be treated differently because of their reproductive ability. And it makes sense. It makes sense to go for it. Your gender shouldn't matter. But for trans people, their gender does fucking matter. It's like they can't have a normal interaction with somebody, right? In the same sense that a guy, or that, these obnoxious guys can't, hold it together when a girl is within 10 feet of their presence. In that same sense, these transgender people can't shut up about their gender identity. The thing is, they've become so absorbed into it that it's like nothing else matters, right? Like they can't fathom life outside of their gender identity. Like it consumes them. They have no interests, they have no hobbies, they have nothing of note to talk about besides transgenderism and the transgender movement and all this sort of stuff. Like grow the fuck up, honestly. Like what are you, like 6 years old and you're stuck on the same issue and you're throwing a temper tantrum because people didn't call you because somebody called you a mean name, or somebody didn't call you by the right name, or someone mispronounced your name or whatever. That's what these people are complaining about. They're complaining about being perceived as something that they don't want to be perceived as. And it's like, first of all, how dare you give a shit about that? It's, the rest of us don't have the luxury of correcting people on, basic things, right? It's like, if someone mispronounces my name in every interaction with me, I can correct them once or twice, but eventually it's going to be, yeah, okay, fine, whatever, right? I'm not going to hang out with you if, I don't want to deal with this or whatever, right? But it's like, but I mean, the thing is, first of all, nobody gives a shit, right? Oh, you identify as a fucking trans person. Oh, you have gender dysmorphia. Like, why does it matter? First of all, why does it matter? Are you going to get a surgery that changes your reproductive parts? Were you born a dude, but you just really want to have a kid? You just really want to give birth? Like, if that's the case, then go for it, right? Maybe you really do have gender dysmorphia. Maybe it is something serious. But if you're not literally at that level of, I need to reproduce in a different way than I was born to do, if you're not at that exact level, then gender doesn't matter. Because gender is nothing more than how you're able to reproduce. There's a lot of girls who act like guys, and there's a lot of guys who act like girls. There's a lot of that. None of them have gender dysmorphia. A tomboy does not have gender dysmorphia. An effeminate boy who cross-dresses does not have gender dysmorphia. They don't. They don't. They just have different interests because they're individual human beings. And the fact that and again, this goes into, it's the same issue with racism. It's the same issue with racism. You're classifying people by the group that they belong to rather than by their individuality. And to me, we're not focusing on the main issue. We're not, to me, it's that we are dismissing people's uniqueness, people's individuality, in favor of classifying them in a group. Oh, I'm a guy and I like girl things. Better join this group of trans women. Not, you're not celebrating your differences at that point. You're emphasizing them. And you're emphasizing them in a context of, I belong to this subsect of people. It's the same thing with racism. It's the same thing with culture, right? It's like if you're born like Hispanic and you spend your entire life identifying with Hispanic culture, first of all, you're taking life way too seriously. None of this matters. Absolutely none of this matters. You know what matters? It's how comfy you are. That's what matters. I don't care if you identify as a Mexican. I don't care, whatever, right? You enjoy Mexican food, you do you, right? That's not like, first of all, don't shove it in other people's faces. Second of all, don't prescribe yourself to a group and be inclusive or exclusive about it or whatever, because you're just making a fool of yourself. That's what these transgender people are. Like 10 years ago, people would laugh at transgender people. Oh, look at that guy, he cross-dresses. Oh, look at that guy, he's switched his gender, he's taking hormones or whatever. Now, this mental illness is being accepted, and it's being, whatever. And because of that, a lot more transgender people, or a lot more people are becoming transgender. But it's not that they're becoming transgender, it's that they're trying to join this group of people who they connect with. And it's this misperception, because the thing is, most transgender people are just stupid teenagers. That's all it is. They're just stupid teenagers. And I don't care if they're above the age of 18, they're still stupid teenagers because they still have that teenage mentality of they are a little bit different than everybody else, but they still want to find their place in life. This is a psychological point in your development where, as a teenager, and it trickles on to being an adult as well, a young adult, you're trying to find your self-identity. You are a guy and you like girly things. And you're thinking, I'm so weird. I like girly I like girly things. I don't like sports and hot babes and big boobs like the rest of my male friends. You're different. That's it. You're different. Who cares? Who cares? You do you, right? But then these same people, right? They're stupid teenagers. They're misled. What I mean by misled is that they look online and they're like, oh, I'm a guy, but I like girly things. Are there other people like this? And then somebody's like, yeah, it's called being a transgender person. Yeah, you should take hormones for that. You should take female hormones and try to turn into a girl because you're interested. And the fucking the guy who is just effeminate, who just likes girly things, is convinced by that. Why is he convinced by that? Oh, he's convinced by that because it's because nobody gave him direction in life, and this is the first person who's told him anything that justifies his behavior. Of course he's going to latch onto it. Of course he's going to identify himself as transgender because somebody else told him that that's what he was. And a stupid teenager who's trying to find their place in life is going to, and by stupid I mean easily influenced. That's what I mean. That's why I keep using the word stupid. But an easily influenced teenager who feels different and left out and who simply wants to find his place in the world goes on the internet, or she or whatever, and they find a community of people who are kind of similar to them, and they feel like that's where they belong. But this community is taking hormones and calling themselves transgender and fighting for trans rights. And so, this is the community I belong to. Guess I gotta start doing those things. I gotta start doing those things to belong. Oh, these other people are fixing their problem by taking hormones to become transgender. I gotta do that too. And they follow in their footsteps. Would you jump off a cliff if everybody else did? Maybe not. But if you're lost and confused and somebody accepts you and takes you in, you're more likely to do whatever stupid bullshit that they convince you to do. You're way more likely to do that. You want to know what it's similar to? It's similar to a cult. Cult. C-U-L-T. The freaking an off-brand religious group that influences their followers and gives them a community, a place to belong. And then guess what happens in a cult? They follow one person who's the leader. They worship him because that's what everyone else is doing. And it's this mob mentality that they're trapped in. They're influenced by this. And guess what? At the end of the cult, they distance themselves from society, they cut off all their friends and family, and then they end up committing mass suicide because the leader told them to. That's what a cult does. That's what a cult does. And there's a lot of people that are adults who are taken in by this. Transgenderism is a cult. It's a cult. There's no working around that. It's a place where people who are slightly different from the rest of humanity are taken in and influenced and transformed to be a completely, off the walls bastardization of their former selves. And the media is justifying it. That's the only difference. This is a cult that is being accepted by society. That's what it is. And at this point, somebody who doesn't act like their gender isn't going to be accepted by others until they become transgender. A girl who likes guy things or a guy who likes girl things is going to be looked at as weird or different until he or she becomes transgender, and then they're going to be embraced and accepted with open arms. So why wouldn't somebody who's different become transgender? Why wouldn't they? There's only benefits for them socially. And so these human beings are encouraged to take hormones into their bodies that go that contradict the current ones that are in their bodies. It screws them up. They either chop off their genitalia or they don't get to, both of which produce these negative results. Neither party can actually do what they're supposed to do, which is to switch genders entirely. And then when they grow up later, later down in life, 10, 20, 30 years later, they'll wake up one day and regret it. They won't want to be this anymore, but they've made this life-altering decision. It's the same thing as if, you got a tattoo on your arm or something, and, spur of the moment, right? You're drunk, and you went and got a tattoo. And then you woke up the next morning, you're like, oh, this looks kind of okay. And then 30 years later, it starts to sag, and it looks pretty bad, and you don't want people to pay attention to you that much, and you're like, maybe I shouldn't have gotten this tattoo. But you can't remove it, right? It's a tattoo. It's permanent. I mean, you can get it lasered off, but it's going to leave, scars and marks. But that's what transgender is, except instead of one piece of art on your skin, you changed the entire composition of your physical body. I mean, you talk about life-altering decisions. There's nothing more than that, right? What if what if the new trend was, oh, let's cut off our left arms? What if that was the trend? And then, oh, everybody who acts like this or is interested in this got to cut off their left arm, And then everybody gets their left arm cut off. And then, oh, lo and behold, next week, hey, I need my left arm. Well, it's gone. Next year, 20 years from now, right, you're going to retire and things are going to be tough and you're going to be feeling a lot of pain because you cut off your arm because other people convinced you to do so. And then you're going to be like, well, shit, I really shouldn't have cut off my arm. Well, you followed a cult leader. They didn't tell you to cut off your arm, maybe, but they're telling you to inject hormones into your body. They're telling you to cut off your genitalia, which in my opinion is way worse. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And the thing is, it's disgusting not because of the action itself. Being a transgender by itself, that concept isn't that bad. What's bad is if you're convinced to do so, is if you're groomed to do so by people who you just want to accept you. That's what it is. You're a little bit different than everybody else, and then you go online to find other people like you, and they call it the transgender movement. And then they convince you, oh yeah, well, okay, you want to be part of our community? Well, you got to transition. You got to become your opposite gender, right? All the rest of us are doing it. Why aren't you doing it too? And then, that the easily influenced teenager who is easily influenced, gets this idea in their head that being a transgender is the natural path of somebody who is like them. But the thing is, it's not. Being a transgender is not the natural path for any human being ever. But they're convinced to do so because they're being accepted, right? Emo community, the goth community, those things were pretty popular when I was growing up. You're different. You don't like pop music. You'd rather listen to death metal. Well, dye your hair black, wear chains and accessories on your body, get a lip piercing, the lobes for earrings, put on this dark makeup and mascara and eyeshadow and all that, even if you're a guy. Make sure your fashion looks like a rock concert barfed on you, or a heavy metal concert, just barfed all of its fashion tastes on you. That's what you're gonna look like. So you had a lot of middle schoolers and high schoolers who had this goth look or this emo look, and their parents would be like, "Oh, it's just a phase." And then lo and behold, 5 or 10 years later, yeah, it was just a phase. The person stopped being that, and they started being a normal human being who just accepted that, hey, I'm just a little bit different than everybody else, which is exactly how you are. Which is exactly how you are. And when I say normal human being, I don't mean your independence and you're, gonna do things yourself and blah, blah, right? Like all the normies out there do. I'm not saying that as a normal human being. I just mean that you're not subscribed, normal as in you're not subscribed to a cult following. You're not being influenced by a community of people whose sole purpose is to influence others, because that's what a cult is, right? You look at the freaking one in Australia where there's a cult in Australia where this dude claimed to be the reincarnation of Jesus. Is he the reincarnation of Jesus? Fuck no. He's not. He doesn't act like that. In fact, throughout his career as the cult leader, he has made many contradictions to himself. But it's a cult. It's easily influenced. And, if there's a group of people following him, then he changes the rules one day and they all accept it. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because they're a cult. They're blind. They're easily influenced. And new people who are looking at the cult, who are easily influenced as well, the cult people will be like, oh, come on in. We're all accepting. We're all loving. We're way better than the rest of society, things like that. And the new people will be like, okay, that sounds great. And then they join the cult. And in the cult, they're given love and affection at first. And then they're told to convince something. And there's a lot of different strategies. I mean, cult manipulation tactics. There's a lot of different strategies. And, cult psychology. Here we go. Nope. Dude, what the fuck? Make a list. Make a list. Make bullet points. What tactic do cult leaders use? Here we go. 6 highly effective tactics cult leaders use to build a raving audience. Seek people's emotions. There we go. Right. It's the pathos. Right. So think about the transgender movement. Okay. I'm gonna compare a cult, right, a following of an easily influenced blind audience to follow the cult leader off the edge of a cliff. Let's check it out, and I'm gonna compare it to transgenderism. Okay. Number 1. Speak to people's emotions. You're a lonely kid. You're in high school, what age, middle school age, whatever. You don't have a good relationship with your parents, and you have different interests. You have different interests than the kids at your school. Oh, you're a guy, but you don't like sports. You'd rather be watching My Little Pony, or you'd rather, do this, or you'd rather cross dress, or you'd rather stick dildos up your ass, or whatever. I don't care, right? You'd rather play with Barbies. I don't fucking know. Anything. Or you're a girl, and you don't want to wear makeup. You want to play sports. And you want to play competitive video games, and you don't like the color pink. Oh, God forbid a girl doesn't like the color pink, right? She must be a trans dude. You're different. You're different. And because of your difference, you don't relate to the people around you. And so what do? As a 21st century American, you go online. You go online and you try to find people who are similar to you. Oh, you're a guy and you like My Little Pony? Must be transgender. You have a whole community of transgender people on Tumblr, on Reddit, on whatever site, saying, oh yeah, we're the same as you. We're the same as you. We like the same things you do, and we know what it feels like to be left out and to feel like you don't belong. Come join us. We'll accept you with open arms. Come here to the transgender community. That's step one, right? appeal to the person's emotions, appeal to the lost and easily influenced teenager who's slightly different than everybody else. Appeal to their emotions, to their sense of loneliness and their desire to be accepted, and welcome them in and give them the love that they want. There you go. There's step one, right? Step one to getting them into your cult. Now they're a part of your community. Whoopie-doo. Step two, provide simple, absolute answers. This is exactly, I just went over this, right? You have, for a religious one, for cult, in the context of religions and cult, questions might be, why am I here? What happens after death? What kind of society should we build? Yada, yada, right? And of course, if you're looking for a religion, even if it's a cult, is going to provide simple answers for that, right? A lot of cults create their own communities in order to separate from the rest of society. Guess what? Communities aren't that different. Communities aren't that different from one another, but it's the appeal that this community that seems appealing accepts you, right? They give you the answer you want and they accept you into it, right? They speak to your emotions. They satisfy the questions you have. Same thing with the lost, easily influenced child or teenager, even. They're going through puberty. They're handling with all these different changes and all these emotions and stuff, and they're like, why is this happening to me? Why don't I have loving parents? Why can't I make any friends at school? Why can't I fit in with the other guys or the other girls my age? And the transgender community, it provides a simple answer. It's because you're different than them. You're transgender. You have gender dysmorphia. What an easy answer. And guess what? Easily influenced teenager. Why is he easily influenced? Well, because he doesn't have any other life knowledge, right? You present this information to a 30-year-old person, a 30-year-old adult, and they're not going to fall for this. They're not going to fall for the allure of the transgender community for the most part, because they have enough life experience to be like, well, you know what? I know that this isn't the case, or I know, I'm gonna compare your answer to other people's answers, things like that. Somebody who's lived longer, and for different people, it's different amounts of time, right? People who have lived longer have more worldly knowledge to base their answers on, right? To look at something and not accept it at face value. Whereas a teenager, an easily influenced teenager who knows nothing about the world, who hasn't actually lived through enough life experiences to have good judgment, they're just going to accept it. Oh, this is the first answer I got given. They're appealing to my emotions. The answers are simple. It's easily explained. Sure, I could explain all my problems away with I'm transgender. That's why people don't accept me. That's why, nobody loves me. That's why I can't get a girlfriend. Things like that, right? And those arguments really appeal to lonely teenagers. And there are a lot of lonely teenagers out there. There are so many. It is a large percentage of the teenager population are, they're lonely and they're lost and they have identity problems, but it's not gender identity problems. It's self-identity problems. Where do I belong in this world? Who is going to accept me? Who am I, really? They have, teenagers have all these questions that they need to be answered, and the transgender community, well, they're right there to answer them, right? One transgender person can give a bunch of gullible teenagers the answer that they want to hear. You're different. You're different from everybody else. What makes you different? Well, you're transgender. You're transgender. And of course a transgender person is going to advocate for their own mental illness. It's a cult, right? It's a cult. And these people are being provided simple answers that they just accept. They just accept. Create a sense of urgent scarcity. The fear of missing out. We could apply this to the transgender community for sure. There's this urgency to, maybe this doesn't apply too much to the transgender community, but there is some sense of urgency in that, okay, well, if you are transgender, the sooner you start accept that, and the sooner you accept that and start transitioning, the better. The better your transition is going to be, right? If you're 14 and you start taking hormones, then you'll change into the opposite gender better than somebody who was 23 years old and started taking hormones. So the earlier you start, the better. There's a sense of urgency there, just through the natural biology of what being a transgender person means, right? You know, through what it naturally means, which is, you know, you're literally changing your gender. And so obviously during your growing years, you know, that's when you got to tackle it, right? Which is why some parents will even say that their like 4 or their 5-year-old child is transgender, and they'll start giving their toddler hormones. And this is legal, that parents can give their children hormones, and that doctors can prescribe hormones to these people's children. It's so sick. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, in Minecraft, they should all perish. I mean, these people are irrevocably unjust. But they know what they're doing. They're damaging these kids who don't have a choice. These kids don't have a choice. These kids don't know what anybody's talking about. These kids are so young that they just listen to whatever their parents say, and they trust and believe their parents. And so if their parents say that the kid is transgender and needs to take hormones, well, a 5-year-old kid doesn't have the wherewithal to object to that. Most of them don't. Some of them do. Most of them don't. What toddler is going to be able to deny when his or her parents say, you're transgender, you were born the wrong gender, this is normal, take the hormones? What child is going to be able to reject that? None. It's a manipulation tactic, because you're influencing whoever influenced the parents, right? Because this has become such a movement. This has become such a movement in our country that it's seen as normal. This cult is seen as normal. And so parents, while they themselves might not identify as transgender, they're looking at their kids. Oh, are my kids going to be transgender? Oh, I'm so afraid. Or I'm afraid that we're going to catch it too late in the kid and we're not going to be able to help them transition or whatever, right? There's that sense of urgency. There's a scarcity that applies to that as well, right? Because, I mean, the longer you wait, the worse off it's going to be, right? So, and then you might not get it. But it's the same, even if your parents don't influence you at a young age, for a teenager, it's still the same concept. You bet, if you're transgender, right? We use tactics number 1 and 2. Why am I alone? Why am I different? Well, because you're transgender, right? They provide a simple, absolute answer to why you're alone and why you're feeling these emotions, which every teenager feels those emotions. Just because you feel those emotions doesn't mean you're transgender. It doesn't. Just because you play video games doesn't mean you're the opposite gender. Just because you like sports when you're a girl doesn't mean you're the opposite gender. Just because you're a geek doesn't mean you're the opposite gender. You're just different. But anyway, the transgender community provides those simple, absolute answers, and it's generally accepted by society, or at least accepted by that community. And so they influence the teenager. It appeals to his emotions, right? Why am I feeling this way? Provide the answer, and then show your acceptance. The transgender community shows their acceptance towards having new members. Wouldn't you know it, right? These people, these transgender people, they live off of recruiting other people, because recruiting other people makes the current transgender people feel good. Because, hey, I'm not weird. Look, more people are coming out as transgender, so I'm not the weird one. Okay, my gender dysmorphia is totally normal, because look, all of these misguided teenagers that I'm influencing, accept this, right? They look at the people that they're influencing as a justification for their own mental health issues. right? For their own mental illnesses. It's it's a self indulgent prophecy of you're mentally ill, and the only way you're gonna feel better is if other people are mentally ill with you, so you don't feel alone. But you're the only one, so how can you get other people to join you in this mental illness called transgenderism? Well, you can appeal to their emotions, you can give them answers, right? Answers that fit your agenda, and then you can convince them into it. You can convince them into it. You can use all these tactics. And yes, people do know how to use these tactics. I mean, look at this right here. It's right here. Yeah, any transgender person could go on this article and be like, okay, how do I be a cult leader? And then they'll do this, and then bada bing, bada boom, right? They're able to convince easily impressionable teenagers. And then that sense of urgency gets created because of the nature of being a transgender person, right? Oh, you got to start it earlier, right? I started when I was 20, and you know, I still have some of my manly features or some of my feminine features that I don't want anymore, or it's that I don't want. So, but you're 14, you're 12, you're 8 years old, so you have a better chance of coming out on top of, you know, if you do it now, if you transition now, then you know, you can become then you can become a better transgender person, you know, and your gender dysmorphia, which again was convincingly placed into that person's head, your transgenderism will be, you know, that then you can fulfill that or whatever, right? So that sense of urgency is created on top of that, right? And all of this can be done in like two conversations, right? You know, you put a transgender person with some lonely um, with some lonely teenager, and you know, two conversations later he can convince the teenager that he's a transgender person. I mean, it doesn't matter what the teenager is even like at that point. You know, he can be convinced of this using these tactics. Rely on peer pressure to overcome doubts. Ah, this is a good one. This is a good one. This is a group mentality, right? The mob mentality. A transgender community already exists. What we do, right? One transgender person finds a teenager. They try to groom them into becoming a transgender. All they need to do, if the teenager won't budge, or if they're having a hard time being convinced, they the transgender person brings in other transgender people to convince the person, hey, you know, you are a transgender person, you know, you stop trying to deny it, I know what it's like. And then another person is like, you are a transgender person, why are you still resisting? You know, person A, who's clearly explaining this stuff to you, and then the person B could re-explain this stuff in their own words and reinforce whatever whatever propaganda was being told to the teenager by person A, right? They're going to reinforce these ideas because now, you know, it's believing through repetition, right? It's, you know, person A says something, person B says something similar, person C says something similar, person D comes along. I mean, it's, you know, over and over again, and this is peer pressure, and it's, you know, hey, we're like you, or hey, maybe they'll get some of the other teenagers who they did convince and bring them over, and, you know, Discord makes it so easy, right, to freaking do this. And then they'll do this, and they're able to pressure the people who are on the fence to come onto their side. It doesn't have to be about transgenderism. It could be about anything. It could be about cults, right? A cult of people, right? If all of your friends have joined Australian Jesus and in his cult, then they're all gonna talk you into it because you trust your friends, and you know, if four of your friends are saying something, and your own mind is saying something different, then you're gonna trust, you know, your friends because more of them are like that, and you're gonna think, oh, well, they must know better. You know, all of them are convinced. All of them say it's a good thing, so I should do it, right? You know, I shouldn't doubt myself anymore, right? It's groupthink. It's it's bandwagoning. It's peer pressure, right? That's what it is. That's all it is. It's powerful. Pressure to conform is what drove 918 people to drink cyanide-laced Kool-Aid in Jonestown, 1978, in what became the greatest mass suicide in American history. The few who disagreed were silenced or censored themselves to blend in with the herd. A cult leader convinced 900 people to kill themselves. If a leader of a cult can convince normal human beings to end their own lives, which is the greatest amount of contradiction that you have to go through, right? Suicide is the greatest amount of contradiction you have to go through, right? Because human beings are animals that want to live, right? We want to survive. And most people chicken out of suicide because it's, oh, I don't want to die. Their instincts come in. People who hang themselves, the moment that they drop from that rope, they're trying to claw their way out of it because they realize they're going to die. Their instincts, kick in. They want to get out. So to be able to kill yourself requires the amount of going against your human instincts as mentally possible. And a cult was able to make 900 people do that, go against their own survivalistic instincts to not kill themselves. They knew what they were doing, and they knew that they were going to die from this, and they still did it anyway because their cult leader told them to, because somebody told them to. So if that amount of manipulation can happen, that amount of being able to make people do what you want can happen in a cult, imagine what the transgender community can do. They can convince a normal person, a slightly weird but still relatively normal person, they can convince them that they're transgender, and through giving them answers to the questions they're not sure about, that relate to the transgender community, appealing to their sense of emotion and giving them a place to belong, and then assigning peer pressure to convince them to, assigning, peer pressure to remove their doubts and to give a sense of urgency to hurry up and, become transgender. It's easy. In my mind, that sounds super easy. I could do this. I could go up to somebody, and as long as I know what they're sad about or what they're missing in life, I could do this. It's easy. I wouldn't, because this is the scummiest thing you could do on the planet, but I don't need to. We have an entire transgender community who's able to convince teenagers that something's wrong with them when there's not, right? Our human need for group belonging is wired deep in our brains. So, transgender community, right? A lonely teenager who isn't yet transgender is a little different than his peers, and he doesn't get accepted in school. Let's say his classmates don't want to be friends with him. The transgender community does want to be friends with him. What's that lonely teenager gonna do? Is he gonna, try to be normal like his classmates, or is he gonna become transgender like the people who want to be his friend? Well, obviously option B, because we want to belong to a group, right? This is part of, and this is more of a survivalist instinct too, right? It's, we want to belong to this group, even though this is going against this person's survival in the long run. For right now, you don't want to be alone, so you're going to accept the love and affection from the people who do accept you. That's what it is. Keep your audience hooked on your offering. I mean, multi-level marketing schemes. The stupid financial conference that I went to, that I told you guys a few years ago, that I could see clear as day that these people were scamming their audience, and most of the people went up to sign up for the program anyway. It was amazing to me. It baffled me. I was thinking, how can people be so stupid? Right? These were people in their 30s and their 40s who were coming up and signing up for their free program or their cheap program, $3,000 and we'll teach you everything, sort of thing. It was a multi-level marketing scheme. They give you freebies. They gave the free lecture. They already got you in the door, and then they lure you in, and they get you to spend a little bit of money, and then a little more money, and then a little more money, and then all of a sudden, you're in this rabbit hole, right? And there's this what's it called? It's a sunk cost fallacy. I believe it's sunk cost. Yeah, sunk cost fallacy, where you're reluctant or you're not going to abandon a strategy because you've invested heavily into it, even when that abandonment would be more beneficial. So if you've already invested in something, right, like let's say a relationship, right? This happens a lot in relationships. You have been in a relationship with somebody for 4 years, or for, let's say, 2 years, okay? You've dated somebody for 2 years, and things are kind of not working out, but then you're like, yeah, but I've already spent 2 years with this person, backing out, breaking up now wouldn't, breaking up now would, I would have just essentially lost those 2 years of my life. And so I'm going to try to make this work out because I've already spent so much time and energy in this relationship. And then 3 years goes by, and 4 years, and 5 years goes by, and the relationship really isn't working out. And the person is like, yeah, but I already spent 5 years of my life in this relationship. I gotta make this work out. This is the biggest investment of my life. I gotta make this work out. Right? I can't, if I break up now, I will have lost a significant amount of my life. That's what it is. That's what it is. And that's what sunk cost fallacy is. It's you've invested so much into something that you want to stay with it simply because you don't want to abandon it. Right, you're taking, you've already invested so much into it that you don't want to, or that you would feel bad for leaving it. You would feel bad. You would feel like you've just wasted all of your time, and you wasted your money, and you wasted your energy, and this portion of your life doing something that you were just going to abandon anyway. It feels like a waste of time, and it feels like if you were to quit, then you're admitting that what you just did for years and years was a giant waste of time, and that you made the wrong decision with that, and you lost that much of your life because you did that. That's what you're admitting by abandoning it. And so because of that logical fallacy that you don't want to experience in your head, you're going to stay. You're going to stay in the relationship, or you're going to stay in the cult, or you're going to stay with the transgender community because you've already double dipped and triple dipped and spent years and time and money and energy into keeping, and most of your life into this. You're going to stay no matter what. And the thing is, in relationships, if you can make a relationship work out, then yes, you should respect the sunk cost fallacy and you should stay in it. But if abandoning that thing, if staying in that thing will only cause you harm, and you are just now realizing it, then it's better to get out as soon as you can, right? That's what it is. But that's what it is. Relationships are the most ambiguous form of a sunk cost fallacy, because a relationship can work out. You only hear the stories about people who break up and who have bad breakups or whatever, but not as often do you hear the stories of, oh, we had a rocky moment in our relationship, we were going to break up, but we figured, let's stick together. Let's stick together and try to work this out. because we're so close to each other. And then, eventually, we got past that rocky bump, and we solved our problems, and we worked the relationship out, and now we're happily married. There's where the sunk cost fallacy works. But where it doesn't work is if, like, you're in an abusive relationship, and, oh yeah, he beats me every day, but I don't have anybody else, right? It's like, or, oh, he beats me every day, but we've already had 2 kids together, right? It's like, you're invested, and it's like, you need to not be beat every day, but, you know, so you need to leave, but you're gonna stay anyway, right? And you're gonna try to make it work out or whatever. It's, there's different situations, and every situation is unique. And that's why a lot of times you need marriage counselors, right? Marriage counselors or marriage therapists will typically look at your problems from an outside perspective and then tell you what the best course of action is. Can we work this out, or do we need to break up, sort of thing. So you as one of the relationship partners isn't blinded by a sunk cost fallacy or by, whatever else. So, but anyway, sunk cost fallacy is definitely a big one, right? If you identify as transgender as a teenager and you start taking the hormones, God forbid, then, if halfway into your treatment you realize that, oh, this is wrong, or maybe I'm not transgender, maybe I was just a lost teenager who felt lonely, and now I know better, then sunk cost fallacy hits. Oh, well, I already started taking hormones. It's going to look weird if I stop halfway through, because I'm going to have certain changes to my body anyway, so I might as well finish the treatment. That's where it relates in transgenderism. Because it's the procedure itself is this sunk cost fallacy. Especially if, like, you do the surgery and you get your balls chopped off, then you've committed a lot in that essence. You can't back out now, right? You got your freaking dick chopped off, or you got a hole carved in you, or you cut off a slab of your thigh skin and rolled it up into a tube and made it look like a dick, and you put that on in your pants, right? That's what people do. I don't know if I showed you guys the picture of it, but it's disgusting. It's the female to male reconstructive surgery is what it's called. It's ugh, God, I can't even. They cut off like a rectangle of your freaking skin on your leg, and they roll it up and they sew it onto where the vagu is, and it looks like a penis. It doesn't work. It doesn't work at all, but it's there, right? And people are, oh, I'm so satisfied with this. Oh, I just got out of surgery, Well, that's part of that acceptance, right? No one's going to notice unless you brag about it. And you want people to notice because your main motivation for being a transgender person was acceptance into this group. And so you have to make it known, that's why transgender people are so outspoken among their community and among outside of their community. It's because the whole point of being in this community was to feel a sense of belonging and acceptance in this community. But the way that the transgender community works, just like a cult, is that they want you to do certain things. And so you doing certain things is the way that you're going to be accepted. They want you to take the hormones. They want you to cross-dress. They want you to get the surgery. They want, whatever. And they're going to give you brownie points and internet points and karma and whatever for doing those things, right? It's bragging rights. It's bragging rights, but you're solidifying your place in the community. And it's that acceptance into the community that made you join it in the first place. Because it's like a cult, right? You're lost and you're easily influenced, or you're impressionable, and so these people are able to convince you of that, or convince you of whatever they want, with baiting you with, hey, we'll accept you as a human being, we'll accept you for your differences, or, oh, we understand your differences, and we're like you, we're similar to you, or whatever they need to say to convince these people, because that's all it is. It's just words, right? It's words, but it's words that these people believe with their actions. It's terrible. It's sad to see. It's sad to see for sure. But You keep your audience hooked on your offering by, there's sunk cost fallacy. There's, oh, I've already started transitioning, I might as well continue. Or, oh, I already got the surgery, there's no going back now. Or, or, oh, all of my friends are part of the transgender community, so I can't leave because then I will lose all my friends. I mean, that's a huge one. That's a huge one. Nobody wants, somebody who was so desperate for acceptance to the point where they become a transgender person just to be accepted. They don't want to lose their friends. Obviously not. They don't want to be alone. Especially if they're a dumb teenager, they don't want to be alone. And so, they're not going to... Obviously, nobody wants to be alone. But what I'm saying is that you're a dumb teenager because you think that losing your friends in the transgender community is going to make you alone for the rest of your life. Yeah, you're going to be alone for tomorrow, but there's opportunities to, to find other people. I'm sure there's groups for people who are recovering transgender people. Oh, I was roped into the transgender movement. I even took hormones and, I wanted to get out. And so I got out, right? There's a group for recovering cult members. There's support groups for that. There's support groups for, former alcoholics. There's support groups for former drug addicts. Why are there no support groups for former transgender people? Because transgenderism is considered the correct thing to do, or at least it's considered an acceptable thing to do. It's not considered something you would have to recover from, but that's what it is. It's just like a cult, right? It's just like a cult or an addiction or something that you've done, that you've been roped into and influenced, right? There's a support group for people who have been abused by their relationship partners, which is the exact same concept of, oh, somebody manipulated you into you liking them and then forced you to and manipulated you into staying. So now you've escaped their manipulation and you're trying to figure out how to live your life outside of that relationship because it was a negative effect on you to leave the relationship because you're so familiar with it and stuff. So, it's that sunk cost fallacy and that you abandoned the relationship and now you don't know how to live your life. There's going to be a support group for that, right? But the transgenderism, it's the same thing, and yet they don't have a support group for that. Do they have a support group? Recovering transgender people, for, people who were formerly transgender who are recovering. No, they don't have a support group for that. I mean, maybe they do, but it's certainly not known. You guys have all heard of Alcoholics Anonymous, right? That's well known. Support group for former transgender people who escaped this manipulation. It's not well known. That's not going to be something that's publicized because the existence of that support group implies that being a transgender in the first place was something you needed to escape from, which paints it in a bad light. And they don't want to admit that because right now being transgender is the trendy thing to do. So, it's a trendy, acceptable thing to do for people who aren't normal. That's what it is. And so, you're hooked on that offer and, that's what it is. And so, basically, you're hooked on that offer, on, the offering, right? You have friends in the transgender community. You've sunk cost fallacy, right? You've invested time and energy and money and hormones, hormone treatment and the surgery. You've invested all this stuff into transitioning. You better not stop now, right? Or else it would have been all waste of time. And you're admitting that, you're admitting that you incorrectly tried to change your body when it wasn't, you weren't supposed to be a transgender, right? They're going to play denial. These people are in denial. Even if they're starting to lose their gender identity, quote unquote, they're going to be in denial about the fact that they don't, that, oh, maybe you weren't transgender all along. Oh, no, that couldn't have been. That couldn't have been the case because I already got the hormones. I already did the surgery, They're in denial because if they fully accepted the wrongs of their actions, they would be in a pit of despair because they changed their body for nothing. They altered their physical, um, their gender assignment for nothing. They were part of this community for nothing. They made all these friends and talked about all these things and ranted on the internet and did all this stuff for nothing. You did all of this crap for no reason, and you were wrong. You admit that to yourself, and you're gonna have a mental breakdown. I mean, that's the largest amount of like self-destructive mentality that you could possibly go through, and you have to go through it in order to escape the transgender community, just in the same sense as a cult, right? You have to go through this stuff in order to escape being a cult member, because you have to admit to yourself that you were wrong and you made the wrong decision. You let yourself be manipulated by these people who are more mentally ill than you, and you have to admit that you were so vulnerable that you let yourself be manipulated in this way, and you fell for all of their tricks. You have to admit that to yourself. And that's the hardest thing to do. That's the hardest thing to do for any human. And most people can't. Most people can't admit to themselves. And so instead of abandoning the transgender movement, they're going to double dip. And they're going to double dip and they'll triple dip. And and they'll commit. And they'll commit to something that they truly don't believe in, but that they are forcing themselves to believe in, and they're forcing themselves to continue, and they're only saving, just to avoid that denial, just to avoid that mentality of I was wrong, that admission of I was wrong, and just to avoid that, and their only saving grace is to justify their descent into transgenderism by converting more people. The people who try to convince and convert these lonely teenagers into becoming transgender, these are the ones who are in the most denial about the fact that this was a bad thing to begin with. If they can convince somebody else to believe in transgenderism, then maybe they weren't wrong after all. And it's with that thought that these people recruit others into their community. And it's the saddest thing on the planet, because I don't fault any one person for this. The teenagers who are manipulated into joining this community were just lost, and they were lonely, and they were different, and they didn't have an answer. And when they were given an answer, they didn't have the experience required to recognize that that wasn't the right answer. And they didn't have the wherewithal to recognize the consequences of going down this path, because it was just a little at a time, and they got manipulated. And then the transgender people themselves, who are the ones recruiting and grooming these people into doing what they want, they're doing it mostly out of a self-denial. They don't want to, they think, they might think that, they might have doubts, and they might think that maybe I'm not transgender. Maybe this isn't a good thing to be. Maybe I am just mentally ill, and I should, I should avoid, I shouldn't be doing this. And then they think, well, no, I can't be wrong about this. I've spent my whole life doing this. I took the hormones, I did the surgery, I did everything I was supposed to. I can't back out now. I've invested so much of my life into this. I need reassurance that I did the right thing. And if I can convince other people to join me, then that's proof that I did the right thing. Why do you think the transgender community is such a safe space? Why do you think that it's like blasphemy to go into there and tell transgender person that they were wrong, or that they're mentally ill, or anything like that? Why is that considered more offensive than any other mean thing you could say to anybody else? It's more offensive, and it's more forbidden to criticize a transgender person because it's true. That's why it's worse. It's worse because it's true. It's worse because they're in denial, and their feelings are going to be hurt, and they're going to go into they're going to sink into a pit of despair when they realize they were wrong. And here you are trying to get them to realize that, right? And so, of course, you're seen as the villain, and you're seen as, oh, you're not sensitive towards their feelings or whatever, right? We're babying these people. It's terrible. So I blame the people who encourage this. It's definitely like it's the rest of society that is trying to make this a normal thing. It's trying to make this cult into a good thing. That's who's really to blame here. If we just got the transgender people who existed, if we just got them mental health services, or just simply cut them off from society, either or, and they didn't, and they weren't being, and we didn't treat them like the rest of us, and then we gave lonely teenagers another outlet for their loneliness, right? You can join fandoms. You can be goth or emo. That's not as bad, right? Hell, you could fucking self-harm. I would consider self-harm to be way better than being a transgender. Because at least self-harm, it scars you up, whatever, right? It hurts for the moment, but you move past it. It's like you move past it. Being a transgender, you do irreversible damage to your body. And not just, oh, I got a few scars or whatever. It's you try to change the composition of your physical being. And if you succeed, well, you've gone, even if you don't succeed, if you do anything like that, you've gone to a point where you can't reverse from. And most people who transition are not able to look like the gender they wanted. They look like this bizarre hybrid. They look like a woman who's too burly and manly, like way more than anybody born with that condition would be. If you transition to be a guy, then you're just some scrawny, effeminate dude who, nobody's gonna take seriously. And it's, at best, right? At worst, it's a lot worse than that. In the end, most people who transition, they look like freaks. And I don't say that to be mean. I say that because that's... How would you define a freak? You would define a freak as somebody who has mutated away from looking like a normal human. And that's what they have been. And they're intentionally doing that to themselves. I feel really bad for the ones who are born with it, who are born with like mutations and stuff. I feel, insane sympathy for those people. They didn't deserve that, right? You don't deserve to be born with something. But these transgender people were born normal, but they're intentionally doing it to themselves. That's where you stop feeling sorry for them. I don't blame them for their idiocy or their or the way that they were manipulated or anything like that. But you're not considering the consequences, and you're letting yourself be influenced. And what's point number 6? Cultivate an us versus them mentality. Oh boy. Oh freaking boy. You guys already know this. What's happening in the transgender rights community right now? What's been going on for the past year or two? They've been fighting for trans rights. Why? Why are they fighting for trans rights? What does it mean? What are they implying? What do you imply when you have to fight for your rights, when you have to protest unfair treatment? You're implying that you don't have rights and that society doesn't treat you well. Us versus them, the transgender people versus the rest of society who's intolerant. There you go. Clear as day. It's, all the transgender community needs to do, and they've said it from the top of the roofs, or from, they've shouted it from the rooftops. They've said, we are not treated right by society. There you go. And we need to fight for our rights because we are being mistreated. It is us versus them. There you go. That's all you need. And because of that, anybody who's a part of the transgender community not only feels included and accepted by the transgender community, but now they feel isolated and withdrawn and removed from the rest of society. The fact that trans people have to fight for their rights implies that society doesn't accept them. And for the lonely teenager who was looking for acceptance at the very beginning of this, for the lonely, impressionable teenager who just wanted his classmates to like him, this message resonates with him perfectly. Perfectly. It's like clockwork. He sees now, he joins the transgender community, and then they prescribe to him this us versus them mentality, and it all makes sense to him. It all makes sense to him. Yeah, society was was discriminating against me. Society was against me. I must be transgender. This proves that I was a transgender person all along, because from the very beginning society was against me. It was me versus them. But now I'm part of a community who accepts me for who I am. I'm transgender. That's what I identify as. It makes perfect sense. And you want to know why it does? Why does that make perfect sense? Because it was artificially created to make sense. That's what it is. How would a cult leader make his followers, secure his followers' loyalty to him? He pits his followers against an enemy. And so the followers have to gather around the cult leader in order to face off against the enemy, against society, against other people, against the normal people, whatever. And it solidifies just the transgender movement, a cult, everything. It solidifies the fact that, they belong. They belong because all of a sudden, let's paint a picture of somebody not accepting you. Let's paint a picture of somebody doing something harmful to you, or doing something that, doesn't allow you to be accepted or to be loved. That's society. We paint that picture to be, and we blame society for that. Whatever problems you had, it was their faults, and we're the ones who are going to help you, and everyone outside of our little special group is against you. They're going to harm you. We're going to protect you. They're going to harm you. It's that mentality. And with a cult leader, why do you think this freaking dude was able to convince 900 people to kill themselves? It's because those people didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice because what was the choice? It was either let's kill ourselves and go to heaven, or you return to the enemy, which is society. You return to the people who we've convinced you are harmful. It's us versus them. If you're not part of our group, then you are harming yourself, right? Everyone else in life is against you, except for us, except for me, the cult leader, or the transgender community. We're the only ones who accept you, and everyone else is against you. The trans rights movements, the protests, the everything, it implies heavily the read between the lines. What does it mean to protest something? It means that something is disadvantageous to you in society and you want it to be changed. Well, to fight for a change means that problem has to exist in the first place. And through protesting, they have indirectly communicated that yes, there is an enemy to the trans rights community. There is an enemy, and it's everybody who's outside the community. It's the normies. It's the cisgendered people. It's the Trump supporters. It's the 4chan community. I mean, it's everything, right? There's so many enemies out there, right? Look at that. There's so many enemies out there who want to harm you. You better stay close to us. You better stay close to us. and we'll protect you, and we'll make sure that nothing bad happens to you, and people can't say mean words to you. All the things that you don't want. People can't shun you from society anymore because we're going to protect you and we're going to accept you. It's a cult. It's a cult. There's no other way to put it other than that it's a cult. It's a cult, and it's just a cult without a leader, but it's a cult. It's a hive mind. It's a mob mentality. People who are a part of the trans community reinforce these ideas with each other. It's us versus them. You've invested so much, you got to keep going. You know Other people are telling you that you got to stay here, so you got to stay here, right? You better transition earlier in your life and soon, otherwise you're not going to make it as the opposite gender, right? All of your problems stemmed from, simple answers. All of your problems stemmed from, the fact that you're transgender, and people didn't accept that, right? The cisgendered people were the ones in the wrong, and they didn't understand you. And so we're going to accept you. We're going to accept you and make sure you're not lonely anymore. All 6 tactics perfectly describes the transgender community to a T. To a T. It's amazing. And I've never thought about this before. This isn't like, some argument that I've been planning. This is just something from pure observation. They appeal to the universal human desires that many people struggle to fulfill in other ways. You're a lonely teenager. How do you stop being lonely? How do you find your identity and find a group who you belong to? You could be a transgender person. You could. That community, as long as you transition, will accept you, right? You could join that cult. You could join a real cult. I mean, you could freaking go to Australia and worship Australian Jesus, who has his own cult up right now. He found some attractive young lady and said that she was the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary, and now they're in a relationship with each other. So he used that to his advantage. I mean, it's, but, a cult selfishly serves the purpose of the leader. But with the transgender community, it's selfishly serving the denial and the feel-good thoughts of the people who are involved. That's what it is. It's not one person benefiting, it's many. But just because it's many doesn't mean that it's a good thing. And it's the fact that people manipulate others into joining their group so that they can feel better means that it is inherently harmful. Because you don't need to manipulate somebody into doing something for you if it's something that they want to do. But that's what they're doing. And there's no difference between the transgender community and a cult. But other than the fact that transgenderism is a cult that society has accepted, that normal people have accepted, we're letting this go on, and we're encouraging it, and we're providing safe spaces. And it's bad, and it's impolite of you, and it's against the rules if you say bad things about transgender people. And you could see that anywhere on the internet. We're a safe space. We're not going to criticize people who are transgender. That's the only difference. It's a cult that everyone's accepted, but it's still a cult. And the whole reason why cults are bad, it's because it damages the people who participate in it. in way more ways than one. I mean, that one cult in what was it called, Jonestown, 1978. They killed themselves. 900 people died because of that. Other cults, they grow distant from their friends and family, and they cut off ties with people and whatnot. The Australian Jesus cult. I watched a documentary on it. This dude's wife bought into the cult, and he lost her. She got a divorce from him, and she left. And after discovering the cult and being influenced by it, she divorced the husband and left, because the cult leader was saying that if the husband's not supportive of your decision to be in a cult, then he's trying to hold you back, and he's not letting you be who you are. They said key phrases like that, key phrases to make the woman think that it would imply that being part of the cult was the right thing to do, and it was the right thing to do, and was something that she should want, and she believed it, and her husband spoke his opinion about the cult, and she divorced him, and she left, and he hasn't seen her since, and she went to live with the community. It's amazing, down to the very language that they use. They convince you that it's the correct thing to do to be a part of their cult. But the thing is, cults exist. Different cults exist, and it's like, which one is the correct one? Well, none of them are, obviously. None of them are. It's a cult gaining a following serves to the benefit of the leader or of the people in charge. That's all it is. I mean, it's the same with anything else. A community that influences and gains its following by manipulation is done so with a purpose. It's done so because gaining a following is beneficial, right? If I started a cult and I got 50 followers, let's say I got 50 followers, right? And I was like, okay, guys, you're all loyal to me, whatever. I used all 6 of these tactics. Our only option to save ourselves from the evils of society is to start our own community off in the wilderness. And they're all like, yeah, you go, our Lord and Savior, big pasta, and I'll feel all good about myself, right? It feeds into my narcissism. It feeds into my ego. And then we'll all go in the wilderness, and we'll start a community. We'll carve out a piece of land. We'll chop down some trees. We'll build some houses, whatever. I will be the leader of this community, and they will all work for me. They'll grow the vegetables. They'll raise the farm animals. They'll build the houses. They'll draw the water from the well. They'll do all of this stuff, and they'll give it all to me. I'm the leader, right? I'm the leader, and I've convinced them that I'm the leader, and I'm the spawn of Jesus, or I'm the reincarnation of Allah, or I'm Donald Trump's godchild, or whatever, right? It's whatever the leading figure I need to be to convince them that I'm the one worth following, and they're convinced. We all start a community together. I go around and give encouraging words to everybody who's working, and then I go home and I sit on my ass. I don't need to lift a finger, and they will all provide for me. That's a pretty big benefit. I mean, these people are providing for me. I mean, cult leaders in the modern day get donations from their followers. Oh, donate $10 to me to be saved by God, things like that, right? And the leaders of the cult make a killing. I mean, they make millions. These are millionaires, right? Just simply off of people's donations. Of course, getting a big following is going to be advantageous. What do the transgender people do with, they have donations. You can donate to the transgender movement, to trans rights or whatever. What do they do with the money? Well, they spend it on transitions, and they spend it on hormones, and they spend it feeding their mental illness, which makes them feel good. So it is beneficial to them, and it's beneficial to them for other people to join their community, to gain followers, to, get society's acceptance and get money donated to them and all of that. and then to still go on the internet and go in real life and complain about trans rights and whatnot, right? To build that us versus them mentality. You know, you cultivate that us versus them mentality, and you continually do that, and you know, the war will never end. The war will never end. With a cult, the war never ends. There has not been a single cult who has gone off and been fine. There has not. They either, I mean, at best they'll do exactly what I just described about, you know, how, oh, they build a community off in the wilderness and then they all live together and they worship the ruler, and you know, I the cult leader becomes their new king, and they give all of their food and their money and their profits and their clothes and all that to the king or whatever, right? And the king can sleep with all the hot women that he wants because he's the leader, and you know, it becomes a social hierarchy at that point. But and he does it through manipulation. He does it, you know, through all that. So transgenderism is the same thing. It's the same thing. There were a few people who were mentally ill enough to want to chop off their balls, and they used every cult manipulation tactic in order to grow their following into the massive scale that you see in America today. That's essentially what transgenderism is. People are not transgender. People are not transgender. They are convinced into it. That's the conclusion with this. They are convinced into it through all of this manipulation, us versus them, using, you know, appealing to their emotions, providing answers towards towards people's problems, adding urgency to joining their group and doing what they say, peer pressure, incentive, you know, sunk cost fallacy. They do all this in order to recruit people and to grow their influence and to grow their audience. That's what they do. And it's exactly like a cult. It's exactly like a cult, except there's no one person at the top. It's a congregation of people who benefit from this. I mean, how's that not obvious? How is that not obvious? It's clear as day, you know, reading this article about the different manipulation tactics of a cult. It's clear as day, and it's, you know, it's funny to, it's actually humorous to think about, honestly. Why am I spending so much time and energy even complaining about this when it doesn't matter, when, you know, nothing's going to change? This cult is still going to be in effect, and people are still going to be influenced by transgenderism. There's going to be a lot of lonely, impressionable teenagers out there who just want a place to belong, and they're going to fall for the transgender meme. And they're going to fall for all these tactics. So what's the point of me even saying it? It's for you guys. It's 100% for you guys. If you realize what is going on, you can avoid getting swept up into it. If you guys are at all easily impressionable or anything like that, then you know to avoid transgenderism like the plague. You avoid that. You don't believe any of the crap they're saying. You understand the kind of people that these people are. If you're a transgender person, you were either convinced into it or you were seriously mentally ill. Or both, right? You can be slightly mentally ill and just influenced into it. Or you can be seriously mentally ill to have the disposition to do it, which you are. If that's the case, you're the very small minority. Most transgender people were influenced into it. They looked at this as a community that accepted them. It was a community that accepted them, and for who they were, quote unquote, and they were manipulated into it. Their emotions got appealed to. They were given simple answers to their, you know, life impending problems. Us versus them, sense of community, sunk cost fallacy. Urgency, peer pressure. There you go. All the ingredients you need to make something like this. So So, I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. But again, you're not allowed to criticize it. Society says, oh, we're not allowed to criticize transgender people. So any of this stuff that I talked about on stream, comparing transgenderism to a cult, oh, I'd get banned on everything for saying that. In fact, the only saving grace on YouTube is that YouTube doesn't listen to the words I say. If this video became any amount of popular or gained any traction, I would get reported for hate speech, and they would ban me, and they would delete my account and everything like that. Of course, that's not going to happen, but I mean, that's the world that we live in right now. So that's what it is. And no, I'm not trying to create this us versus them mentality or whatever. You just got to get away. You just got to get away. You see all this nonsense. You look at it, you see it's not going to change. The best defense against any of this crap, whether it be transgenderism, whether it be Black Lives Matter, whether it be fucking whatever's happening in politics on both ends of the spectrum, the wars, the economy, the government takeovers, the injustices that are happening around the world, anything like that, the best thing to do is to keep an open mind and look at the opposite of what people are saying. If people are saying something's good, look for how it might not be. And if people are saying something's bad, look at you don't necessarily have to look at what the opposite is, but you have to look at why are people saying that? Why are people saying something's bad? Or why are people saying something's good? Why has transgenderism gained so much traction? I explained this last week, but it has to do with what was the term? What was the term? Oh, I forget. Something. It was when you brag about how you have better moral values than everyone else, how you're such a good person. Virtue signaling, that's what it was. Virtue signaling. It was virtue signaling. Why is transgenderism so popular right now? It's because of virtue signaling. Transgender people have always existed, but not until recently did people be able to get treatment. But virtue signaling, other people were they're competing with each other. Oh yeah, well I'm such a good person, I'm generous to the poor. Oh well, I'm such a good person, I am not racist, and I am an advocate against racism. That's Black Lives Matter. Oh well, I'm such a good person that I advocate for trans rights. I accept transgender people and I advocate for their rights. Hence the current state of transgenderism. That's what it is, and you can influence a society with that. That's amazing that you can influence a society with that. Honestly, this is, you wouldn't expect that something like this would happen. You go back 20 years into the past, and you wouldn't think that any of this is gonna happen. Transgender people are being made fun of, and nobody thought about racism anymore, right? Nobody, racism didn't exist as an issue because it wasn't an issue because people weren't racist, for the most part. There you go. Right? It's virtue signaling. Virtue signaling is what pushed the transgenderism community to become a little more popular, and then more people are adapting to it. More people are, including themselves in being transgender. Here's a group who's weird like me, XD, and and so I'll become transgender too. Whoops, maybe it was a mistake. No, it wasn't. If I convince other people to become transgender too. How do I convince people to do something mentally ill? Well, will act like a cult leader. Will act like a cult leader. And it's not like most of them intentionally looked up cult tactics. It's the fact that they whatchamacallit, they were naturally manipulative people, and so they're going to do this stuff, right? Why do any of these tactics exist? Well, it's because some people can naturally think up of these things. So they can think of these things, and then they can figure out how to apply it to pursuing their own objectives. That's all it is. That's all it is, right? Nobody's necessarily doing this intentionally, but they are doing it selfishly. Nobody's doing these tactics intentionally. They are intentionally trying to convince people to be transgender. They have this mindset of, oh, if you know, I was weird and I ended up being transgender, so maybe if you're weird, then you're transgender too, right? They're speaking from their own perspective. And it's like I was saying last night about advice. Do not accept advice from people who do not understand you, or people who are not similar to you, very similar to you. And even if they are similar to you, take their advice with a grain of salt. It's advice given from their perspective, especially considering how radical the advice is, right? Being a little weird as a teenager doesn't mean you're transgender. That's a really radical approach to what's objectively an easy to understand problem. Why do teenagers feel lonely and they feel depressed and they feel angsty? Why is that? Well, because the real answer is that psychologically, teenagers are at the stage in their life where they are seeking their self-identity. They're trying to find who they are as a person and where do they fit in this world. That's it. That's it. It's a struggle to figure out the rest of your life. That's basically what being a teenager is like. And you find something and you figure it out and you go along that path. Don't have it be told to you, though. You figure it out yourself. Don't think, oh, transgenderism looks good. Maybe I'll shoot up some hormones. Maybe that's who I am. No, it's not who you are. That's not who anybody is. You're only saying that because you see it on TV a bunch, and it's convincing you through repetition. You see it on TV. You know it's repetition. It's it appeals to your sense of emotions because, oh, here are some weird people who aren't accepted. Oh, I relate to that, right? But there's plenty of groups of people who aren't accepted, and that you could relate to on a similar sense. It's just you're not looking, and you're just taking the first thing that's put in front of your face. That's what it is. You're taking the first thing that's put in front of your face, and you're trying to, and you're doing all these mental gymnastics to convince yourself that the first thing that you saw was the correct answer, and you invest a little bit into it, and then you invest a lot into it, and then all of a sudden you're shooting up hormones, and you're getting your balls chopped off because you think that you have been a girl this whole time, or you've been a guy this whole time when you weren't born that way. That's what it is. So that's all it is. That's all it is. Right? That's all it is. And so there's plenty of solutions to that. Maybe find out what you want in life. I don't know. Maybe sit down and think, what do I want in life? Fucking when I was a teenager, I had to sit down and think about what I wanted in life. I saw transgender people. I was like, no, this doesn't apply to me. I saw other things. I didn't need a group to belong to. I guess that was my saving grace, is that I didn't need a group to belong to. So I just wanted one person. The thing is, I did try to change I did fall for this a little bit, though. I tried to change myself a bit to in order to find somebody, in order to find a girlfriend or whatever, right? I wanted to work out. I wanted to be a pickup artist. I wanted to do all these things that were presented to me with the promise of, hey, you're going to get a girlfriend if you do these things, right? I did fall for that a little bit, but after just a little bit of it, I realized that this isn't going to help me. It's not going to help me, not because it doesn't work, but it's not going to help me because I don't want the kind of life that this leads into. I don't want to be a pickup artist because pickup artists just sleep with women, one night stands, and then never see them again. They're never a serious relationship. That's not what I wanted. The pickup artist community tried to convince me that that's what I wanted, and for a little bit I believed them, but it's, that's me being a stupid teenager, right? Being influenced or whatever, because it appeals to your emotions, right? It appeals to your sense of loneliness and your sense of angst and trying to figure out life. And it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible, the amount of manipulation that you can go through because other people are taking advantage of your desires and your confusion on how to get what you want. I don't know how to stop being lonely. I don't know how to feel less depressed. I don't know this or that or whatever, right? And people can take advantage of that. People can look at that and be like, okay, well, if you just do what I say, then your problems will be solved. And then you believe that because nobody else has presented that to you. And you're a dumb teenager, so you're going to believe that. So it's because you have no other experience in life to compare that to. So, but then you come to a point where you realize that, okay, this isn't whatever they're suggesting to me. This isn't what I want. I want something else. And then that's why every teenager's got to sit down with their thoughts and think to themselves, what do I want? What's my objective in life? What's going to make me the most happy? And even if it's a simple answer, I would be happy if somebody cared about me. That's fine. That's a good answer. That's a great answer. In what capacity? Here we go. We're you break down these questions. In what capacity do you want somebody to care about you? How do you want somebody to care about you? How many people do you want to care about you? In what sense do they want to care about you, right? Do you want a relationship? Do you want friends? Do you just want your parents to stop yelling at you? I mean, what is it, right? What are the emotions that you're feeling? Go down the rabbit hole. Ask the why questions. Ask the how questions. Ask the questions that are going to lead you to an answer that you can confidently say yes to. I want somebody to care about me. Well, in what capacity? Well, it'd be nice to cuddle. Well, you'll get that from a relationship partner. How does that sound? That sounds pretty nice. Well, okay, then you want a relationship partner. What kind of partner do you want? Do you, there's different human beings out there. Do you want somebody to be with all the time? Or do you want somebody to only cuddle with, somebody to come home to, somebody to go out with? Do you want somebody who can provide for you? Or do you, are you fine with just a poor, impoverished life as long as the person you're with loves you enough? I mean, what kind of life do you want? What will you be satisfied with? What will you be happy with? What situation is going to make you happy? And then you sit there and you daydream about it and you think about your dream situation, your dream girlfriend or your dream boyfriend. And whatever that is, whatever conclusion you come to, then you stay confident in that decision. You're like, this is what I'm striving for. This is going to make me the most happy. And then you go out there and you try to find the person or the people or the situation or the life circumstances that are as close to your ideal as possible. That is how you live your life. And you are going to be so satisfied with that. And yes, you aren't going to get your dream situation 100%. You're going to have to compromise here and there. But you try and you fail and you try again, right? It's most of these people who are part of the transgender community didn't start off wanting to be transgender. If they had sat down and thought about their desires, they would have never joined this community in the first place. The community exploited the transgender people. They exploit the fact that there are lost, lonely teenagers out there who don't have a sense of identity. And before those teenagers can find the answer to what they want, the transgender community gets them and they manipulate them and they convince them that, hey, you got to do this. And then they use all of these cult leader tactics in order to get the people to stay. Even when they're old enough to say, hey, maybe this wasn't the best idea, they get them to stay anyway. And, these people are, and, it wouldn't be such a bad thing if this wasn't so consequential. I mean, I would consider that, believing in a different, believing in an off-brand version of Jesus and following him in a cult is actually objectively better than the transgender community, because at least something like that isn't as inherently harmful to your physical body as taking hormones and switching your gender is. So, but yeah, you're taking advantage of people who don't know what they want, and you're trying to convince them that they actually want whatever you're trying to push onto them. It's the same with marketing. It's the same with marketing, right? It's the same with commercials and stuff. A commercial a commercial or an advertisement tries to convince you that whatever they're selling is something that you want or something that you need, and they try to make it look as appealing as possible to you. That's what the transgender community did, and they did an effective job at advertising it. And now everyone's getting their balls chopped off and getting freaking thigh skin dicks sewed on to their crotches. I mean, that's where society's deciding to head. So, I mean, whatever, right? You're talking about millions of people who are being influenced in the wrong direction. And I say wrong because it's not what these people want. These people don't want this. Some of them might want it, like truly. Most people don't. Most people don't want it. They want to be accepted. They want to be accepted. I knew somebody who got influenced to being a furry. They influenced into being a gay furry. This person had a lot of self-esteem issues. They had a lot of insecurities. They had a lot of failure with women and failure being normal. And then and they're young, and then all of a sudden, I meet them and they're a gay furry. And why are they a gay furry? Because they joined a Discord community of dudes who were convincing him that this is what he was, and they accepted him and all this sort of stuff. I saw it happen firsthand. It's scary. It's scary how effective this works. And the younger you are, the more effective it is. So obviously, a fucking middle schooler isn't gonna know what to do, but I saw it firsthand. It's like, it's scary. It's scary how this can happen, and it can influence your whole life, and it can change everything. So, this isn't some innocent it's gonna be a phase or whatever, right? You're gonna end up doing something you're gonna regret it, and then whatever. So you have to, whatever you do in life, you have to be damn sure that it's what you want. You have to be damn sure. You have to imagine yourself in that situation, and be 100% sure that this is what I want. This is what I want in life. I'm not gonna miss anything by doing this, right? That's the thing, with me, I like my alone time. I do like my alone time. But if a freaking girlfriend drops in my lap from the heavens, that's exactly what I want. And if she wants to be with me forever and I don't get any more free time in my life, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because that's something that I want. Right? That's something that I would rather not be alone. So I'd rather have somebody there, at least for presence or whatever. That's fine. That's all I'd want. The capacity in which I want that is very specific. I have a very specific desire for how I want a relationship to go. And how our interaction, not like, oh, every interaction's got to be like this or whatever, but how we live our lives, that's what I want to say. Yeah, I have very specific desires on how I want to live our life together. But that's because that's my preference, and so that's what I want. And as a teenager, I decided this is what I want. And I tried to find something close to that, and I found something that was within acceptable range of that, but then that didn't work out. And so then, it's like, you can't convince yourself that you want something. You gotta be honest with yourself. What do you want? What do you want? What's gonna make you happy? Is a relationship partner going to make you happy? Is being clingy going to make you happy? Is having a big group of friends going to make you happy? Is having good relationships with your parents going to make you happy? Or is cutting them off from your life going to make you happy? Right? Is living off in the countryside going to make you happy? Or is living in the big city in a skyrise apartment going to make you happy? Right? Is, whatever, right? It's, do you want to go out all the time? Do you want the freedom to do that? Or do you just want to stay indoors all the time and get food delivered to you? Right? Do you want, what do you want? What do you want? And then you take whatever is available to you that closely resembles that. Transgender communities does not closely resemble anything. It is almost an acceptable, it is a way, it's not an acceptable way, but it is a way to be a part of a community who accepts you. But the price that you have to pay for that and the tactics that they use to manipulate you into doing that, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, especially when it's not what you want, right? If you don't have gender dysmorphia, what are you doing being a trans person? What are you doing even involving yourself in the trans community? You just want people to accept you. If you want people to accept you, join a club. Start a D&D group. Freaking play an MMO, right? Like, play Final Fantasy 14, right? You find a guild in Final Fantasy 14 and you talk with them and you make friends. That's it. Some of those friends can be transgender. That's totally fine, right? You don't have to be. In order to find acceptance in life, you don't have to be, right? Go on dating websites if that's what you want. Go chat with strangers. Go on Reddit. There's like a subreddit for everything you could possibly want. Oh, I'm into Steven's Universe. Well, there's a subreddit for that. Oh, I'm into wearing diapers. Well, there's a subreddit for that, right? You don't have to latch on. My whole point is you don't have to latch on to the most popular thing right now to be accepted. And it's sad to see people who fall for it. It's sad to see people who are joining this cult of transgenderism, even though that's not where they're supposed to be. And I'm not saying that everybody, shouldn't join it. And I'm not saying that, I'm not pretending to know the desires of every person. And I'm not pretending to know the desires of any specific person. But it's most likely wrong. There's no reason for people to start doing this, right? It's a community that they find, that they try to convince themselves that they want to be a part of, because they don't see the fact that they change genders. They only see the fact that they're accepting of your differences. And so whatever other baggage comes along with that is, is part of the deal. And if that's injecting hormones and saying you're trans and getting your balls chopped off, then, you'll do it because you want that acceptance. But it's the wrong way to go about it. It is the absolute wrong way to go about it. And it's sad to see people who are going about it that way. So, I don't know. It's a cult. And they just like a cult, they advertise themselves to you and they convince you to do it despite the consequences, right? Who fucking believes that Australian Jesus is actually Jesus? Nobody does. They don't freaking believe that. What they believe in is the acceptance of the community that has formed around them. That's all it is. And some of them might truly believe that, but it's a belief that came after the fact. They saw, if you're a cult and you personify as Jesus, right? People are seeing you as nice and accepting and forgiving of their sins. That's the appeal. And then in their eyes, you have become as close to Jesus as they need you to be. And that's why they believe in you. And that's it. You're not actually Jesus. You just need to act like him until people believe that you are. That's all it is. And even the real Jesus was like that. I mean, the real Jesus got a following of people to do that. It's follow him and whatnot and accept his moral values and whatnot. And it's like, it was a good thing that people followed him and stuff. But realistically, like, religions are also cults. It's just a cult that's very good. So you have to look at something for its core values and determine. I think Christianity is completely acceptable. I think people who actually practice Christianity are genuinely able to keep it together for the most part. I mean, it differs from person to person, like how obsessed you are with it and what kind of human being you are. But if you actually like listen and follow Jesus's rules and stuff, right, then you're fine. But obviously, if you don't, then your judgment is left up to fucking whatever else you are, right? Because again, it's a matter of character. It's a matter of character. You don't, you're not. Are you a good person or not? That's all it is. So, the people in the trans communities who are trying to recruit others just to make themselves feel better, they're not good people. They're not good people at all. But you see it happen all the time. You dip your toes in to test the water in the trans community, and they'll pull you right into the deep end. I mean, it escalates super quickly. I mean, freaking, I would not recommend it, but if you want to see that and experience that, you join one of their Discord groups. There are plenty of transgender communities on Discord. You join one of their groups and you introduce yourself, and they're going to be all over you. And it's going to be this love bombing, and it's going to be this hyper acceptance, and it's going to make you feel good, and then they're going to try to convince you into things. So these people do exist, and this does happen, and there are lonely teenagers out there who look into it just a little bit, just to see what it's like, and they're bombarded with that, and they like it, and then they just they're already a lost cause at that point, right? So all it takes is dipping your toes, and all it takes is just one interaction in order to pull you in. And that's why it's so dangerous. It's so dangerous because it's so appealing that it's hard to remove yourself from it. Just like heroin. Just like heroin. If you're curious about heroin or cocaine and you're like, oh, I'll just try it once just to see, you're going to get addicted. Obviously, you're going to get addicted, right? We all know that. You're going to get addicted. And then you're never going to be able to stop, and you're going to become a drug addict, whether you wanted to or not. Same thing with the trans community, and the same thing with any cult. You dip your toes in a little bit, and you're going to be bombarded by these feel-good emotions. It's not going to be what heroin or cocaine provides you, but it's going to be something similar. And you're gonna be bombarded with this, and you're gonna be convinced into it, and you're gonna feel good to the point where you stay and you keep doing it, and all of a sudden you're going to South Korea and paying $6,000 for a surgery that you should have never gotten in the first place. It's a trap. It's an addiction, and you fall right for it the first time you try it. So stay clear. Stay clear of these people. These people are not good. They're not good to have as friends unless you are completely aware of yourself and of what you desire, and how to resist them. So even if you think you do, it's best to stay away. Even I stay away from these communities. I know exactly how bad they are, but I'm not going to expose myself to that either, right? In the same sense that I'm not going to try heroin or cocaine, right? I feel pretty confident that if I took one shot of heroin, not that I ever would, God forbid, but that if I did, then I would be able to resist the urge to take another. I feel confident about that, but at the same time, I shouldn't put myself at risk for that, right? I shouldn't even expose myself to the first place, because there's a huge chance that it could not go well. There's a huge chance that I could fall for it. So it's the same with these communities. I'm not going to join a cult just to check out what it's like, because I'm going to get pulled in. I'm not going to get pulled in because I'm not smart. I'm going to get pulled in because they're going to throw a curveball at me, and I'm not going to know how to hit it. So, and I don't want to expose myself to the situation in the first place. I don't need to. I have the stream, I have you guys, I have my video games, my anime, my books, whatever, and my job, or my future job, whatever it is. I'm not employed right now. So, but yeah, I have enough things in my life that keep me occupied, and I will eventually get my own desires fulfilled. So there's no need for me to contaminate myself with the likes of the transgender community, whose only objective is going to be to manipulate. There's no need for me to do that. there's no need for me to risk doing that just because it's fun or whatever, right? I'd rather watch silly videos on LiveLeak. I don't know. I would feel a betrayal of, like, God, I can't. I've imagined this before, and I can't, like. It's really hard for me to think about. But if I had a girlfriend or whatever, and she eventually became part of the trans community, I would view that as a betrayal. I would view that as she has abandoned. I don't care in what capacity she's become a part of the community. I would view that as that she's abandoned the values of the of the relationship with me. Not because being a transgender is a slight against me. It's that she has joined a group. She has joined a cult that objective is to eventually pull her away from me, and she's by simply exposing herself to it at all, she has become vulnerable to eventually losing the relationship. That's what it is. She has put herself in a position where she could be convinced to leave the relationship eventually. She's exposed herself to people whose sole objective is to change her into somebody who isn't going to be in a relationship with me. That's what it is. And I don't care if it's a transgender community. I don't care if you're following Australian Jesus. I don't care if it's, I don't care if you're hanging out with other dudes. It's you're exposing yourself to people for one time or for more than one time. You're exposing yourself to people whose end goal is to separate you from me. I don't care if you're never going to separate. I don't care if none of this comes to fruition. That's what it is. You have intentionally exposed yourself to people who want to tear our relationship apart. That's what it is. And I would never forgive that. I would never forgive that in a relationship. Obviously, if you stumbled it by accident and you left as soon as you could, then totally fine, right? But allowing yourself to stay for even a brief moment longer than you needed to it's you intentionally betraying the relationship. That's what it is. Because there are so many things out there that allow human beings to manipulate each other into doing what is bad for them, that exposing yourself at all is terrible. It's like doing hardcore drugs, right? Not marijuana. And fucking, who cares about marijuana? But marijuana is still bad. Don't do drugs. But it's not like life destroying, right? Heroin, cocaine, opiates, anything like that. Those are, it's you take a hit of those once, and you're on a downward path towards destroying your life. And part of your life is this relationship, and so you're going, and so obviously, doing hardcore addictive drugs is akin to intentionally ruining your life, and by proxy intentionally ruining this relationship. So that's why I would view a girl who, if I'm dating her, does anything like that, joins a community of manipulative people, like the transgender community, or like a cult, or like hanging out with other dudes, especially single dudes, or she does something like drugs, manipulative people who could tear apart the relationship, or who could tear her apart from me, essentially. That's a betrayal. Even exposing herself to that intentionally is a betrayal, right? Intentionally, obviously. So she can't be seeking out those groups. She can't be, doing any of that or whatever, because it's not. She can't be allowing herself to be convinced by any of those groups. There's more than just a transgender group that's, trying to manipulate vulnerable people into doing what they want. So, I mean, narcissistic people do that to the people in their lives, to their family members, to their friends, to strangers. They do that. So, but yeah, and hardcore drugs too. It's like you're gonna get addicted. That first hit, you're gonna get addicted. Like, come on, let's be real. And and that addiction is gonna destroy your life, and your life is, and the relationship is part of your life, so it's gonna destroy the relationship as well. And you guys probably understand how a drug addiction would destroy a relationship. I mean, I don't need to explain that. But that's what it would be. Is you take that first hit of drugs. I don't care what the situation was, and you've put yourself on the track to destroy the relationship. And the fact that you have done that optionally, intentionally, willingly, means that you're not bringing up with me this minute, but you're eventually planning to. You're eventually planning to get the relationship to a point where a breakup is inevitable. So, fucking might as well do it now, right? So don't expose yourself to this kind of people, manipulative people. Don't do drugs. Hardcore drugs, obviously, are the big ones. So, again, marijuana doesn't necessarily matter that much. It matters, but it's not like life destroying, right? People who smoke marijuana aren't like destroying their relationships or anything. Well, for the most part, people who are smoking cocaine and heroin, they're destroying their relationships. That's for sure. But yeah, that's how it is. So anyway, but yeah, it's mostly the manipulative people, right? Transgender people are manipulative. Narcissists are manipulative. Single guys who want to be your friend are manipulative. Who else? A cult leader is manipulative. That's how it is. Even like a church congregation where the pastor is using manipulative tactics is manipulative. A lot of church pastors and priests, they don't use manipulation, but some of them do. Some of them do, and they create a really like tight-knit, loyal community around them. Those are the ones you want to avoid. If somebody has a tight-knit, loyal community around them, around one person or around one council of people or whatever, then it's just like the cults, or it's just like the transgender community. They're using manipulation in order to keep people near them. So and in no way is it genuine. So you avoid that like the plague. I don't care if it's an official religion. I don't care if it's a government-sponsored institution. I don't even care if it's like a place of employment, right? There are some corporate office jobs where the bosses use manipulation tactics to get their employees to be loyal to them and to put up with mistreatment, and the employees feel like they should be at that job, they deserve the mistreatment, they can't leave, things like that, right? Because the superiors, the bosses, and the higher ups have manipulated the employees into believing that. You spend 8 hours a day every day at this office job, it's gonna seep into your brain, right? So that's one situation where even a normal society accepted thing could expose you to the manipulation of others to influence your actions for detrimental consequences. That's what it is. So any detrimental consequences that could tear apart a relationship are a betrayal to the relationship. Any detrimental consequences that harm yourself is a betrayal to yourself. It's as simple as that, right? So you take hardcore drugs, you have betrayed yourself. That's all it is to that's all there is to it, right? Except if it's a betrayal in a relationship, then obviously the other person can leave. But if it's a betrayal to yourself, you can't escape yourself, right? You've harmed yourself and you're stuck living with it, right? You're stuck with yourself. So, you gotta live with that. And it sucks. And you gotta live with it until you get out of it. And it takes drug addicts decades to get out of their addictions. Sometimes it takes decades. Sometimes they die. They OD. So yeah, anyway, what's my point with all this? God, these tacos look so freaking good. Anyway, my point is that don't expose yourselves to the transgender community at all, ever. Okay, 1 second. Amber alert. There's a missing or endangered elderly person. Something. A lot of people. We got a lot of elderly people getting kidnapped around here. I don't know why. Why would you want to kidnap an elderly person? The fact that I'm getting an Amber Alert about it means that the person didn't do a good job covering their tracks either. So, unless it's something that like happened yesterday and they're just now informing us, like, okay, well that person got a 1 day head start or whatever. But that's probably not likely the case. They probably got kidnapped like 30 minutes ago. The person did a bad job, or it was a spur of the moment thing, or whatever. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, just it's not. It's not good. It's not good. This community's freaking. It's toxic. It's definitely it's manipulative. They're trying to persuade you or influence you into doing something. Don't expose yourself. Right? Don't expose yourself. It's... But yeah, anyway, guys, I ranted a lot about that. Hopefully, you guys understood. Transgenderism is definitely a cult. I basically just proved it. I took exactly the qualities of a cult leader, and I spelled it out for how the transgender community does all of those things. So I mean, it's clear as day. It should be obvious now that I've pointed it out. So I don't think anybody needs it more convincing than that. Everything in life is going to have one or two of those tactics being used, right? Commercial advertising is, appeals to your sense of emotions, right? It's marketing. Keeping your audience hooked, marketing is keeping your audience hooked on your offering is a marketing scheme. I mean, us versus them can use. I've seen advertisements using that mentality. Speak to people's emotions, obviously it's like that. So a lot of capitalism, a lot of like the corporate world and stuff uses a lot of those tactics, and people do fall for them. That's why they work. I mean, you can't help being a human being, but you can recognize when something is going overboard or when something's doing that. Whenever I see a commercial now, I look at exactly, okay, what are they trying to do with this commercial? What are their marketing tactics or whatever? I like to dissect things, but I dissect things so that I don't fall for them, right? If I understand what the intentions behind their actions and what the purpose behind their actions are, then I can see like, okay, this commercial is trying to influence me to spend money on their product and whatnot. The fact that they're doing this means that they're making money off of influencing people to buy their products. So I'm just, I'm basically just another sheep if I fall for it and I do whatever they want. So I'm not going to expose myself to that, right? So or not that I'm not going to expose myself to that. You can't help seeing like ads on YouTube or whatever. But I'm just not going to, I'm not going to fall for the tricks. That's what it is. I'm not going to fall for the tricks, and I will just, I won't buy the product. If they've convinced me to buy a product, I won't buy their product. I'll Google the other, their competitors, and their competitors will probably have cheaper prices because they haven't spent their money on marketing, so they don't need a return on their commercials because they don't have any commercials. So I'll buy one of their products instead, and I'll save money. So that's how I avoid it. If a situation like that does happen, it has happened before. The only thing that I really bought directly because of an advertisement was the Pepsi Nitro, but that one was because I didn't know it existed, and I already knew that I liked Nitro because I had the Starbucks Nitro Cold Brew, which I got that as a free sample. I don't spend money on getting it, but whenever I had like a gift card or a coupon or anything like that, sometimes I'd go for it. And then I saw it in the grocery store. I'm like, man, this is good. So I can get on food stamps. But the Pepsi thing, I didn't know it existed. I already knew I liked the Nitro. So they were just informing me of their existence. I already like Pepsi. I already like the Nitro flavor. So I thought both would be good. And then I still looked up the price to make sure it was affordable. But then after I did that, I'm spending food stamps money on it. So it's not like I'm paying any of my own personal money for it. I probably wouldn't. I probably would have bought one if I didn't have food stamps. I probably would have bought one can to try, and I would have enjoyed the flavor. But then I would have looked at it and been like, okay, this isn't worth $2 a can, and I wouldn't have bought it, or I wouldn't have bought it again. Right? You do something once for the experience, but then, or if it's a product or whatever, then you can for sure. If it's a food item, I like food, so. I like food and drinks, so that's kind of my one guilty pleasure is if something looks good, like this, I'll buy into it. So, but yeah, you understand what they're trying to do to you, and you don't fall for it. That's what it is. By understanding something, you don't fall for it. Even if you think at first, oh, this seems like a good idea to do what they're saying, you look into it and eventually you can come to the conclusion, okay, it's not. It's not a good idea to fall for this. So it's not a good idea to do what they say. So this would go against, my desires as a person. Even though they're saying that I actually want this, I actually don't want this, right? Do I want a Pepsi Nitro or do I want to save my money, right? It's, there's a balance, right? Do I want to be accepted by a community by, by getting a gender change and becoming becoming a trans person? Or do I want to wait and not fuck up my body and instead get, love and acceptance and human compassion from more natural sources? That's a matter of determining what you want. You become a teenager and you just instantly I want to be trans. No, you didn't. Most people didn't. They were convinced into it. So. And that's the thing. So they were convinced into it. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, that's good. With all that said, that's gonna do it for me. I didn't find my essay topic like I was supposed to. Oh, you could convince that transgender people it's a cult. The community is a cult. You know how hard that would be to prove? A lot of the things that I said tonight about this were purely observation. But it's something that controversial. First of all, it's controversial. And I'm going to college. Colleges are very accepting of trans people, and no hate speech and things like that. So I could actually get kicked out of my college for expressing opinions like that. But for expressing opinions like that to a teacher or whatever, I could actually get kicked out of college for that. So I'm not even gonna risk it. It's not likely, but I'm not gonna risk it. But second of all, it's gonna be really hard to prove that. A lot of the things that I used as supporting evidence were just simply observations that I made of the transgender community. I would have to find evidence of all this stuff in order to prove my point, which is exactly why I'm not going to state any of these opinions outside of this stream. Like I'm not going to say any of this stuff like in public or even around my family or whatever, cuz it'd be super hard to prove. The burden of proof would be on me because I'm making an accusation, and convincing people of my opinion is really tiring. It's really tiring. I've tried to do this before. Convincing people of an opinion that I have using proper evidence and all this sort of stuff is really exhausting. It takes a lot of energy. And at the end of the day, the person you're talking to is, even if you do a good job, the person you're talking to most likely isn't going to change their opinion because they're not going to take my words that seriously. They're going to listen to what I have to say and then just respond to it like it's a social situation. It's like, okay, I just spent all this time and energy, and I'm not changing the world. I'm not even changing one person's opinion. So on stream, it's easy for me because I'm just basically ranting about observations that I've made in real life that I don't necessarily need to prove, right? It's if you guys understand me and are listening to me, then it's that these things are it's more based off of like common knowledge, right, rather than things that have to be proved. And I was discussing that earlier, where it's like if you have to debate an argument, then you need to provide. You can't just assume that there's common knowledge that everybody knows this already. You have to bring up what people know already and you have to prove that in order to then prove your point. But a lot of the things I said about transgenderism are things that would get censored or things that would get denied in a formal debate. So it's not worth it for me to even repeat this to one real life person, and it's not worth it for me to put it in an essay where it would require a magnitude of research, not to mention that and digging for the actual facts. If I was able to write a research paper on this, I could actually submit it academically and change people's minds about it. But that is so much effort. I'm just gonna leave that to somebody else. Again, I'm not out here to change the world. Even if I have the opportunity to change the world with something like this, I'm not gonna change the world. I do not care how many stupid teenagers are manipulated into becoming transgender people by these Discord groomers. I don't care. Why? It's like I'm not out here to save the world. If I could do it effortlessly, sure, but it would take a lot out of me. And I'm not just saying that just to be like dramatic or even lazy. It's like it would require so much out of me, and the success rate is so low that most likely I'm not going to get a return on that investment. So, I'm not going to become the next Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro, right? I'm not going to be, this outspoken force, right? That's the worst thing that can happen. That's the best thing that could happen for any other person, but it's the worst thing that could happen for me is if anybody gives me any attention for having a valid argument. I don't want the attention. I don't want people to think, oh, I'm super smart. Oh, Big Pasta is just so intelligent and he has such great ideas, and he's convinced all of us about the social issues of the world. I don't want that. I don't want that attention. I don't want to be the one to do that. Hell, if I wanted it done, what I would do is I would write the paper, spend all my time and effort doing that, and then give it to somebody else to submit and tell them, do not credit me. I'm not even telling you my real name. You submit this. You can be the next spokesperson for anti-trans or whatever, anti-Black Lives Matter or what have you. You can be the spokesperson for this because I don't want to. I don't want any attention. I just want to go live a quiet life in the woods That's all I want. I just want to play my video games without having to stress out. I don't even want to have to think about this issue, outside of this conversation, right? So I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Right? It's gonna be way too much for me to try to save the world. And best case scenario, I actually do it. Oh, God forbid. I don't want to be the one to save the world, right? Somebody else can. Fuck it. I'm not gonna. And if the world crumbles because I didn't, do my duty or whatever, screw them, right? I have a very limited number of people who I actually care about. And everybody outside of that category can go fuck themselves. Like, I don't care. I do not care, right? Goodbye. It's not. So, yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not even going to write a paper about it for English. I'm not going to write a paper about it for my own satisfaction. I'm not going to do any of this, right? I'm not going to save the world. So anyway, with that said, I do need a topic for a research paper. I'm going to have to figure that out tomorrow. Maybe I'll think about it when I go grocery shopping, or when I browse the internet or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'll talk about like how, I don't know, how, Japan shouldn't kill whales for whale soup or something. I don't know. I'll do something generic. I'll just do something generic. As long as it's a topic where I can form an opinion on it and then prove that with research in a formal argument. As long as it's a topic where I can do that, then that's totally fine. Then anything's acceptable. I'll do anything, right? And I can come up with a bunch of BS and meet like half the requirements and still pass my class. That's all I need. That's all I need. So. Whatever. I'll think about it. I'll sleep on it. Whatever. But yeah. Anyway, guys. With that said, that's gonna do for me. I hope we all enjoy the stream. It was me ranting a bunch, me watching YouTube videos, playing my game. What else did we do today? Oh yeah, the arm pillow. Yeah, I was showing off my pictures. I was talking about my cringe high school fan fiction fantasies. Watched this video. Oh yeah, I looked up the grill, recipes. Oh yeah, I gotta pursue these recipes, huh? I think I ranted about transgenderism for 2 hours. I told you guys. China will take over Taiwan in as little as 24 hours. There you go. I was talking about that before. China is going to take Taiwan because America communicated to them that they won't step into a war, right? When Russia invaded Ukraine, the U.S. didn't want to do anything, so that's what's going to happen. Who cares about Ukraine? Who cares about Taiwan? None of this matters, right? Who cares what government owns which citizens? It does not. None of this matters at all. I mean, what's the point of defending your country, right? What are you defending it from? Other leaders? Are they gonna come and kill you? No. The whole point of them taking over your country is that they want to rule over you. Or, like, look at America, right? If China decided to invade America, what would really change? What would really change? By the end of the war, by the whole Chinese takeover, what would really change? We're still being ruled by a bunch of rich people. We still got to go to work. We still got to earn money to live, right? The life difference for the average citizen of a complete country takeover will not change that much. The life of an average citizen will not change that much. It's going to be a different group of rich people in power. That's all that's going to happen. Who cares? Oh, we don't get democratic elections anymore. I don't care. We aren't getting democratic elections now. You really think Joe Biden won the election you really think that he won the election legitimately? No. Do you really think Trump won the last election legitimately? Probably not. Do you really think that any of this matters? Do you really think that, people were fine with the fact that Biden and Trump were our only two options for president? No. No one was okay with that. But that's what that's what the rich and powerful people gave us, and so that's what we decided was going to happen. And it's the illusion of choice. That's all it is, right? China can put in the illusion of choice themselves. They can do as much propaganda and manipulation as they want, just like the US does. And the American citizens will eventually accept it. So it's not like it's going to matter at all. So it doesn't matter. None of this matters. None of this matters. If I was a Taiwanese citizen, I would just be like, fuck it, right? Just hide in my bunker until the bombs stop dropping, and then I can come out and be a Chinese citizen, right? Even if I'm Taiwanese or whatever. It doesn't matter. None of this matters, right? Freaking Ukraine, right? How many people are dying because they didn't just surrender? Who cares if Putin takes over Ukraine? Who cares? It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Whoever owns what leaders own what country, it doesn't matter at all. All that matters is that you're being afforded a decent life to live and work and die. That's all that matters. China invading America wouldn't really do much because the country is still going to be full of Americans. Even if you had like a quarter of the Chinese population come over to America, it wouldn't impact us that much. I mean, we might have to adapt a little bit to the sudden change, but that's gonna be it. But no, we're probably all gonna die in nuclear war if that happens. In fact, we're all probably gonna die in nuclear war if this happens. If China invades Taiwan, the United States actually stands up and is like, no, you can't do that. And then China's like, oh, time to press the nuke button, and then we all die in a nuclear holocaust. That's probably what's going to happen, because rich and powerful people decided that they didn't want to give up their rich and powerful lifestyle, and so the rest of us have to die for it. That's all this is. That's all that any of this is. That's all that war ever was. If you're not the rich and powerful, and you're not part of the military, then war doesn't have any impact on you. I shouldn't say any impact, but it differs from war to war. But war doesn't have an impact on you whether you win or lose. It doesn't matter. If you win, great, the war's over. If you lose, well, you got some new leaders, but the war's over, right? As long as they're not coming and killing you in the streets and they're not fighting a war because they hate your guts, right? China, the big powers at play in this world would never declare war because they hate somebody else, right? Because, oh, we're going to discriminate against Americans or whatever. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They're going to declare war just because they want to be rich and powerful with more people under their belt, right? They want to grow their little community that they call a country. And that's what China's doing. China's like, oh, Taiwan belongs to us, and so they're sending warships over. And it's like, let them. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care if China and Russia take over half the world. Why would any of that matter? Who cares who's the leader? In fact, if freaking Vladimir Putin and whoever rules China decided to threaten the nuke button and they took over the entire world, including the United States, what difference would it make? Human beings still are going to live and work and find things that they enjoy and spend their free time with their loved ones and then die. Human beings will do that until the end of human beings. And whoever owns what leaders own what countries doesn't have any effect on that. It doesn't have any effect on that. If the leaders don't do a good job, God forbid, right? You win a war, but you're not going to do a good job running the country. if any of the leaders eventually don't do a good job, then we'll put in new leaders. You know, other people will fight because it's like, oh, you give us poor working conditions, you know, we're gonna rise up and blah blah blah, right? Or, you know, be like me, I'm gonna fucking exit. I'm exiting current society. Why would I care if China, you know, started dropping paratrooper soldiers onto our land? It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna be out. I'm gonna live in my van in the middle of a forest on the side of a mountain that nobody's ever heard about in the Alps. That's what I'm gonna do. And that's what I'm gonna do. It's like, I'm gonna have a little garden, a little vegetable garden, buy a couple chickens, have them lay eggs. Eggs and carrots. That's all I'm gonna eat. Eggs and carrots and maybe a berry bush. There we go. Subsistence for life. I'll grow nuts so I can make nut milk. If I don't have an internet connection, I'll just freaking read books. Who cares? I'll loot the library. It's like, or I'll just enjoy, you know, staring at the trees in the forest. Like, none of this matters to me. None of this should matter to anybody. Unless you're rich, or powerful, or involved in politics, or enlisted in the military. Those are the only situations where any war should actually matter, right? Or unless Biden does something stupid and provokes the enemy to drop nukes on us. That's the only thing that could happen, right? But realistically, America's not going to lose that much if China takes over Taiwan. They're going to lose their pride, and it's going to be a point of contention in the next election. Hey, Biden lost Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Taiwan. And then he's not going to get voted for. And then we're going to get Trump again. And everyone's going to lose confidence in the Democrats for 4 years until they find some other, you know, black sheep of a candidate that they're going to push to the top illegally. And then they're going to use their media propaganda machine in order to convince everyone to vote Democrat. And then that person's going to win, and we're just going to be going back and forth. Old guy versus old guy running the presidency when it doesn't really do anything. Because it doesn't do anything. Who cares? Everyone, you still have to live and work and make money and feed yourself and reproduce and have an internet connection, and then you die. And then that's it. That's it for everybody. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Oh, I want a future that my children can grow up in safe and sound. Well, they're fucked. So good luck with that, right? It's the, you know, we're not changing the world out here. So why would I spend effort changing the world? I can see how the world is screwed up, and I can see exactly what needs to be done in order to fix it. But I'm not gonna do it. And nobody else is going to do it. So just, if I can figure out how to deal with a world where the obvious problems aren't going to get fixed. That's all you do. I'll sit here on my YouTube stream and complain about it for 3 hours. That's what I'll do. There you go. There's me changing the world. It's so inconsequential. All this stuff is so inconsequential. You look at what's going on right now, you see the stupidity in it, you avoid it. There's your 3 steps. You know, you stay aware, you analyze it from a different perspective than others are, and then you determine that it's bad and avoid it. That's all you need to do. Transgenderism, same thing. Racism, same thing. You know, the war in Ukraine against Russia, same thing, right? Inflation rates and, gas prices increasing. Don't drive a car. There you go. Or, you know, buy electric or whatever you needed to anyway. Gas prices weren't going to go down. Money wasn't going to become more valuable. Imagine. Or better yet, make a life situation for yourself where you never have to leave. There you go. I'm only going to get a job that's within distance of taking the bus or riding my skateboard or walking. And I'm not going to do anything. And, and then if I can't do that, then I'm going to calculate cost and then benefits and, whatnot. And it's not going to be like, oh, I got a job, but it's so many miles away and I guess I have to. No, life's never that simple. Why would life ever be that? Life would never be that simple. But it's because you don't make it that simple that you're able to deal with it. You're able to see the BS and you just avoid it. You avoid it and you're like, great, whoop-de-doo, now I can enjoy my life. Now I can read my stupid bookworm novel series without having to worry about how refugees in Ukraine are having bombs dropped on them or whatever. You know what I would have done? If I was a Ukrainian citizen and Russia was threatening to go to war with me, you know what I would have done? Or go to war with my country? You know what I would have done? If I couldn't go to the rest of Europe, what I would have done is I would have applied for Russian citizenship. That's what I would have done. Because guess what? It's not, Ukraine isn't invading Russia. Even if Russia loses, they're not going to lose their country. I would apply for Russian citizenship. And then the Russians would accept me because their whole thing was that, oh, Ukrainian citizens want to move back to Russia, and they can't because of the oppressive government or whatever. And so, because they're pushing that narrative, I would have taken advantage. I would have moved to Russia. Oh, living conditions are worse in Russia. Yeah, obviously. But at least I'm not going to be under siege. At least I'm not going to be one of the many millions of refugees. There are stories of Ukrainian refugee women who are being raped by other refugees from Afghanistan or by other people in the countries that they go to. They go to Germany, and all of the black people who were taken in as refugees years ago, who aren't under control in Germany because Germany has really weird policies about that. They've been raping a lot of Ukrainian women refugees who were there. And then Ukrainian women have to deal with that for the rest of their life, right? The trauma. And then they leave. And then they have to go somewhere else, right? Because they're a refugee and they have no home. Guess what? If those women had just simply said, okay, before Russia goes to war with us, let's apply for Russian citizenship, right? You can see the war coming for 6 years ahead. And then people just staying in their spots. What a bunch of idiots. If those women had just said, okay, I'll just bite the bullet, I'll just gain Russian citizenship, they would have let them ride in. Those women would have probably been sponsored to be Russian citizens. They could have gotten a job in their career field in Russia. Oh, slightly worse money, slightly worse conditions. Who cares? Who cares? They wouldn't have been raped. They wouldn't have been in the middle of a war zone. They wouldn't have had to be under siege in schoolhouses being bombed. Because this was the eventuality that was going to happen. So you preemptively be like, okay, fuck it, Russia, I'm gonna let you win without even trying to resist. Me personally, not my country, me personally. I have no loyalty to Ukraine. Go ahead, right? Obviously in America, this isn't gonna work because America has the military force to fight back. So you're going to, no matter where you go to, you're going to be screwed if America goes to war with somebody. But in Ukraine, it's obviously Russia's the bigger country and they're the ones with the nukes, and Ukraine is on the defensive. Go to Russia. There you go. Problem solved, right? Oh, I got to live a slightly worse life as a Russian citizen, and my pride is ruined. Well, yeah, but at least you're not raped by black people in Germany. At least you're not living in freaking school gymnasiums in France. At least you're not, trapped in an apartment building with explosions happening outside of. It's compare the two options. Right? Don't just stay in denial until the bombs start dropping. You idiots. So anyway, they should have done that. I'm sure people did. So I'm sure people were actually had the wherewithal to do that. So it's whatever. It's I would have done it. I was like, okay, I'm a Russian citizen now. Whoop-de-doo, right? Russia will never get invaded by Ukraine because Ukraine doesn't have enough military force to fight back. They're on the defense. I would have not moved to Moscow, the capital, because if Russia had managed to piss off the United States or whatever or NATO by declaring war to the point where the bombs are going to drop, well, Moscow's the first target. So don't move to Moscow. Move to a smaller town. I'll just work in the freaking grocery store in the snow. Whatever, right? It's like, who cares, right? Ukrainians and Russians are similar in appearance, so if I was Ukrainian, then I would have been fine. Because it's like, oh, they would have just thought I was Russian. Or the Russians are very like, oh, oh, the Ukrainians got to come home to Russia. And I was been like, hey guys, hey, my fellow Russians, I'm home now, finally. Right? I would have said whatever they wanted. They would have accepted me in their community. Oh, glad you got the sense to escape the hellish country of Ukraine. It would have been like that. It would have been days. You say whatever they want. You say whatever you could say to get people on to get the winning team on your side, because who cares? Who cares, right? Simple job in a simple town in a simple world, right? That's all you want, right? Whatever. Being a refugee is not simple, so I mean, I have sympathy for those people, but at the same time, it's like a lot of them probably could have avoided that fate. You can't avoid going to war with Russia, but there were alternatives to their own personal situations. I mean, not all of them, probably not even the majority, but some of them who are refugees probably could have not been refugees, like if they had planned it right. So I don't know, whatever. Right? I can't speak for people's personal situations, so it's not my place to say, I suppose. But yeah. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. I do got to get off. I gotta eat dinner. So what did I eat today? I had beef jerky and a Slim Fast and a coffee. Not a good meal, although I'm not hungry right now. I mean, looking at this picture, I am pretty hungry, but I'm not like starving or anything, so it's pretty good. But yeah, guys, that's gonna do it for me. I am not gonna stream tomorrow because I'm gonna do stuff for Mother's Day, plus I'm gonna do my homework. But yeah, I already mentioned that. But yeah, so yeah, I'll see y'all next Friday. So yeah, anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. This has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching. And I will see you all on Friday. Bye, everybody. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Hope you all get a good sleep tonight and have a good rest of your week. Hope you all stay safe out there. Good night, everybody. Take care. Good night. Good night. Have a great week. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.